Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 7 to 7:30 a.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference, Day 2. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Pandemic Effect on the Student Interest in Virtual World Learning Simulations. And our speaker today is Kay McLennan. Kay is a professor of practice at the Tulane University School of Professional Advancement. Kay created the Tulane SOPA Metaverse. She has been creating and using virtual world learning simulations in her online economics, business studies, and online pedagogy courses since 2008. Kay has written several articles that you would enjoy about these simulations. You will find links to them in her speaker bio, and you can find that at our website, conference.opensimulator.org, for speaker bios, details of each session, and a full schedule of the events today. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you can send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21, or you can direct message me if you're in World, and I will ask Kay the questions when she's finished with her presentation. So I want to thank all of you for coming, and I want to get this session started. So Kay, I hand it off to you.
Meg, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody that's here today. Let's see. It looks like it's taken the screen. Just a second. Okay. Oh, I see. There we go. It went to my URL, and I have an interactive polling that we'll do at the end, but I just wanted to let you know about the Menti poll for the end for our discussion, and to from the audience. So last year I asked folks, what did they anticipate? Were they going to be using virtual learning simulations, both virtual world and VR simulations more? And for to me, that participation dropped to about 10%. During the pandemic. There was a lot of students that dropped out, enrollment declines due to lost jobs. A lot of students became ill, quarantined. There was the all prevalent, all online, all of the time Zoom fatigue that I heard about. Many of my continuing education students had new time constraints. They were the one managing in-home childcare and schooling, and just stress. I can't emphasize enough how we've all had mental challenges related to the pandemic. But the bright spot uh, during the pandemic was this graduate course I taught. It was a Foundations of Online Pedagogy and Practice course that I was asked to develop. Pandemic teaching online was that prior to the massive move to online during the pandemic, I was teaching asynchronous courses. But once all of my students started to take all of their courses via Zoom, it was like they felt gypped not having any Zoom sessions in my courses. So I ended up settling, after a little bit of experimentation, on two Zoom sessions, one kickoff Zoom session and one mid-semester session. And as you can see on the screen, all of the students believe that Zoom webinars make a positive contribution to online learning, 100%, either strongly agree or agree, and 73% strongly agree. When it comes to how many Zoom sessions are needed, it's a little bit more variable, but 40% of the students, the largest group, felt that monthly Zoom sessions are needed. Again, I ended up doing two webinars, but if you take it all together, monthly, two webinars, one kickoff webinar, 76% of the students felt like asynchronous sessions were useful. And that's a bit of I think, a sea change to the way that I think about online learning and teaching. Again, in the past, to fully take advantage of the online mode of delivery, asynchronous was, the standard, but clearly that has changed. So, in terms of better positioning OpenSim in the metaverse, I spent some time this fall using an Oculus Quest 2 VR headset with my students. Once I heard that only one person, the instructor, needed to have a headset to start a session that students could join, I thought, wow, now's the time to try this out. And at the same time, we've had all of this metaverse hype, which strikes me as curious that the metaverse has been around for more than a decade, and all of a sudden, because Facebook is embracing it, it's like it's something new. But I think the hype is good for OpenSim. I like OpenSim still better than anything else I've tried. And I believe we need to publicize the affordances of OpenSim better. In-world building tools, the VR applications that I've tried out, some of them do have whiteboard capabilities, video streaming capabilities, like the Workrooms app that's pictured on the screen now. And you can even bring your keyboard and computer, your laptop into the space, but it doesn't have any in-world building tools. Again, I think that synchronous activities are, certainly one of the affordances of OpenSim, but asynchronous learning activities too. And these asynchronous learning activities are clearly not in addition to would-be lectures and discussions. Of course, no VR headset is needed for OpenSim, and everyone gets an avatar. So back to my experimentation this fall with Horizon Workrooms. I jumped on the platform and even held back on renewing my hosting of the Tulane SOPA Metaverse so that I could get a headset and really delve into this. And I was shocked to learn that only the people with headsets in a meetup get an avatar. I mean, how cheap can you get that you actually have to have a headset to get an avatar? So anyway, we'll see if that continues. So turning next to what OpenSim needs to better position itself in the, new metaverse. I still have in my mind that OpenSim the OpenSim viewer needs an integration into learning management systems like Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle. I don't know if it's possible. That's an IT question that is above my pay grade, but I believe it is. And In Space is a new platform that, in my mind, is a better better platform for conducting online classes than Zoom. It's easy to move participants around into groups. The whiteboard feature is robust, and it's integrated into Canvas, so they're up with the times. Also, it would be nice if OpenSim could be integrated into the Oculus Quest 2. I really like the Quest 2 light years better than the Rift that I've got. It's so easy to use, to set up. And I see Maria had a similar experience with me. She's waiting for OpenSim to be able to use it on her Quest 2. And not to forget about a virtualized viewer. OpenSim can be used with mobile access. And I think it's time to exploit student new interest in real-time meetups. And of course, what's needed is turnkey learning simulations and revisiting common sets of onboarding tutorials for both students and faculty. And now, if we can turn to the poll, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to open this up. Let me go ahead and present this. Okay, good. Experience with virtual simulators. Everybody is voting. And it looks like Second Life, OpenSimulator, and virtual reality headsets are somewhat neck and neck. It looks like less use of virtual reality headsets. The next poll question is, what were your experiences during the pandemic? Did you use virtual simulations? It looks like half and half, more, the same. I'll give it, I never know how long to give it, just a little bit more. And you can enter your comments or questions in the Mentimeter space or in chat. And Meg, did you have any questions or comments that are lined up yet?
Well, I specifically have a question first off. The idea or the question that has come up here a couple times is, the idea of why people chose Zoom over a virtual world, and what are the difficulties? Is it just the onboarding process, or is there more to it?
My view is that students in 2021 and earlier are very time constrained. And I have been giving students the option of selecting text discussions in our course site or participating in the virtual world learning. And I find, and I have 4 modules or 4 units. And so there's only 2 out of the 4 that the virtual world is open for use. And the more advanced students really like the option. But again, it was only 1 in 3. I think that I've also found the studies that I've done, getting feedback from students about simulations. The simulations have to directly impact positively on students' understanding of the course material. It can't be lagniappe or applications. It has to be stuff that's going to be on the test. And for example, in economics, the vocabulary flashcards in World ranked, higher than the free trade game that I created, where everybody got their own little island nation. And in large part, I believe it's because the free trade game was time consuming. I'm not sure if that answered your question, Meg. Yeah. Please feel free to rephrase.
And with you mentioned in space. So how does that work differently?
In Space is a web-based application, like a webinar web-based application like Zoom, except that the individuals that are connected to a meetup, their video stream is in like a little circle, and they can move themselves around in the space, or the faculty member can move them around. And when the group function is activated, then it's easy for the instructor to move students into different groups. And you can set up like 4 groups, 6 groups, 8 groups. And then the instructor can move themselves around into the different groups, or use the, auditorium chat to talk to all the groups at the same time. And I don't know about anybody else that has used Zoom with students. The minute I set up groups and put them into groups, half of them disappear. So I like to InSpace because I can watch them, but it also is integrated into Canvas. So, you just walk off the page into InSpace.
And so with the Oculus, when the teacher is wearing the goggles and then they just watch a screen to see what the teacher is doing, that interaction part of having the virtual goggles, I think, is what I love the most. Do the kids miss out on that?
Yes. If they don't have a headset, then they're streamed in. And when I have the headset on, it's like I'm sitting in between my whiteboard screen and the students on another opposing screen where they're streamed in. Now, I asked them expressly about their views on using Oculus and using workrooms as an option to Zoom. Mm-hmm. And they really believe Zoom sessions, real-time sessions, help with their understanding of the course material and are useful, and they, want more. But interestingly, how much they profess their Zoom sessions are important doesn't match participation. There's far fewer students that show up. They're less enthusiastic. They didn't really feel like the Workrooms VR sessions were much of an improvement, but possibly. They didn't feel like having an avatar was a disadvantage like I did. I felt like that created like a 2-tier participation series, but they're not. And then finally, the final question I asked them was, would they be willing to spend $299 to buy a headset? And they weren't. No surprise there.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of comments. Do we have time for one more?
One more, real quick.
Okay. Somebody asked, can you talk about ways to make learning more impactful and memorable to students to increase knowledge, skills, abilities? It's important to bring greater value with virtual worlds or XR apps other than just replicating classroom training. And, I can't agree more. And it depends upon the course. Obviously, with anatomy courses, boy, we're just scratching the surface of what's possible with VR, AR, and virtual worlds. But I don't think, I don't want to discount, the novelty and interest value, the engagement value of virtual simulations, and the enrichment value for, again, I find the strongest academically speaking students are the ones that seem to get the most out of virtual simulations. So it's like an enrichment activity for them. So.
Fantastic. Well, Kay, I want to thank you so much for sharing your time with us and your knowledge about this, because I think it's something that we're all going through right now in this new world. And I thought it was very interesting how you broke it down for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg, and thanks to everybody for coming. And I'll look forward to the rest of the presentations myself. Thank you.
All right. And as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org. Dreamgate, Docker, and Echo Voice R&D. A lot of stuff. I think it's going to be fascinating. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region and find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region. I think you could just jump around. If you hit your map, look at all the different places, jump around from one region to another and explore. That's the best thing to do. You'll meet people out there. You'll see really cool exhibits. You're going to find something in every one of them that you're going to be interested in. So we're going to take a break and we will be right back here at 7:30. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 7:30 to 8:30 a.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference Day 2. In this session, we are pleased to introduce a panel discussion entitled SceneGate, DreamGate, Docker, and Echo Voice R&D. Our two panelists are Lisa Laxton and Frank Ruloff. Lisa is the R&D visionary and CEO of the Open Simulator Community-Focused Foundation Infinite Metaverse Alliance. She is also president of Laxton Consulting LLC, with experience providing various virtual world technology solutions for education, research, business, and defense clients. Frank is a senior systems engineer at Thales, Netherlands, with expertise areas in training and simulation. He is leading the research and innovation activities related to Open Simulator technology within Thales Global Company, using multiple Open Simulator grids focused on user needs. I want to remind everybody to check out our website, conference.opensimulator.org. You can see more on the speaker bios that we have here today and details of upcoming sessions. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you can tweet at OpenSimCC with the hashtag of OSCC21. And I want to welcome everybody, and let's start our session. I'm going to pass it off to Lisa and Frank.
Hello, and thanks for that intro, and to the conference organizers for giving us time to present. I know there's been a lot of great stuff presented, and it was difficult to get this time. There's a lot of competition, but it's all good. Frank and I are both happy to be here with all of you, and congratulations on another great annual conference. IMA has a strategic partnership with Thales Group to work on open source projects together, and we very much appreciate contributions from Thales and its interns. Thank you, Frank, for being their champion. Today, we want to share our progress during this panel, and we hope you will stay with us for the next session to celebrate the work of interns on the future viewer. We should have time for questions before that next session. Currently, we have 6 open source projects that are active, so let's get started. SceneGate is our primary viewer project dedicated for use in Open Simulator only. It is designed for improved accessibility, usability, security, and onboarding. Based on user needs, spin-off work in this project includes the future viewer SceneGate 2.0, which is in the next session, and what we call DreamGate. DreamGate is a custom Firestorm installation to address use cases not currently addressed by our other viewer projects. Echo Voice is a major development effort designed to deliver a hypergrid voice solution to the community. Helios encompasses server R&D associated with deploying Open Simulator using virtual machine and Docker implementations. ImaBox evolved from this R&D. Selene is a broad project that includes community hypergrid efforts like OpenSim Work and Radio Stream, the 24/7 hypergrid list, the Hypergrid DJ radio board, partial visitor board, and many more. Not counting the actual work by multiple hypergrid community contributors, we've spent around 4,000 hours meeting and collaborating every week for the last 5 years on many projects. Yes, IMA just had its 5-year anniversary. I wish we had more time to celebrate and highlight contributors. The list is long. Thank you for all that you do for each other. Now, EOS is our newest project that involves Open Simulator 09 software R&D implemented using Docker research from Helios and is also related to ImaBox. There is actually a method to our madness, but our focus is on the hypergrid community of avatars. Periodically, we conduct user surveys to help us listen to the voice of the community. We use these results as one way the community's voice influences our development priorities. Analysis of the results from our July 2021 survey revealed some interesting information we would like to share with all of you. So we'll provide a link to the report with full details later. We asked the Hypergrid community 30 questions of interest to creators, merchants, and grid owners. Amazingly, we had 111 responses thanks to everyone who participated. The margin of error was around 9%, which is similar to other Hypergrid surveys. We sought to answer 10 research questions. First, how are users engaged with respect to system and mesh avatars? Pure data implies 83% of users use system avatars for registered and alt accounts. Of the 17% using mesh avatars, slightly more than half of them are using the Bakes on Mesh feature, and animated mesh parts are the least popular. I think that will grow. The takeaway is that viewer appearance tools are widely used. Two, what do users look for or acquire in the existing marketplaces? This chart shows you a wide variety of work, and it is actually fairly well balanced. But clothing, hair, and accessories are the top 3 items. Of those, mesh clothing and accessories are the most popular. Even though system avatars are more popular, the clothing tends to be mesh. So the takeaway from that, viewer outfit tools are likely widely used. Then what percentage of users create avatars and associated virtual items? So here we're talking about the creation, not the marketing. About 46% create avatar accessories, followed by 39% who create clothing, and 26 to 30% create animations, gestures, and avatar sounds. We can't forget about those key components because that's what provides a certain level of immersion. So the takeaway is that the viewer build and the upload tools are likely widely used. What is the impact of virtual environment settings, immersive features, or accessibility options? Less than 22% of users prefer the new EEP in regions or parcels that they own. Roughly 60% either disallow or change their settings in parcels or regions that they visit. So most users adjust the time of day and listen to music and sound for a more immersive experience. The takeaway is know your audience when you design your world. How you design it may not be how they're experiencing it. Are language translators, mouse look, and voice commonly used aspects of the user experience? Nearly a third of users utilize a translator. We are global after all. Slightly less than half use mouse look, and most users engage using spatial voice on average 2 hours a day. So the takeaway there is that voice is a vital component of the user experience. And what percentage of users create content other than avatar-related content? Roughly 85% of users create prem content using viewer tools. Close to 56% create scripts implemented using the viewer tools. That takeaway is build and import tools are widely used. What activates or activities around the hyperverse are the most common? The top 3 are exploring, building, and creating respectively. This may be different than the user experience and other virtual world platforms, including Second Life. So other activities engaged by more than half of users are the music social events, socializing, relaxing, and shopping. Big takeaway, avatars around the hyperverse are social. This is a really key component to the OpenSim platform. Does the average user have accounts on more than one grid? Yes, the average number of accounts is roughly 2.6, but as you can see from the chart, almost half have accounts of 5 or more. So that's a big deal. The takeaway is that most hypergrid users have more than one virtual home. Now, can we estimate the actual number of unique users from reported data? We extrapolated the data, compared that to the application of average accounts, and it was equivalent. So therefore, we can estimate the total number of unique users is around 16,000. Based on grids reporting relevant data, what is the size of the hyperverse market? That turns out to be around 36,000 hypergrid avatars. So the takeaway there is there are two distinct markets that exist on the hypergrid, so creators and grid owners take note of that. There were several R&D drivers, and thank you, Maria, for the reported data from Hypergrid Business. I don't make sure that you know that Maria actually does really grab a lot of great data, and it's very useful. Thank you. A summary takeaway is that fully featured client viewers are needed, despite calls for future limited mobile or browser development. And while we do have this in mind for the development team, current community needs take priority. We're always interested in more help from volunteers for new and existing projects, so get in touch with either of us if you would like to help. Now, we adjusted the roadmap for SceneGate, changing priorities for avatar-focused features and browser updates. To meet immediate needs for live streaming and support for events management, we spun off DreamGate early. Now, due to community need for a voice solution replacement, we launched an Echo Voice funding campaign to help speed up development. So let's review our progress on SceneGate, DreamGate, ImaBox, and Echo Voice before we listen to the great work the interns have been doing on the future viewer SceneGate 2.0. For SceneGate, we built upon the work of previous effort to start building new versions. Voice and sound bugs in the Linux version have been resolved. However, the build was designed for 1804 Ubuntu only. Work is in progress to update that for 2004 Ubuntu. Testers had difficulty with the installation of the earlier release, so we will take a package approach with this one. The untested Mac version with third-party library updates was not a simple build once we began CEF updates. Spaces and directory names had to be found and escaped manually along with the new auto build. It now builds on Mac OS Big Sur, even though it was built originally on Catalina, but it does crash on runs, so troubleshooting is in progress. A new Windows version with third-party library and CEF updates is planned after the Linux and Mac versions are ready. So while work on SceneGate 2.0 is underway, which is what the next session is about, we will continue work and support on the 1.x generation. We hope to have a public beta soon for all 3 new versions. Following test and release, we will start adding requested and community features. For those interested in participating in the beta testing, please contact me. I mentioned earlier that we spun off what we call DreamGate. This image here will show you a little bit about what's different. This is a custom installer for the latest version of Firestorm for OpenSimulator only. There are a number of reasons we did this, but it's primarily driven by use cases where SceneGate is not a good fit. And we found the popular Firestorm viewer to be quite capable, but new users on moderate systems had difficulty. So we made some changes to meet the needs of these users and used our EV cert to provide Windows installers that would not be incorrectly flagged as dangerous to install. Testing of Dreamgate is nearly complete, so the repos will be updated soon and it will be made available for download. We have been having that tested by some of our customers and their users, and the response is very positive. Now, once Beck is able to add the voice patch from the Alchemy and SceneGate code bases to Firestorm, we will make a new version of Dreamgate. We mentioned a project before called ImaBox. We've not released that yet. We completed prior R&D using multiple VMs and proceeded with research running OpenSimulator using Docker. Over the past year, extensive R&D has been underway regarding various back-end implementations. Part of this work involved finding better ways to test and monitor performance across multiple grids and regions at the same time. This image shows performance of a server with 47 Docker containers across 5 operational grids running our version of 09 that we call EOS. During the 6-hour period, real-time monitoring you can see on this chart shows the impact of work within one grid where we were making changes to scripts to reduce the script loading. Now, multiple containers are shown on the graphs with different line colors, and the names of those regions were blurred out intentionally. Now, grids using this Docker-based backend proved to be stable and able to support high-capacity events for avatars. We intend to use the result of the successful R&D to provide a community version called ImaBox. This is a high-level diagram of what we decided to put in the box. We'll provide instructions for Linux installation and the image in early 2022. ImaBox is platform agnostic in the sense that headless Linux can be run on any operating system. The last major project to review before the interns take the stage is Echo Voice. Evaluation and design was completed in 2020. However, funded projects take priority for the team because we all have bills to pay. Recently, Vivox announced it would discontinue the current V3, V4 voice offering by the end of 2021. Upgrading to V5 or version 5 would require all the viewer teams to modify code to support that, and the community would continue to be at the mercy of Unity, who owns Vivox now. So Seth designed Echo Voice to offer an open source freeware alternative that could bridge multiple voice solutions, including Vivox. This would be the only way to provide a seamless hypergrid experience and choice for all region owners who want to offer voice. Right now, users, when they're jumping from region to region across the hypergrid, they may or may not have voice, depending on if those regions are running voice. But imagine what will happen if you've got some grids implementing Jitsi, some grids implementing WebRTC, some grids on version 5, some on high fidelity, some on Agora, and so on. The impact to the users is negative because the users can't seamlessly just have voice as they travel. Now, to accelerate the development of Echo Voice and meet the Unity imposed deadline, it would have to be funded, simply because there is a tremendous amount of work to be done. Otherwise, the project will continue, but only when volunteer time is available. Now, this chart shows you the result of our evaluation of multiple voice solutions and our criteria. As noted in the Echo Voice blog history, BCom's Mumble solution is obsolete. Now, Seth did give me a note this morning that the Mumble project, we've been waiting for 1.4 to come out, which has a really suitable API. And 1.4 release candidate is out, so 1.4, the actual release, is coming soon. So we're very happy about that. Now, considering the alternatives, a ground-up replacement using Mumble is needed, and that is what we call Echo Voice. And given the recent expected decision by Linden Labs to move away from Vivox and use high fidelity, we did the math. We evaluated a competitor called Agora also, which is available on Unity platforms like Vivox. Now this slide defines a typical use case that might be a social grid, an education region, etc. The constant is defined by the parts where we multiply to get the estimated participant minutes. This chart shows the result when we use the formula to see what the monthly cost would be for each solution. And there is quite a bit of difference between them. For Linden Labs and others who are revenue earning, large companies, the cost is not bad. They're absorbing that cost because they're earning revenue on other service lines or products. But for the hypergrid, we believe this is not feasible, and here's why. Most grids in the hyperverse are non-revenue earning. That's a given. Close to 40% of virtual world users in 2015 reported earning under $10,000 annually, US dollars. And with the pandemic, incomes may be even lower now. Event donations average around 100 globits or less, which is basically $1 US. Using high fidelity, an average single weekly event of 5 users can cost $12.50 a month, or that's the equivalent to 3,125 globits. So it's unlikely that community donations are going to support that level of voice offering on high fidelity. Now, if you use Agora, you get 10,000 free minutes a month, but if you have 3 of these average events in a month, you've already exceeded that 10,000 minutes. So we therefore conclude a per minute paid voice solution is just not feasible for the hypergrid community at large. So here are the key standouts for Echo Voice. It works with all the supported viewers. It has no viewer development cost. It includes a bridge for regions using Vivox voice solutions so users could have a seamless experience. If we have grids who are going to use other voice solutions, we'll have to evaluate what would be necessary to add them to that bridge. It works on all operating systems. This is something that Vivox does not. Version 5 no longer supports Linux at all. Agora, it's possible to support Linux. We have spoken with them about that. Echo Voice has spatial voice features. FreeSwitch, while it is a viable solution for the short term, it uses a low-end codec with fairly low quality. The backward support from Vivox that allowed FreeSwitch to work in OpenSim may go away with version 5. We don't know about that. And FreeSwitch is not facial, and it would take a lot of code to add that feature. The other thing that FreeSwitch does not have is any kind of indicator over the avatar's head. And that's a problem when you're trying to figure out who's talking, especially if you have accessibility issues. Echo Voice can be self-hosted for HIPAA and FERPA compliance and other security concerns. And so medical environments, advocacy, counseling, school systems that have FERPA protection in place, they need to have that self-host capability. Vivox and Agora, neither of them can be self-hosted. It will be open source freeware for the hypergrid community. So what have we done so far? That's a big question that's been asked of us. We've spent about 2,000 engineering hours in 2019 assessing VCOM's Mumble. We were unable to update that because of deprecated libraries. We spent time designing a new solution, testing a prototype in 2020. All of that was funded by Frank's company and my own. Our estimate is 1,310 total build hours left to complete that work. We will fund 260 of those hours jointly, and that means we need funding for 730 hours for the test version and the additional 320 for the release version. Now, all of that is detailed in the blog. To get things moving, we launched a crowdfunding campaign and set up that project blog. And we had some questions since the launch. Thank you, Hypergrid Business, for publishing an article to help us get the word out. Big question was, why did we use GoFundMe and not something like Kickstarter? It's because GoFundMe doesn't take a cut. They don't take any money of that. The funds can be dispersed during ongoing development to keep the developers paid. And it's not an all or nothing crowdfunding, so we don't have to shut it off if we don't reach the goal. So then the next question is, what happens if we don't reach the goal? Well, development continues, but it has a lower priority. And all funded open source code would be available in the open source repository, but the test version timeline would be unknown without that funding. Now, here are some links to help you learn more or help if you can. And if you have technical questions about Echo Voice, I can forward them to the designer of the project who is working on a deadline and couldn't be here today, and that's Seth Nygaard. Frank, did I miss anything we wanted to share about the project before we open for questions?
I think your mic is muted, Frank.
All right, so let's go ahead and open for questions. We have a little time here. Did anyone have any questions about any of those projects? I know it was a lot of information to absorb, but we had a short time to feed you a lot of information we had to share.
Yeah. Here's a question from Beth. She said, Lisa, could someone put the links into chat, please? Now, I think we have them on the website under the session, correct? Because you have this, you have your slides up on for the session, correct?
The slides are up on SlideShare right now, but I'm not sure that's clickable on SlideShare myself.
Okay. Well, if you want to put them in the chat for everybody to grab.
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, they are in the SlideShare, NeoBird. And I was gonna ask Lisa, because the whole voice concept for me, I have tried to use voice since voice was able to be used everywhere, and it is amazing to me the by minute charges that people do, right?
Right.
Like, how do they even make that a viable thing? But is there ways that we should go about this to help your cause with Echo Voice, if you will?
Yeah, well, and that's why the bottom link on the slide is to the campaign. Okay. The blog also has a link to that. I was just trying to get to my browser so I could bring that up for you. So if you hit that link to the blog, you will find also a blog post about the GoFundMe campaign, and that will lead you to the GoFundMe link at the bottom. We did make a video for the campaign, and the comment we had about the video was that it didn't have enough technical information in it. Well, the whole point of the video is to talk about the social impact, the reasons why we're raising funds and the reason why it's so important, because we want to reach funding sources outside of the OpenSim community and not necessarily just within the community. But as far as technical documents, those, as they are developed and the project proceeds, will be on the project blog, and certainly more than just the one diagram that we're showing here.
Okay. And Frank, are you there?
I'm not sure why we lost Frank's voice. Are there any other questions that anybody might have about any of these projects?
Here's a question. Vivix offered small users of the service for free. Is there any indication that Hi-Fi would do that too now that they have landed this big contract with Second Life? Any info on how Vivix even did that?
We have no idea about what Philip Rosedale, who owns High Fidelity, what his intentions are. I did try to contact him about that, but there was no interest. And you know, it's difficult. I understand. You know, he's in the business of making money. With Vivox, they're in the business of making money too. The difference is Philip's business model is based on the minute, and Vivox business model is based on concurrent users. So with Vivox, even if you go to version 5, you get 5,000 concurrent users for free, just like you did with the older one, but then you have to pay for the next 5,000 users at the next tier level. Now, companies like Linden Labs, that's not a problem. They're making revenue, and they can afford to offer that voice feature for free to their users. But in OpenSim, it's unlikely that anybody would hit that 5,000 CCU. I don't think it happened over the last 8 years or so. But the difference here is that Echo Voice does not use Vivox. We will eventually eliminate SL Voice completely. We don't need that. We don't know whether Linden Labs, who owns SL Voice, is going to allow Vivox to continue to use their SDK for connectivity. And Echo Voice does not require any of the viewer developers to make any changes because we'll support all of the viewers. And if you go to version 5, viewers have to be updated to take care of that. So there's a lot of little things in play, and that's why it made us have a lot of effort in researching all of the different options and trying to establish criteria for selection.
Can you hear me?
Yay, we have Frank back.
Welcome back, Frank.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Apparently, I lost audio for some moment, so I got the advice to get out of Skype and log in again, and now it works. So I don't know what happened, but
right. Did you have anything you wanted to share about our progress, Frank, before we head over to the intern?
No, not directly, except that. I think that one of the major point is, and we discussed that before, is that if you do work on basis on voluntarily, which people do and which make amazing things, it's still dependent on their capacity to their capacity to support this. With
Right.
other words, you have so many hours in a week that you can spend to do something for the open source community. So it's I think very important, and we have the same problem with COVID and other things that we if you want to speed up things, you need funding somehow, and that's the
Right.
idea that we had this crowdfunding to make sure that we maybe could speed up the development, and also in the light of developments with VFox for VFox going to a different version and so, which would then make for a lot of hypergrid users not a very nice situation. But still, we want to support it and do everything we can to do it as quickly as we can. So yeah. The only thing I saw that I think we had I saw that had an introduction sheet on the previous one, an introduction on the previous one that I wanted to give a short introduction on the future viewer, what the interns are going to tell.
Yeah, that slide is up now.
Yeah, so some background now, that is that we at Thales have programs for interns. They can then do and learn on various terrains to work on the job, working in a company as part of their education. And in my case, with the work I'm doing for Virtual Worlds, for years I have interns, some come from the Netherlands, others coming from France, in this case from France. And we started in 2019 to look at a different way of looking at the viewer. First of all, the current viewers are not situated to, for instance, support the headsets, a 3D headset on the right way, and that is because the loop over the viewer and the server makes it impossible to get the right frequency for the headsets. So we have been thinking of a number of steps and a roadmap to make a new viewer out of the scene gate viewer. So the first step, and that's also the step where we have been busy with the last 2 years and continue to, the current interns will go to September 2022. We are looking at taking the rendering part out of the viewer and replace it by something else as a first step. Next step would be, can we do different renderers in the same viewer so that we also can support 3D headsets if we want to. So that is the primary focus that we had in 2019 and in 2020, of 2020, 19, 20, and up to September 22, to create a new viewer with an updated rendering part. And later on, we want to see if we can change rendering parts, and also we can make the viewer more common in the sense of plugins and make it instantiable to the job the viewer is to perform. With other words, have different voice over IP sources, have your menus tailored to what you want to do with the viewer inside a certain job, say a training, so that training menus can appear in the viewer, etc., etc. So that's what the total the roadmap looks like. But for currently, we are working on this first band, where you see the red square around it, which is separating the rendering part from the current viewer, looking at alternatives for new viewers, for new rendering engines, and try to make a first working prototype of it.
Yeah, and they have selected Godot, is that correct?
Yeah.
As the initial game engine to replace the Linden Lab rendering.
Yeah.
This is line by line work that these interns have been doing. And in the process, they've also found some code that is in there that's not even needed, it's not used. And so in that sense, Scene-Gate 2.0 hopefully will have a lighter load on the user system,
yes,
because we'll remove some of the bloated code.
Yes, and it's also not the intention that SceneGate will be compatible with Second Life viewers in the future.
Correct.
It will be compatible with OpenSim to make it fully efficient and connected to OpenSimulator, and not to try to keep the balance between Second Life and OpenSim. It's purely OpenSim viewer, which makes life a lot easier.
Well, it also, adds to the security effort, because while we have had an effort where a lot of third-party libraries have been updated, that will be coming out in the next first generation of SceneGate, when the rendering engine is different and we no longer need a lot of the Linden Lab libraries, we won't have to worry about keeping those up to date.
Yep, that's true. And and we can then on this path of the roadmap, we can of course extend. We have now a number of extensions that we as a development group would like to have, and to make the viewer more more flexible in use. But of course, in the future, we can add things from the community, and certain functionality the viewer would have and supported by the community is also can be also put on the roadmap for the future. That's one of the things that we would like to do. And of course, this, just as Lisa already said, we need people to help us if we want to continue and to create this viewer in a reasonable amount of time. Then we also need people that want to contribute to it.
All right, I do have a question from Art Blue. If this is as I hear now, then you would have a license to make money by offering it as a service to other areas and refinance it this way? I know you said it on open source, so you could charge only on consulting. There are, as I assume, many patents in the voice field. Have you taken care of that too?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Let me see if I can answer that question. First off, Echo Voice is not providing voice service. Echo Voice is providing connectivity between Mumble, which is the voice server, right? So when we are talking about things like voice patents and whatever, that's really outside the scope of Echo Voice. That's not what we're doing. We're providing the connectivity for an existing project. Now, Mumble is a long-running project. It has heavy support, has active development. It is heavily used in the industry. So we don't feel like there would be any sort of a problem with that. So all of the licensing of the voice itself actually happens outside of Echo Voice. That's Mumble. And I hope that answers that question. Now, as far as some implication of a license to make money, we do not intend to offer region voice connection like Vivox offers right now. As part of Echo Voice, if there's a demand for it, we might look at a way that we could, do it at a no cost kind of thing. But I would imagine there is some cost involved. For example, if you don't want to self-host a Murmur mode server of your own, and you want to pay, the Mumble developers have, information on their website, which is where I pulled the $11.50 a month. That is bandwidth license cost. So for $11.50 a month, you get voice for 25 users, 24 hours a day for that month. And that's way more affordable than High Fidelity or Agora. If there is someone who wants to offer region connection, they may do that. I don't know what their funding options would be. We have not looked at that because our focus is really on getting the software developed for connecting. Does that answer your question, Art? Yes, Mumble is already free for all. It is open source, and it's already available for anybody to use. For example, if I didn't have OpenSim in the mix at all, and I wanted to have a voice solution to talk with other people that visit my region, I could ask them to each download a free Mumble client and then tell them the URL that they could connect to the Mumble server, and then we could have a conversation that's external to OpenSim. Echo Voice integrates it within OpenSim in the same manner. You see what I mean? Okay, good. Glad that answers that question.
There was a remark in the IM about not knowing of unfamiliar with Godot as a gaming engine. Well, Godot is one of the gaming engines that had a very active support and is gaining terrain, and it has a very large user group. That's one of the reasons, and it is free, totally open source, and that is one of the reasons we are looking at it. So there is no, because if you use Unreal, for instance, then there are licenses involved as soon as you are going to use it industrial. And our perspective is still that we want to use it in our company as a communication platform between different, and we want to use open software for open source software then, and Unreal is not completely license free in that case. So that's Correct. One of the reasons why we choose Godot, and also it's a very living community as well. So we expect that it will stay quite long and have benefits from it. So that's the reason why we looked at Godot. But the interns will probably tell a little bit more about it later on.
Right. Now, to answer Nick's question about can we have a Mumble conversation in OpenSim and external together? Absolutely, yes. If the person who has the Mumble client knows the server URL to connect, then they can do that. Now, with the Echo Voice design, if you look at the diagram, I backed up the slides for you. In the upper right, there is a red shaded box which says Future Auth Server. Authentication is what that's short for. That's where we would provide connectivity for Mumble client to connect externally. So say someone who can't be in virtual, but they want to participate in the conversation, that would be one way that would happen. The other thing that I'll give a little clarity on the Echo Voice design in this diagram, and you'll see this in our booth as well. You notice the cyan colored lines and the cyan colored region module add-ons. That's existing. That's how VCOM's Mumble solution worked in the past. We insert in the Echo Voice design the green boxes, which are the server bridge, the client bridge, that would then allow us to have detection and automatic switching between the Vivox and the Mumble client that's running with the viewer. So when the user jumps around on the hypergrid and they jump from a region running Echo Voice to a region running Vivox, they don't notice anything different. They just connect. So I hope that sort of clarifies a little bit more about that design. Any other questions?
Okay, we got about a minute left. Any last questions here? All right.
All right, well, thank you, everyone, and I hope you stick around for us. The interns are going to give us some great updates, and I really want to help celebrate that work.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much all listening to us, and well, I hope to have a nice presentation by the interns in the next half hour. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 8:30 to 9 a.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. This session, we're pleased to introduce the presentation Future Scene Gate 2.0. Our speakers are Lisa Laxton and Frank Ruloff and several of their interns. But before we get started, I want to just remind you that you can check out our website, conference.opensimulator.org, for speaker bios and details from their sessions, like links to things that they may mention. And as well as for those of you listening on our pre-recorded or our recorded session, you can ask your questions through Twitter at OpenSimCC and hashtag OSCC21. Anybody else within the world, if you could direct message me your questions, that would be fantastic. All right, I'm going to start this session, Frank. I'm going to toss it over to you so you can introduce all your great interns.
Thank you, Meg. And again, nice to be here. I'd like to introduce the students that have been working hard on the Future Scene Gate 2.0 viewer. The last group that worked on that was Axel, Marion, and Tiffen. They did the first initial work on it. And the current group that is working now are Alex, Gauthier, Pierre, and Oscar. And they all come from the CPE in Lyon, which is a university, and they have different trails of what they are learning to, but all in the area of software engineering. So I would like to give the word to Tiffen as the first, that he will tell more about what his group did in the last year. Over to you.
So hello everyone. I'm Tiffen Fabry, and during this presentation, I will present you the work we did with my team last year when we were intern at Thales Netherlands, as said Frank. We were a team of 3, composed of Axel, Salmon, Marion Clément, and I, and we were all French students from the engineering school CPE Lyon. Our mission was to upgrade the rendering engine of the Scene Gate viewer. Next slide, please. So our first mission was to analyze the code of the Scene Gate viewer in order to identify the rendering part and regroup them together. We decided to classify the files involved in the graphic engine according to their use. For that, we looked for the central files which manage all these functionalities and that allowed us to identify all those which were necessary to their functioning afterwards. After the classification, we had to group them together in a single folder. The creation of this graphic brick engine will allow us thereafter to facilitate its removal in order to put a new one with a better performance. I don't know if we can see the graph, but if you in the graph, as you can see in the graph, we wanted to have an independent rendering part that could be connect or disconnect with the other part, like server or the physics. Next slide, please, Frank. When this step was done, we had to find a replacement for our graphic engine. This new graphic engine had to have several particularities, which are really important. It had to be visually more beautiful than the current one because it's an upgrade. It had to have better performance in terms of frame per second. For example, the 3D headset in the future. It had to be open source because it's the key of this project. And finally, its programming language had to be C++ in order to match the rest of the initial code of the Scene Gate viewer. After studying several known engines such as Unity or Unreal Engine, as Frank told you before, our choice fell on the Godot engine This engine met all our criteria, in addition to have an active community and a prospect for evolution. This part was really important for us in order to keep updating the rendering engine in the future or just adding new features. Next slide, please. Then we had to do the same classification work that we had done on the Senegal viewer. This step will facilitate the association between the files having the same function in the two graphic engines. So we sorted them in the same way, which gave us the same table with the file of the new engine. You can see it on the presentation. Finally, the last step consists in replacing one by one the Senegal files by the Godot one. We had to identify which file had the same role as the old one. Indeed, we had grouped them in categories, but we did not know their precise errors for each one. To do this, we had to read the whole code and find some documentation on the internet. Moreover, the two engines not having exactly the same functioning, certain file had the role of several old one and vice versa. But we didn't manage to finish this part. But we gave all the documentation, the work we did to the next team. You will meet right after me. And I let my friend speak for the rest.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiffany. Oscar, will you take the second part?
Yes, so next slide, please. So I'll be presenting this year's progress. And this year there are 4 of us from CPE working on the project, including me, Oscar, Alex, Gauthier, and Pierre, who are also on stage. Next slide, please. So this year's main goal is to use Godot's rendering engine to improve the frame rate and stability of the scene gate viewer so that we can potentially use VR in the future. And to do this, we have set 3 goals that we were working towards this year. Next slide, please. So as you can see, this is a simplified structure of how we would like the new scene gate viewer to function. And so the 3 goals we have set are first to create a transition interface as an API that would convert everything that exists inside of the 3D world and that are sent from the server into and convert them into entities with the API that can be recognized and used by the Godot engine. Our second goal is the integration of Godot's rendering functionalities inside of the scene gate viewer with the creation of an adapted Godot engine. And our third goal is the rendering of the world and creating an output onto the screen for the user. Next slide, please. So for our first goal of creating the transition API, our goal is to keep the changes of the Godot engine to a minimum. That way we can use most of its functions and also in the future have upgrades be a possibility. So we decided to create a world inside of Godot in which we would transfer all the visual elements from scene gate, such as the lightning, the objects, and the terrain. And that way we can let Godot's rendering engine take care of the work through its rendering process. Next slide, please. So the way we want to do that is that the elements from scene gate are sent by the server. They are then unpackaged inside of the viewer and sent into the rendering. And what we want to do is intercept those entities before they go inside through the rendering and pass them through our API that will convert them into objects that are then created inside of our Godot world. There are also all the updates of the camera and objects that go through the API into the world. That way, every change that happens in real time will also happen at the same time in the Godot world. As of now, we've had some successful tests of creating objects sent by the server inside of the Godot world, but there is still a lot more to be done on that part of the project. Next slide, please. For our second goal of the integration of Godot's rendering functionality, our goal is in the end to create one single application with a single executable. And so we have to integrate all of Godot's useful functionalities inside of Seengate source code. The thing is that Godot was not made to be used as a library, which is why we want to create an adapted Godot engine. And to do this, we also need to understand all of Godot's architecture to get the most out of it and transfer all of the necessary rendering functionalities. There's also the issue that Godot uses scons, which is a compiling application. We need to use CMake inside of viewer, so there's also a conversion needed for that. And as of now, we've made some progress of implementing classes from Godot inside of Seengate. But then again, like our first goal, there's still a lot more to be done on that part. Next slide, please. So for our third and final current goal is the rendering. So our goal is to be able to create an output onto the screen, which is a result from the Godot rendering. Godot usually renders inside of its own application, and so we need to make it render inside of the Seengate viewer, which is why we need to create tools to make this rendering process possible. We also need to take into account that the rendering is done in multiple parts with the user interface, the heads-up display, and the 3D. And we want Godot to, of course, take care of the 3D part, because that would boost the FPS by a lot. But we'll also have to see if we keep some of the Seengate functionalities for the 2D components. For this goal, we're still at very early stages and haven't been able to do anything conclusive, so there's still a lot more to see. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of our goals for the new Seengate viewers rendering process. There might be some changes that come with new challenges during our development later on, but for now we will continue with this structure. Next slide, please. So in the case that everything I've talked about until now turns out to be an impossible task, we still have an alternative goal that we might work on at the end of the year, which is to improve and optimize the current viewers rendering and communication with the server using Godot and other means we have at our disposal. And so this concludes our presentation on the last 2 years.
Well, thank you very much, all. I think you all did a great job. I had a question to the first group. What did you find the most difficult in the work that you have been doing?
I think the lack of documentation at the beginning was pretty hard, and maybe know where to start. We were kind of lost at the beginning, yes.
Okay. And you, Oscar, Pierre, and others?
I think for us as well, we had to spend a lot of time looking into the Seengate code at the start, but we've had some help due to the previous interns' documentation, and also diving into the Godot engine.
And do you intend to make the documentation on the viewer complete when you finish? Oscar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you make the design documentation, so the documentation that is needed to maintain the source code and to explain it? You're also making that in parallel with doing the work on the viewer, isn't it?
Yes, we've already made some documentation to help us with our work, and when we make something that works, we intend to create a documentation for it as well.
Okay. Are there any questions from the audience?
Yeah, and Lisa kind of answered one of them, but I wanted to just put it out here. Nick asked earlier, can you use this in a mobile format?
Well, Oscar?
Oscar, do you have a goal of making this so that people can use it mobily?
For now, no. We haven't really thought about it. It's mostly just on PC.
Well, to answer this question a little bit more, the problem with mobile, of course, is the processing power of mobile phones. So if you can do the rendering somewhere else and then stream it to a mobile phone, that works fine. But if you really have to run the application on a mobile phone, mostly the CPU power is not enough to do that. And what we're doing now is not especially focused on mobile phones, but to run it on a normal PC, laptop, or whatever. But there is one application, but this is a costly one, is that you run these viewers in the cloud. And then you can, of course, also stream it to mobile phones, tablets, and other things.
Right, but that in itself has a fairly high cost to it.
Yeah.
Around $60 a month per CCU or concurrent user, and so that if you look at companies like Bright Canopy, they recently shut down because they were not making enough money to fund that service, and they were providing browser access to a host of Second Life users, which is a much larger market than OpenSim.
Yeah.
Along the money line, Alan Scott asked, who's paying for this project?
This part of the project is paid by Thales. And the payment is in the form of, well, the interns, they get an allowance because they do work for us. And my hours that I put into the project, as well as having a laboratory available and some support or services from other parts of the company.
And the coordination of this project with SceneGate in itself and some of our other work is covered on my side of the house.
Okay, Gavin Hurd asks, what is your strategy to decouple the rendering code from the rest of the viewer code when not even Linden Labs, who wrote the renderer, is able to do so?
Well, that's one of the main objectives of this part of the development. Eventually, and we decided to first take a different rendering engine in the same code. And then a next research step would be to look if you can take that code and isolate it in such a way with an API or something else, or even a separate application to run it for 3D headsets, because 3D headsets request a constant frame rate. Otherwise, you get a sort of motion sickness in 3D headset. So you must allow that. And current viewers are not made to do that. The current viewers, there is a loop over the rendering part, but also goes over the internet to the server itself. So it means that the frame rate will. We did some testing in the part. We put very high performance computers to do that, but we never got it right, because we also experiment with Oculus Rift and so on to see what we could achieve with that. But the frame rate we never could get on a stable, and it has to do with this. So one of the things is, can we isolate it somehow? Can we isolate it somehow in such a way that we can guarantee that the rendering part will run at a 60 hertz frequency. And that's one of the goals that we have for the future as a next step in the evolution. But first we wanted to upgrade the viewer with modern renderer part that at the same time learns us how in the SceneGate viewer everything is connected. So then the next step would be the research to see if you could decouple it somehow and run it and be sure that it runs at 60 Hertz.
Okay. Franz Chamin asks, did you create your own documentation for the OpenSimulator code that could be provided to update the OpenSim wiki?
Well, we provided documentation on the SceneGate code.
Ah.
Because that's what we're doing now.
Okay, so everyone, you can find it on the SceneGate doc.
Yeah.
Follow-up question by Gavin Hurd. With the very tight integration between current content and the renderer, what's your strategy to transform the content to work with a new renderer?
I think Gautier is one of the interns that is looking at that subject. So Gautier, could you tell something about that? If you're not on mute. Hello, Gautier?
Is he up here?
Yeah, he's up here.
Yes, will you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Yes, we do it part by part, slowly. We try to do first some smaller objects, but we hope we're gonna be able to do it for every kind of visual element at the end.
So how are you doing that then? You look at the object, how it is being rendered in the current viewer, and then put that against the requirements for the Godot engine.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Art Blue is asking, he says, I know a bit on game engines like Unity. We moved 2 years ago an OAR to Unity and Google Cardboard and Oculus. I assume Godot has also a mesh-based database. Will there be a bridge from OpenSim to Godot, or am I fully wrong in my understanding? I see you speak of the rendering machine in Godot. So do you take the data from the OAR OpenSim and bring it to via Godot to the user viewer, or I'm not sure if my question. Okay.
It will go exactly like it runs with the current viewer. Your objects will be supplied through internet in a certain form, which can be translated by the viewer into objects you see on the screen. Now, if you recall the one of the slides that has been before, now you will get the same objects, only the objects are internally converted to the format that Godot knows, that can handle it. So it stays internally. For the outside world, there's nothing that needs to be changed in the way the definition of the objects are in the OpenSimulator itself. This conversion is internally in the viewer itself.
Ah, okay. Let's see here. Is there a way to map between the different platforms a standard of some sort and reference libraries?
Well, that is difficult because every viewer has his own rendering engine. But there are, of course, standards about defining graphical components. But to what extent that is followed by OpenSimulator, I don't know, to be honest, because we focus on what there is and to convert it, not to change it on the OpenSimulator side.
Okay. And Gavin Hurd asks, is your target group for this development users with 3D headsets?
No, it's one of the target groups.
And what are the others?
See, people with normal 2D PCs and laptops.
Okay.
Because I think, and we had this in a lot of earlier discussions, is that I don't think that people will. I think that in a lot of cases, having a laptop or a screen is more effective for people than wearing a 3D headset. First of all, it's costly. People do not, and a laptop or a PC you always have at home. A headset is the only thing you need for audio. And so not only the cost, but also I cannot imagine, at least I would not like to wear a 3D headset the whole day long. So it's also the duration that you can use this headset, 3D headset, is limited. You cannot ask people to wear a headset for 3 hours or so.
Yeah.
So it is a way of getting better immersed into a virtual world, but the time you can do that is limited. And so I think it's not only 3D, it's also the normal PC, laptop, and 2D screens that are important. So it's not targeted at only that group, it's targeted at all groups.
Nick is asking, will there be a web viewer?
That might be, but that's not our first. That's not on the roadmap now, because we first want to transform the viewer and provide it with the flexibility that we need. There is a way to do it with a web viewer, and that's what we said before, using rendering in the cloud. But that's a costly solution. But you can do that now. You don't need to wait for some changes. You can do that already, but you need certain work in running it in servers, the rendering itself, and that's quite expensive. So, but not for now. And there's also still the limitation in graphical capabilities that you have when you simply want to run a web viewer.
Okay. And then I just wanted to ask, and any intern that wants to comment on this, but I'm curious, as you're working on this project, how is it inspiring you to think of the next project you want to work on? Anyone? Oscar?
I don't know if they are muted.
Yeah, sure. I can give an answer. I mean, yeah, I've more or less always wanted to work on projects like these, making a 3D application, games, or just a simulator like these. So for the future, yeah, I could continue doing things like this.
Nice. Go ahead, Frank. I'm sorry. Okay, Gavin Hurd has a question. Why is it that you think the M1 processor used in Apple's laptops and desktops running the current viewers perfectly fine are not able to run a viewer in a phone when the exact same processor is used? Ooh,
well, it's not only the processor, of course, it's the graphical, the GPU that's in the processor that has to support it.
Yeah. And
the GPU is maybe not enough. I don't know. We didn't really have any experimentation on mobile phones, because we are so far from having something that we can run on a laptop or PC, and then we can maybe see if we can transfer to the phone, but to a mobile phone. But until now, all the articles I read is the limitation in graphical capabilities for that.
Nope. All right. Let me see if I have a last question here. Are you guys going to be at a booth after this? If people ask questions?
Yeah, we'll be at the booth at the break.
And where's your booth?
We are booth number 4 in Expo Zone 3.
All right. Booth number 4, Expo Zone 3. So if anybody else has further questions for them, please stop by there. And I want to thank, all of the interns here. What great project you're working on. Very exciting stuff to move us all into the future when you figure this stuff out. So we really look forward to your success.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all the interns that take the time to be here today to explain it to the audience.
All right. Well, as a reminder to the audience, check out the website conference.opensimulator.org and see what's coming up on the conference schedule. Following this session, we do have a little break, and their next session will begin at 9:30 a.m. and is entitled Digital Citizenship for Cyborgs and Avatars. Yes, please. Anyhow, I added the yes, please, because I can't wait to hear it. Anyhow, all right. Thank you so much for listening, and we'll see you at 9:30 a.m.
Thanks, everyone, and thank you very much to the interns.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. session of the 2021 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the session Digital Citizenship for Cyborgs and Avatars. Our speakers are Sheila Weber, aka Sheila Yoshikawa, and Valerie Hill, aka the Librarian Greg. Sheila is a faculty member in the Information School, University of Sheffield, United Kingdom, and an honorary fellow of the United Kingdom's Chartered Institute of Library and Information Professionals. Her core teaching and research areas are information literacy and information behavior. She has maintained the information literacy weblog since 2005. Valerie Hill, Director of the Community Virtual Library, is a library and information science educator with a research focus on the intersection of information literacy and global digital participatory culture. She has taught at all age levels, served as a school librarian, and is a National Writing Project trainer.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to Digital Citizenship for Cyborgs and Avatars. Sheila and I are both information science researchers, and we're researching how virtual environments enhance literacy and how changes in digital culture are impacting literacy. All of us here today are represented as avatars. And yet, we're all seating in the physical world. We're seated at computers and we're surrounded with our digital devices. Many of you have several computers up at the same time, juggling multimedia tools. I recently read that most teenagers sleep with their phone beside them, their digital device, which makes me feel that our digital devices have become appendages to our bodies. So, hello out there, all you cyborgs. Amber Case argues that we have all become cyborgs with our lives entangled 24/7 with technology. In her work on cyborg anthropology, Amber Case calls herself a cyborg anthropologist. And you can find her work at cyborganthropology.com. Her TED Talk that I heard 10 years ago, or now 11 years ago, back in 2010, it sparked a lot of discussion on cyborgs and how we're all cyborgs. Certainly, we juggle numerous forms of literacy every day, all day long, through apps and tablets and laptops and through our smartphones. Particularly our smartphones are in our pocket. I like to say our library is in our pocket. And we do this throughout the day, every day. I was in a drugstore recently, and the clerk at the counter said, "I'm sorry, but you can't shop here today because our computer is down." I was amazed at that statement because it illustrates our dependency on the grid. Yes, we cannot function without our technology. Without it, we couldn't access much of the information that we take in and the information that we produce. Most of our content now is born digital, whether or not one has an avatar. We all need digital citizenship. Now, this argument about all of us being cyborgs, it's the argument that we place before you today just to get you thinking, because there's a need to think critically about the future of communication and certainly about the future of literacy for human beings who want to remain human. All of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the term digital citizenship. You hear about it a lot, and you're familiar with all of the issues that we face today, such as cybersecurity and privacy. When I was an elementary school librarian, I earned a digital citizenship certification for my school, and it's through an organization called commonsensemedia.org. You may have heard of it. Great organization that can help young people and teachers and parents learn about what it means to be a good digital citizen. But it's not only young people and children that need to learn this. Everyone needs to become aware of the problems that we're facing in our culture and in our future. So I'll put that site here in the text chat, commonsensemedia.org, if you know someone who may want to work with children, parents, educators. Whether we are walking around in the beauty of our physical world enjoying sunshine, or we're teleporting through the metaverse as an avatar, or we're juggling a plethora of applications on our many devices as a cyborg, we all need digital citizenship. So Sheila and I are here to tell you a bit more about why it's essential, why there's an essential need for digital citizenship. So Sheila, I'll turn the mic over to you.
Thank you, Val. So I'm going to be talking about why information literacy or media information literacy is essential as a foundation to thinking about the essential nature of digital citizenship. Library and information professionals and educators have known for some time that information literacy is, as a UNESCO declaration put it in 2003, part of the basic human right of lifelong learning. In recent years, the use of misinformation and disinformation as political tools aiming to undermine and disrupt democracy, and the disinformation circulating about the COVID virus have brought the need for media and information literacy to the attention of those with more power to influence and change that I have, or Val have, unfortunately, although we're doing our best. And I wanted to draw attention to this quotation from a very interesting panel that was broadcast this week from the Internet Governance Forum, this international forum, with various stakeholders from different parts of the world and representing different sectors. And this is the quotation from Viera Jourova, Vice President and Commissioner at the European Commission, who noted that we see in the pandemic more than before how media literacy is important, that this is a matter of health, of life or death, to either have trustworthy information or to be overloaded with disinformation. And so that's this important message about media and information literacy being vital for everyone, is reaching a new constituency of more powerful people who perhaps can make sure that this is brought into education and so forth more thoroughly. And in November this year, the UNESCO General Council endorsed the Windhoek Plus 30 Declaration on Information as a Public Good, which states that press freedom, independence and pluralism remain major goals to guarantee information as a public good that serves as a shared resource for the whole of humanity. To these goals, we now add those of media viability, transparency of digital platforms, which is certainly an aspiration rather than a reality at the moment, and citizens empowered with media and information literacy. Citizens empowered with media and information literacy. And it's important, I think, that these international bodies are proclaiming this importance. So increasingly, there's an awareness that people need to engage ethically and critically with information in all aspects of their lives, physical and digital, lifelong. And so I'm going to hand back to Val to explore a concept that encompasses these ideas, meta-literacy.
Thank you, Sheila. There's a new term that's come into use that fits how literacy has changed. As we all upload our user-generated content and we download online content all the time, and this term is meta-literacy. We're meta-literate when we learn to evaluate content, use information ethically, and we strive to be digital citizens through an authentic online persona. Social media requires meta-literacy, or we will become self-absorbed infovores. You can see on this slide that the meta-literate person or learner has many roles. Each of us can be a participant, a communicator, a translator, an author, teacher, collaborator, producer, publisher, or researcher. Each of us has a voice, everyone has a voice, and numerous platforms in which to share and speak. Yet each of us has the personal responsibility to think critically before we make intake or share information. The future depends upon our personal responsibility, each of us, in digital culture. It's where we live. Definitions of the vocabulary that we use is evolving. The metaverse, for example, alongside the metaverse, which has tons of definitions. And deciding about the meaning of these words, that is literacy. VR, XR, AR, mixed realities, all of these have evolving definitions that impact literacy and education. Sheila will share more about the future.
Thanks again, Val. And so I think it's exciting to consider how we can move this agenda forward in virtual worlds. So what can we as educators in virtual worlds do to progress things? So firstly, we can reflect on and develop our own meta-literacy as individual citizens and as teachers, collaborators, producers or researchers. So I think learning how to be information literate, meta-literate is a lifelong task. It's a never-ending task, and I think it's valuable and enjoyable that this is a never-ending task. And educators need to develop lifelong to be able to enable others meta-literacy, because obviously if we're not open to new developments and learning ourselves, we're not going to be able to educate others. Secondly, developing the meta-literacy of learners that we engage with. And this is not just explicitly teaching about meta-literacy, which is something that I might do as someone in the information science field, but thinking how these attitudes and these understandings can be incorporated into other things that we teach. And I'm just suggesting here that in doing that, as well as thinking about the roles that Val has outlined, there are 3 themes identified in the recently published UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Curriculum, which is a really fat volume that's free to download, that was published very recently, and which kind of outlines a curriculum for media and information literacy. And they identify that the 3 themes are knowledge and understanding of information, media and digital communications for sustainable development, peace, and democratic discourses and social participation. I feel that these messages certainly appeal, as far as I can see, to the people I interact with in virtual worlds, who I think would espouse these values and these goals. Evaluation of content and the institutions that produce that content, and production and use of content, and how one can be meta-literate in producing and using content. And finally, I think we shouldn't be shy of identifying our own experience and understanding of how these ideas apply and how they can be taught in a digital environment. Many of you here have years and years of experience and insight into what it means to be meta-literate in virtual reality, in virtual worlds. And I think these insights can be expressed boldly to help those who are still coming to terms with the idea that a virtual world is part of real life. Because I don't know about you, but I still hear people distinguishing between real life and digital life, whereas I think we here realise that it's all part of life. And now I'll hand back to you again, Val, to finish. And also I'll paste the references we've been making into the text chat in a moment.
Yes, and you can see the references that we've been talking about here on the slides right now. And we're talking a lot about all the different realities that are all evolving, whether they're physical, they're virtual, or they're somewhere in between with augmented. And as they all evolve, these different definitions of them, we believe that sitting here in a virtual world is virtual reality. It's simply without a headset. There's so much more we could say about information literacy. And you can find us on this contact information here. Meta-literacy and digital citizenship for cyborgs and avatars is just one way of looking at the fact that we are who we are in any of these spaces, physical, virtual, or augmented. You can contact us in Second Life as a main home base. We both work there quite often, but you can also find us in other virtual worlds. I'm the director, as I was introduced, of the Community Virtual Library in Second Life, but we also have a branch in Kitely, and we're exploring a lot of VR headset worlds. Sheila leads the weekly Virtual Worlds Education Roundtable, which meets on Thursdays at noon Second Life or Pacific time. Both of us are involved in the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium, which helps to connect and collaborate with educators, learners, anyone interested in virtual worlds around the globe. VWEC is hosted on the Community Virtual Library website at communityvirtuallibrary.org. Sheila and I are passionate about the need for digital citizenship, and we firmly believe that cyborgs and avatars must remain human. So thank you all. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference, and I believe we have time for a few questions. Feel free to type a question in the local chat if you'd like to. I see Beth's pasting in the calendar of events for both the Virtual Worlds Education Roundtable, the Community Virtual Library, and the Virtual Worlds Education Consortium meets quarterly in Second Life, with the next meeting coming up on January 5th. The cyborg thing, there's a huge argument out there about what a cyborg is. Most people think robots, and but I think what Amber Case is saying here to get us thinking is that if we must have our digital device right beside us at all times, that is like an appendage. That is a dependency, which could be could align with the definition of what a cyborg is, which is a human being that is totally dependent on something for survival, that is digital, or that is not organic. And so she goes, most of Amber Case goes by Case Organic online as her name on Twitter and everywhere. Case Organic, to remain organic rather than digital.
I see there's a question about meetings moving from or being augmented, so one does not have to have a Second Life account. So at the moment, for the Virtual Worlds Education Roundtable, we are keeping it just in Second Life, but certainly recently we've had one or two attendees who've been talking about ways of bridging through to other channels, like, for example, Discord. I suppose one thing is that actually meeting in the same, I think of it as a physical space, has a certain bond. And so I think myself, I might see keeping a focus in different venues, but certainly Second Life isn't the only one, as here we are here, enjoying a different venue. And so I think learning how to make the best out of the different venues and the different digital spaces. So just looking at the other text.
I think also the argument about using the term cyborgs just gets us talking about all of these things, because people have a lot of vague ideas about science fiction and reality, and a lot of those things merge, and so that's part of meta literacy, is to try to think critically about what these things mean and what the definitions mean. So I think that's why we chose the term.
Yes, and that also people seem to, the fact that people are making this kind of black and white distinction, it's a cyborg or it's a real kind of soft, woolly human being, or indeed a kitty or a hippo, that thinking about one's lives now being blended between the digital and the physical, and that is how life is now. I think that's an important thing that a lot of people still find difficult to take on board.
Yes, and that's why we need the term meta literacy, because literacy has drastically changed because of online culture, and there's no going back. So we've got to raise these conversations.
So I think that might be We're getting prompts that might be our time is up. Should we be handing back now?
Yes, I'm waiting for someone to tell us that we don't run out of time, but thank you all for being here. And, and I hope our paths will cross across the metaverse.
Yes, indeed. I echo Val's greetings and hopes for the future.
I see in the text chat that our moderator crashed. This is such a great example of literacy in digital culture, juggling different things. There's no mastery. You don't go up the hierarchy and finally master it. You just keep juggling.
That's okay. I can jump in. But thank you, Val and Sheila for this. And I think many of us are, think about this like this interconnections between virtual and our physical, and I certainly agree with you, Sheila, that it's all real. So with that, we should wrap it up. And in lieu of the moderator, thank you both, and we'll kind of go on to the next presentation, which will be starting in about 9 minutes. So stick around for that. And again, you can always go to the schedule. Commons hat, and you would be able to find out there the speakers coming up next, as well as that. And again, during breaks, we encourage you to explore the OSCC Expo regions, especially things like there are newer things to explore. And I know later on that Art Blue will be talking about Meta, but make sure to check out also the planetarium and meta regions and the Surreal Art Gallery too during the larger breaks. So with that, thank you again, Sheila and Val, and I will wrap things up.
everyone, and welcome to the 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Immersive Engagement for English Language Teaching in OpenSim. Our speaker is Helena Galani. Helena is an online TESOL EAP educator who blends her lessons in immersive virtual worlds for online, flipped, and hybrid classes. She owns ELT Treasure Island in Kitely and OpenSim, and has trained EFL teacher for Indire Edmondo. Helena is an EVA moderator and trains language teachers to use virtual worlds with transmedia storytelling, games, and interactive scenarios. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. And I would like to just ask people, if you want to ask a question in chat, please put the word question before your actual question so that it's visible. Thank you very much. So welcome again, and let's begin the session. Over to you, Helene.
Thank you, Olive Tree. Hello, everybody. Thanks for the introduction. So this is my turn today to highlight the importance of using virtual worlds, and especially OpenSimulator, to immerse and to engage our students in language learning. As Olive Tree said, I'm Helena Galani, and for the next 30 minutes, I will be focusing on how to best involve your learners and motivate them. As a accredited educator, I've had plenty of experience in world, online, but also face-to-face, especially in Greece and the United Kingdom, England. With my passion for creating online courses, I presented for different conferences, including New York State School TESOL and Virtual Worlds Best Practices in Education, JALT Call, Virtual Roundtable and SL Languages, Immersive RN in 2021, and I've been having the pleasure to work with a magnificent group of colleagues, educators, especially in virtual worlds, as moderator on Village, Electronic Village Online. Last year it was immersive storytelling. Next year it will be immersive building in virtual worlds. And it's a fantastic experience so far, because it's very useful not only to learners but also to teachers. So a brief description about what I'm going to do today. From transmedia storytelling to games, interactive scenarios, skills lesson, OpenSimulator can be relied on as an ally for teachers and learners alike, especially so because our learners are technologically literate, sometimes more technologically literate than their teachers. So OpenSimulator, with its continuously evolving affordances and its easy access, supports language acquisition and promotes learner experiences. Let's see what's on the agenda for today. I'm going to focus on why OpenSimulator is the ideal solution for teachers, language teachers, what can be achieved in the form of learner education outcomes, and how the particular virtual world can motivate language learners and teachers alike. This is from my experience with my students online on Kitely, but also with different organizations training teachers. Why OpenSimulator is the ideal location for language education? Well, there are many mainstream language institutions and private language schools here already. It provides security of access to young learners. It's free, open. You can easily find material which is exportable. So there is no way you will ever lose your creations. As long as you have full permissions, you can easily export and upload on a different island. You can get your students to recreate real or fictitious environments that can stimulate language learning. It's easy to set up. You can have an instant login with your email account and registration. It's value for money. It only costs $14.95 for a region of 1 gigabyte RAM. And for your students, it's completely free of charge. I base it on the 6 learnings framework by Lim on exploring, getting my students to collaborate, to be, to exist, to build, to champion, to express themselves. And let's face the music. This is what our learners are occupied with in the modern world. Most of the day, they are on Instagram, on Edmodo. They use online technologies. They've got different apps on their mobile phones, and they already use a lot of virtual worlds like Avakin Life. And when it comes to my students, I make it a point to keep them busy by visiting the island we have, which is called ELT Treasure Island on Kitely, as I told you before. So apart from live lessons, they can always go and have asynchronous practice by playing games. They've got new habits then, young and old. So new habits bring and require new habitats in teaching English or any other language in that matter. So here you can see some examples of what activity my students have been involved in. And I will explain further. I'm going to tell you more details. Here are some approaches, very few approaches only, to language education in virtual worlds. It's, as you all know, it's immersive, it's a social experience, it's creative, it's game-based, it can be task-based. You can base it on dogme as defined by Thornbury. It can be project-based, autonomous. You can base it on interactive hypothesis to promote comprehensible input for second language acquisition between individuals and the spaces that they co-construct around them. You can base it on situated learning through authentic situations, reflecting on previously held knowledge, immersing in the environment and in cooperative activities rather than acquiring information organized by the instructor. So it's student-led, it's learner-led. It provides for experiential learning. It's immersive, it promotes transmedial storytelling, as I will explain today. And although many of these theories were created long before the creation of the first virtual world, the learning that takes place in virtual environments is still in many ways the same. I could not agree more with Sadler on this. So I find this the ideal framework to promote 21st century competencies and learner outcomes. I believe that this can be achieved in virtual worlds very easily. We can instill core values to our learners, especially the younger ones, because OpenSim Kitely, with the right settings, can be a very safe, secure place for young learners. It promotes social emotional competencies, and there is need for competencies for a globalized world, and there's no better place than OpenSimulator for this. So what learner experience can you create? What learner activity can be promoted? Here are some examples of learner activity I've had in World on Kite League with my young ones. I usually use Second Life for my older students, but Kite League, it covers all age groups really. You can excite interest, you can control the action, you can invite involvement, provoke tension, you promote critical thinking, and you challenge superficial thinking in a virtual world like Kitely. You give them choices. You help them develop the narrative in all respects. You get them to feel compassion, and you create possibilities for the group to interact in role. Here's some further activity. Language games. You can create language games to serve the aims of your lessons every time, whether it is free production or it is skills lessons in traditional sense, or if you want to simply practice vocabulary, structures, or if you want to teach them the language, the vocabulary used in virtual worlds. Some further examples. Art in world. Get your students to create their own poetry, their own designs, their own paintings, anything connected with art, and you can exhibit it as we do on ELT Treasure Island. We exhibit it in special areas, or for the aspect of transmediality, we link our work in world with online art centers such as Art Steps, which is free and very easy to use. Transmediality is based on the 7 principles defined by Jenkins. It represents transmedial storytelling, represents a process where integral elements of a fiction get dispersed systematically across multiple delivery channels. This is a definition by Jenkins. And Haig also says that transmedia is a narrative that extends beyond multiple media forms. So you can spread your learner work. It has some continuity, some multiplicity. There's immersion and extractability. They build the world. They give you details. They explain. They narrate. They focus on the right style, and they express their own personal viewpoint. So here comes subjectivity. So the learner is the evangelist of the story and its hidden messages. Based on transmedia storytelling, this is the work that my students produced on ELT Treasure Island. And this is only an example around Oscar Wilde's short stories, but also Alice in Wonderland and many socio-dramatic activities have been taking place with imaginary or real situations, with students creating and recreating storylines, worlds, characters, different locations, and different times. It's interesting how you can excite their imagination. Also, they've been inspired to create their own machinima, which they call machini logs, and they can be produced to promote competency-based learning around useful topics, simulating real-life situations. So this is how you can have narrative extension. You immerse them in stories that affect the transmedia story world. You employ game mechanics. These games are extended to reveal new dimensions about characters, the wider story world. You can create a consistent immersive world together with your students. And it's interesting to read this article by Hergenrader, which I'm including in the bibliography at the end of this presentation. Some further activity, making HUDs, podcasts, storybooks, mind maps around a film, or there's a lot you can do. This is only just some sample work, and Heike Philp is going to explain a lot more after my presentation about what activity can take place on a virtual island in Kitely. They can be involved in fan fiction and role play, like here, CLIL, bringing the course book to life. They role play, they act out their favorite story dialogue, and they're keen on trying out their pronunciation skills for a machinima production. It's amazing what they ask for, especially when you know how students are difficult to motivate, at least a lot of them. But through this type of creativity, you inspire them to participate and to be more active. They can act out imaginary situations, they make up their spoken lines, they interact with each other. And here's a list of some projects in virtual worlds that I've carried out with my students. And next, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my experience on Electronic Village Online as moderator in week 2 around transmedia storytelling in English language teaching. We focused on technical skills, on the methodology, and that all took place on Edunation in Kitely. Some teacher activity also, which I constructed for Electronic Village Online. It can be organized on a grid like this in order for teachers to carry out their projects in class. Some recent presentations you can find online are Deep Media for Deeper Learning, which I presented in 2021 for New York State School teachers, Animate Alice in Virtual Wonderlands, and Transmedia Storytelling for English language teaching for virtual world best practices in education. For TESOL Greece, a very interesting aspect of using virtual worlds and immersion for the sake of art in language classes. But also you can find some more projects, European Union projects in virtual worlds. Heike will tell you more. She is the initiator of a lot of this activity. Thank you very much for attending. I know I've rushed through. It was great pleasure sharing all my experiences and impressions. I'm an enthusiast of using virtual worlds, actually. And I recommend that you also give it a try. May I thank the conference organizing committee, the volunteers, the sponsors for making this event happen. Joyce, Cynthia, Michael, Dave, Jaren, Franz, thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
And it's been great pleasure being here with you today. Please
Thank you very
go
much.
on and don't give up. This is a wonderful initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helena. There are a couple of questions, and both are about the slides. Are they available?
I have not made any plans to make them available. Have you got any suggestions?
Would you be able to share them?
How?
There's
How
a service
do you
called
suggest?
SlideShare, maybe SlideShare,
Yeah.
which that's a good place to share your slides online.
Oh, sure. Okay.
And we can follow up about that too. Like I think we, the idea of getting everybody's slides to kind of send out
I love that.
Mhm.
Of course I can. Okay, I'm going to upload them on
Excellent.
SlideShare and let you know. I'll pass the link on to you. Thanks very
Okay.
much.
Thank you very much, Helena. There were also some wonderful comments. It's very exciting to see how OpenSim is being used by education or by educators. So it's been a very informative and interesting presentation. And as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the website conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin in a few minutes at 10:30 a.m. in this keynote region and is entitled Excalibur, and the story continues. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations, and also explore the Hypergrid 2 resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. So thank you again to our speaker and audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. session of the 2021 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Excalibur and the Story Continues. Our speaker is Heike Philp. Heike is CEO of Let's Talk Online, an immersive education specialist for language teaching and learning. She's co-initiator for the Virtual Classroom and EU-funded Lancelot and Avalon Virtual World, as well as Camelot Project, which is Machinima for language teachers, and Guinevere, which is games in virtual worlds. She's founder of the Virtual Roundtable Conference and co-owns EduNation in Second Life and in OpenSim. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. And again, please put the word question before your actual question in the chat if you need to ask a question in the local chat. So welcome again, everyone, and let's begin the session. Over to you, Heike.
Hello, and good evening to some, good afternoon, good morning. Thank you very much for being here. And I'm happy to have been following in the footsteps of Helena, although this is really difficult. Hasn't she done a wonderful presentation? And to be honest, I am truly at marvel at what she's been doing in OpenSim. Thank you so much, Helena, for your hard work with your students. And you are giving us often the solid pedagogical principles of teaching in world. Thank you so much. And I'm here to talk about Excalibur. So Excalibur is now, it's finally been funded. Yes. It's the fifth one after Lancelot, Avalon, Guinevere, Camelot, now Excalibur. And it is wonderful to hear that the European Commission in the Erasmus Plus program has got some funds left over for that one. And Excalibur, I've talked about it last year already when we did some special sort of proposal. And then at that time, we got turned down because the project coordinator was British. You know, it was a university in UK, and because of Brexit, they didn't grant us the funds. So we resubmitted with a new project coordinator then in spring this year, and that's the Finnish university project coordinator. So let me talk about what Excalibur stands for. And I know it's a little bit long. It's even as long as that almost the Speak Easy Hut can't handle it. Expanding content and language integrated learning through building a sustainable future in real time and immersive environments. And there's something great about this acronym. And the acronym, just to mention the University of Finland, who's project coordinator. And there's something great about this acronym because it contains another acronym which in the language learning world has a lot of meaning and a lot of famous connotation to it, which is CLIL. Does anybody of you know what CLIL stands for? Have you heard about this language learning policy, which in Europe, thank you, Buffy, which in Europe has been a kind of the major language learning policy. I mean, in Europe, there's no language ministry as such, but all of the countries just follow recommendations by ECML, which is kind of apart from Council of Europe, an extended arm of Council of Europe, but they're following recommendations, and the recommendations are based on research, and research has found that if students, pupils in schools learn STEM subjects in the schools in their respective language, and this is what the acronym stands for. Content language is an approach for learning content through an additional language thus teaching both the subject and the language. So the subject is usually STEM subjects like science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths, and they are taught in English rather than in the language of the respective country. And it's not taught in English, not in Italian, in German. It's taught in English in the schools in Europe. And this policy has been widely implemented, and it's rather difficult for some of these science teachers. On the other hand, the students are very excited about it. So it's very popular amongst the pupils for some, and so they've been working hard in implementing CLIL in Europe. So in Excalibur, which will be focusing on immersive building, the project coordinators and some of the universities, and I'll be talking about the project partners now, university in Nordisk Artiske in Norway, and they are at the very, very most northern tip of Norway. So they're near the Arctic Circle. So they're very interested in teaching at a distance. And in their case, it is the German CLIL form, CLIL-Lote it's called. And the University of Norway is providing some expertise when it comes to STEAM subjects in the schools being taught in German, interestingly. Then Germany is present, Landesmedienzentrum. Teacher Gaming. Teacher Gaming is an amazing partner because they developed Minecraft Edo before it was acquired by Mojang. And it's not the Microsoft Minecraft Edo. They are not those ones, but they've built up a community of some 70,000 teachers who are playing Minecraft. So, and it focuses a lot on Minecraft. So the schools involved, Minecraft is the core sort of, technology, and OpenSim will also be deployed. I mean, initially in the project, there was a clear direction of doing OpenSim as well, but budget funds cuts, which is normal when you apply for funds, they're not drastic, but we might still work on even like not doing things in OpenSim. I don't know yet. The project will start in March, and the project partners will meet in January, February to discuss the technologies involved. It will be Minecraft and Minetest, which is the open source version of Minecraft, and hopefully also OpenSim. It would be to my liking. Why OpenSim? Oh, I'll just quickly mention our Expo 4 region building. So why OpenSim? Well, if you remember 2 years ago, we did a comparison of a lot of 3D environments and came to our favorite one, OpenSim. And then last year, we set out with basically a bare piece of land. Oops, I have to catch up with my speakeasy art. Yeah. Oh, sorry about this one. So, okay. And now they're coming up the workshop, yes. And 2 years ago, we in EVO is our sort of annual workshop, language teachers by the hundreds and thousands get together. Thanks, Leah. And for 5 weeks, we immerse ourselves in various activities. This year in January, we focused on storytelling, and I have some beautiful products that I brought with me. I'll come to that in a minute. But 2 years ago, we decided it was OpenSim. And now what we did is this bare piece of land. It looks much, much more beautiful. That was last year. And this is what Edunation in Kitely is this year. A gorgeous FORSIM region, almost full of various spots for what we loved, the storytelling part of it. And it's so beautiful. It's got lakes. It's got parks. It's got several castles, it's got sandboxes, and here, this EVO session, to which I would like to very much invite you. The EVO session will take place here, and this is where we will also learn building in OpenSim, but not only in virtual worlds. And some of our builders are also teaching us how to create a hut in Second Life, for example. Thanks, Shaken. And some of our activities coming up will also be about building in virtual reality. So, Edunation in Second Life is still active, and Edunation in OpenSim is beautiful. And we're so proud of what the teachers have put together for our EVO session. I was amazed, absolutely amazed at the beauty, amazed at the products. So, and the storybooks, which I'd like to present from this year's EVO session, are the fantastic work we did. Now, coming up, as I said, is about building, but this time we did focused on storytelling. And here I'm going to present some of the examples. So if you could perhaps take those links in the Speakeasy Hut and check it out for afterwards. I pasted a couple of them. They are done in Book Creator. Book Creator is an online platform which allows us to put screenshots together in form of comic books or in form of reading books. They've got several templates for that. And we used the Book Creator to develop the story, and then we took the screenshots from Second Life. Here are the examples. We're so proud of them, and especially the one from Singapore 1825 by Chris Morning-Singh. So well done. And some of you may know Chris Morning-Singh. Yeah, he joined our EVO session and he took us to his Singapore 1825 island, which is absolutely adorable. And he built that together with Kaylee West, if some of you know him from Second Life. Dr. Scott Grant, Monash University. Does anybody know him? No? Oh, she's here volunteering. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Well, it's so great to be among friends. So I'll come to the almost the end of my session. And I hope to get another 5 minutes to actually ask you, the audience, a couple of questions. Here's the amazing journey that I started 2003 and the year-funded project, and here's Excalibur number 5. So made more than 2 million euro. No, funding 2 million euro. Oh, Kaylee, we love her, absolutely love her. And Chris Morning-Singh was a student of Kaylee's. This is where the connection goes. So, the one thing which was the purpose of my talk today was to invite you to the EVO 2022 session. Check out one more time the link to sign up. It's an unofficial link because sign up apparently only starts in January, but I'd like to give you that one again. And this EVO immersive session will focus on building in virtual worlds and virtual reality. So we have some of our language teachers, experts, or building in framevr.io, in Engage, in Altspace VR, and Mozilla Hub, and we want to learn this kind of building too in virtual reality, as well as in virtual worlds, which is then OpenSim and Second Life. And I'm also part of the EVO session Minecraft MOOC, so in order to prepare for Excalibur, yeah. This is where I stop about what's happening in the metaverse for us language educators. And can I ask you a couple of questions, the audience, if I may? You can also be free to ask me a couple of questions. And well, the biggest question I have is have you met people in world who, the unofficial link, did I paste it? Not. Did I not paste it? Oh, it's the tiny URL link that I pasted.
There's
Let me
a
grab
question
that
already,
unofficial
Heike.
one. Yeah. Let me grab that unofficial one again, one more time.
Okay, Heike, there's a
Sure.
question already. I got lost in the chat. What is the unofficial link again?
Yeah, that's the one. I just pasted it.
Oh,
it's
right.
in
Okay.
Canvas. And as I said, don't expect any activities when you sign up there. It's a Canvas link, but from January onwards, we will be able to officially announce that one. So you can sign up a little bit beforehand. And Franz Charming worked on A-Frame VR, a web project in regards spaces like that. That sounds wonderful. Rainan, perhaps we could ask Franz to, if he wants to present how to build, if he knows how to build A-Frame VR. Do you? Oh, is he here? Probably is. And you know of people who stayed in world because they wanted to learn a language, or who came in world because they wanted to learn a language? And do you know of people who stayed in world because they learned to build? Franz, good you're here. Rainan says absolutely. Oh, can I ask the audience? I mean, you can also ask me questions, but I would love to know from you, because do you remember last year and the year before, I keep calling for a big building project what I'd like to do with all of you guys. The Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel with all of those different. Well, it would be. The thing is that I asked you, what do you think will bring people in the world, or what keeps them in world? And a lot of you said, well, easier entry, more orientation, more this, that, and the other. And we've been doing this for 15 years, and people are not staying. They come in world, yes, but they're not staying. So I would love to perhaps get everyone together for a big building project. The Tower of Babel. And I will keep asking you every year again until we do it. So with this, I'm closing. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Heike. And by the way, I know some people who come for languages, and at least to practice some languages in OpenSim. So thank you very much for this informative and interesting presentation. And as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. We now are moving, also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid 2 resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. The next session will be at 11 a.m. and in this keynote region, and it is entitled Grand Opening of OpenSimulator Art. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 11 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. session of the 2021 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Grand Opening of OpenSimulator Art. Our speaker is Rainer Schneeberger, aka Art Blue. Rainer is an artist and art curator, and his life adventures have taken him deep into the sciences of math, informatics, simulations, and most importantly, the arts. He currently resides in Berlin and London. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions, comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. And again, please put question in the chat
Ich bin der
before
Annonciator
your actual
Zermann.
question, the word question.
I change now my voice to
Welcome again,
American
everyone,
English.
and let's begin the
I am the
session.
Enunciator
Over to you.
Zerman. I am the
Thank you,
unnatural
Olaf,
voice
for
of
the
Art
nice
Blue.
welcome, even if I'm
I
no
run on
longer in London after
180
the
words a
Brexit,
minute.
but it's fine. Thank you all for being here. You expect the verse, I know. You shall not be disappointed. It is art, and on top, I'm all blue. At least I will stay within the time frame. That's why I pre-recorded my speech. Don't take it all too seriously when I dive into the meta. But there is hope. As soon as I have ended and the video of Wizard Oscrom was shown, then we go into serious matters, and that will be the part of Giuliette. Markus, you may now start the sound file. Thank you.
Ich bin der Annonciator Zermann.
I change now my voice to American English. I am the Enunciator Zerman. I am the unnatural voice of Art Blue. I run on
Just to let
180
you know, it
words
is
a
playing
minute.
in World
That's a
2.
bit faster than an
But
average
we're
speaker.
not going through.
It is
so
said
we
that
can,
gives
we
my
actually
voice
stop back
passion,
here if you need to
passion
say
we all
anything.
need for the meta.
Oh, good.
Later, I will welcome you again in the Uplift to
Yeah.
America Art with a speed
Yeah,
of
I gotta take my
185
cues off
words
of
a
that
minute,
thing.
so my level of passion will increase.
Yeah, because I mean,
I
I'm
could break a
basically,
record John F. Kennedy set up
DJing
during
the
a
way that I
speech
do
in
the music things in
1961,
between.
where he spoke
So,
327 words in just 1 minute to blow up your mind. But I will hold myself back for the glory
okay.
of the
We'll be quiet
artists
for
who will
Marcus,
receive
sorry.
today a trophy. I am pre-programmed and lack a bit of manners. Nevertheless, let me first thank La for the stunning introduction of the coded myself, and let me all welcome you. Time to go straight in meta-res, shall we? Hello everyone. 1 year ago, I announced on this stage America Art as an art contest, which is in fact more an art movement into the meta. Meta is one of the oldest words in the human language and stands in Greek for beyond. America Art goes beyond and shows art in an immersive interactive way where avatars both are creators and visitors. Having started in 2014 as Immersivia at Santorini Biennale, the current edition envisions the afterlife in the metaverse and adds a come together in 2022 in the real America, a village in Germany located south of Leipzig. We are not the first to go beyond. 4,000 years ago in Egypt, the pharaohs went beyond. They made the belief in an afterlife for the masses real. We don't know the names of the thousands of workers and only a little about the builders and overseers of the gigantic constructions that have been created by our ancestors to celebrate immortality and to honor the gods. One of them is Wadi, the high priest of Pharaoh Neferurker-Kakai, who inspired me to link this project, the America Art, to the early foundations of spirituality. Wadi's tomb was excavated only 3 years ago. All the inscriptions, all the carvings well conserved and now deciphered. We even know that he tried to trick Anubis.
White-eye, purified priest to the king, overseer of the divine estate, overseer of the sacred boat, revered with the great god, Wahai.
I am the man in the middle. You know me as the high priest of Pharaoh Neferkare-Kakai. I stand between the gods and the pharaoh. I stand also between the pharaoh and the normal people, the mortals, the believers, the followers, the one giving likes. I am an avatar. Some call this life a second life, some call it a code. It is not the binary code, it is the ternary code. Follow me into the stage in between. Follow art.
Year after year, by going deeper into the metaverse, we come closer to a view that Konrad Zuse published in 1969, that the universe is a computer. His paper Rechnender Raum, in English Calculating Space, falls in the same timeline with Simulacron 3, a long-forgotten novel written by Daniel F. Galloway. In this novel, humans created Iden units in the computer to operate a world simulator. They have awareness of themselves. Simulacron by Galloway, Cyberspace by William Gibson, Metaverse by Neil Stephenson, Grammarverse by TSNKO, all put into entertaining stories which are fun to read, will not be the end of the line. Marketing always needs a branding, needs a new alphabet. Does anyone still remember Google Lively, that was supposed to beat Second Life? Will anyone remember Facebook? I will, because I teamed up with Hero Deliverator, the man behind the fastest pizza delivery in the metaverse. Frozen Meta, his newest brand, successfully promoted on Facebook. Juliet, please give Hero the sign that it is time for pizza. Please look at her. She winks with the logo Frozen Meta to make the brand known all over the world, not only in Italy, Germany, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America, where the campaign was running on Facebook. We have the lunch break ahead, and no one shall later say that art has forgotten what humans truly need. Imagine Juliet shouting,
"Pizza for everyone, fresh out of the oven by Hero Deliverator. It is tasty. Tasty."
Future generations will look back at the beginning of the digital age. Some deep research will be given to dive into frozen quantum mechanics to research how Hero Deliverator could develop his brand Frozen Meta and deliver pizzas via the hypergrid. Luckily, we can give researchers, historians, and excavators such an opportunity by using OpenSimulator. America art will become frozen reality, conserved like a pizza in a freezer. Some of you might remember when 2 years ago I put Commander Paul from Darkstar in a fridge, and Herstein moved a copy of him into the game engine Unity, and from there to Google Cardboard and to Oculus. I presented art in a fridge. It was a tiny fridge on the stage. Today things get bigger. We are uplifting to America. To go to America was a huge challenge for our ancestors 400 years ago. Today the challenge stays. Corona and the world on edge needs us, needs artists, a rare species who go along with fundamental changes. In OpenSimulator, users can act as creators in the meta. That's a unique position, a position others dream to have, one we do have. Let us take a peek at what the contributors to America art have created. Let us watch the machinima that the Italian videographer Wizard Oz Chrome has created for this day, the grand opening of the art show, so we get an impression of we are going to America. The video runs in world on the screen in a lower resolution than it is on YouTube. In case you don't manage instantly to watch the machinima here, then just click the link that is provided in chat. After the video has ended, Juliet will announce the contest awards. That will be in 12 minutes from now on. Marcus, you may now start the video.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. We're going to let the video play on the screen in the background. If you can make sure your media is turned down, then you're able to hear me speaking. I would like to welcome everybody again. And now it's time for the awards. And the winners, most of the winners are in the audience in section 3.
Hear me okay?
So
We're going to let the video.
So when you hear your name, please stand. The Long-Legged Mascot Award for Immersive Building goes to Thoth Jansen and Joe Ellesmere for the installation God 9000. And this creative build uses media in an incredibly spectacular way. So you actually feel as if you are inside of the brain of God. So congratulations to Thoth and Joe. Please stand. And the next award is the Sergius Both Award for Creative Scripting, and it goes to Glyph Graves for his installation, The Emanated Garden. Now, this build actually bridges real-life environmental data with virtual reality in OpenSims. It's showing the spectacular movement of flowers and plants in his garden in Australia, and this work can't be conserved. So it is a one-time opportunity to experience it, and it will run until the end of May 2022. Because of this outstanding concept and realization of it, Glyph is also being awarded the bronze statue of the Long-Legged Mascot Award. Please stand, Glyph. Congratulations. Our last award, the Tillo Tallow Award for Real Life Painters, will be given to 2 artists who have brought their unique style of painting into virtual OpenSims. And they are Jaël Ferry from France for her installation Soul's Journey, and Ewan Seriaptrix from Mexico for his installation The Ghost Tree. This is the first Biennale in which we opened a division for real life painters. We encourage them to bring their paintings and adapt them into a themed installation. Congratulations, Jaël and Ewan. Ewan unfortunately lives off the grid down in Mexico in the forest, and he is unable to be with us here today. We invite all of you to join our award winners, Art Blue and myself, as we go to Meta at the lunch break for the Uplift, a sneak peek preview at the America Art Afterlife, a 5-sim installation that will grand open. It has been pushed back to January 10th at 12 p.m. Pacific time in Craft World. However, today at lunch break, there are 26 chairs prepared to lift us over 4,000 meters into the air as we glimpse 16 platforms, one for each of the contributors. And when we reach the top, Venus Adored will perform at the end of the uplift in the Long-Legged Mascot Dome, where we will meet Glinda 9, the mascot of America Art. So when we're ready to go, we'll just click Meta on the teleport board and we'll meet you there. And I'm going to hand it back over to Olive now to close out this session. Thank you, everybody, and congratulations to our winners.
Thank you very much, Julieta and Rainer. That was a really wonderfully artistic presentation. Thank you very much. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check our website, conference.opensimulator.org, to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. We now are moving to a tour, as Julieta said, with Art Blue, and then a break. Our next session will begin at 12:30 p.m. in this keynote region and is a panel entitled Open Source World Interoperability. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations, and also explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience. In
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to, I guess, the second afternoon, the final afternoon of this conference. Hope you've had a good lunch. Those virtual sandwiches were rather tasty, weren't they? Still, we're now here to talk. My name is Mal Burns, and we're going to be looking at the sort of, the future and the past and sort of everything mixed up, really, in the light of the current chaos in, I don't like using the M word. I've gone back to using the word cyberspace, but I think if I said the M word, you'll know what I mean. And yeah, so we called it Back to the Future. Never heard that expression before. I was very pleased with that, I was. Anyway, joining me for this adventure, so to speak, are two people who, certainly if you've ever been in Second Life back in the day and stuff, you will definitely know. First of all, Dr. Fran Babcock, I call her Dr. Fran. Yep, I'm going by her tag. She's a woman of many names, actually. But yeah, she's been involved in many conversations recently, and she's very familiar with masses of virtual platforms. She's active on Clubhouse. She's active with us in Sansar. She's active in Vicadia, and those are just the ones we know. So welcome, Fran.
Thank you very much, Mel, and thank you so much for asking me to be on the panel, and it's a delight to be with you and Dusan and so many people in the audience that I recognize. Back to you, Mel.
Exactly. Maybe OpenSim, but all the cool people are here, as they used to say.
Yep.
Yeah, and also we have Dusan Writer, otherwise known as Doug Thomason, but I'll be calling Dusan is the name I'm most familiar with. Many people probably know him as the producer of an acclaimed show that happened in Second Life years ago now, called Metanomics. Another meta name, I'll have you know. We had meta music and a whole load of things back then, which Bayer Sellers used to host. And, you know, basically it was an interview show with some pretty prestigious people. And I currently, Dusan has appeared again, should I say, in the Twitter streams and whatever, commenting on sort of what's going on now. And actually, I noticed quite a few times making the point that we did it years ago, didn't we? So welcome, Dusan.
Thanks. It's great to be here, Mel. It's like an old homecoming, seeing so many familiar faces. It's fantastic to be here.
It is indeed, actually. I mean, so while I was trying to dig up people to come on these panels and things, you know, it's sort of it's funny how a lot of the old timers, I guess, have sort of reappeared, you know. While doing other things, and anyway, more on that later. Let's I'll just let you both in turn give a brief overview of what you've done, in brief that is, and how you, in very, very general terms, see this sort of future panning out for virtual worlds, metaverse, or cyberspace, whatever you want to call it. And I'll start with you, Dusan, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
On the spot.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like, isn't it great that the kids, I'm going to call them the kids, isn't it great that the kids are so excited about things we've been working on for 15 years? I mean, back in the day, there was Metanomics, which you talked about, and we did such interesting work. We did a project with the U.S. military, actually, to help military veterans recover from amputation, and we did that in Second Life, and it was called the Amputee Virtual Environment Support Space. We did some stuff in Second Life with U.S. Bank, just all kinds of like really cool, interesting projects back in the day. And it felt like there was a very long winter when we went off in two directions. We either went off into social media. Yes, that's right. Gentle Heron and Virtual Ability were involved. They were just amazing. I remember, oh God, what a great project. And by the way, this is the first time that I've had proper back chat in a really long time. So I'm so excited to have back chat again. But it's, you know, I think there was this kind of long winter for virtual worlds and the metaverse. I still call it the metaverse because my blog was called Dusan Writer's Metaverse. And we went off in two directions. You know, we went off in two directions. I think virtual reality, learning about that new affordance, and then social media. And I think in many ways, kind of social media won the short-term battle, but as Zuckerberg's shift back to Meta has shown, the long-term war is still going to be fought in immersive spaces. So the types of projects I'm working on now, I'm back to blogging. I'm doing a little bit of kind of work with the Open Metaverse interoperability group, which I know, Mel, you're involved with a little bit. I'm doing some project. Yeah,
we had them yesterday.
Yeah, I've got a big project that I'm launching with avatars, and I'll use the dreaded NFT word.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can go that direction too, if you like. Anyway, I've actually got lots of projects going on now. It is an exciting time. And it's interesting to me, and I'll just kind of throw this out there and then pass it over to Fran. It's interesting to me that to try to parse which lessons we need to bring from the past into the moment now, and which are my old preconceived notions about what the metaverse should be going forward. And I think that's been my journey over the last year, is really thinking about, are those old ideas that I had 10 years ago, are they still relevant? And that I think is the challenge for me as an old timer.
I think a similar challenge for all of us, I think. I mean, it's very important, and it's not just to do with this business we're involved in here, so to speak, but life in general, being open to new things and being willing to change your mind as time goes by. I mean, the perfect example at the moment is probably Philip Rosedale, who, at the moment he's sort of telling people, you don't really need avatars. Some of the messages he's giving out are the exact opposite of the ones he gave out when he was, CEO of Second Life. But it's all tempered by what's happening now. Now, Fran, you also mentioned, like I said before we came on air, that we'll come back to NFTs a bit later, but you, for example, have been hopping around all over the place, and you have been in the helmet only job of Facebook Horizons, isn't it? And I gather you may not be there much longer because you've been sort of encountered so many screaming kids and stuff. Less of a welcome back, but now it's been opened up. Is it like the Facebook type, madness?
Well, I don't know about that, Mal. I mean, I think that, we have to give it a little bit of time to see what it's going to be. And, I'm someone who's like never on Facebook. The only reason I have a Facebook account is because I own a Quest 2. But my interest in, I started out like most of us here in Second Life. And, you mentioned Philip Rosedale. Philip Rosedale was my North Star. And the reason why I moved from Second Life to High Fidelity. How many of you remember High Fidelity 3D?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so Philip was so gung-ho.
Sorry.
Yes. I was an alpha person. Yeah, I was in there like a few days after it opened. Philip was so gung-ho on the idea of virtual reality and head-mounted displays that the original High Fidelity did not even have a chat feature. You had to, that was added later after users screamed and yelled and begged and pleaded. But Philip was so up on this. And what Philip has learned over time is that people want to be able to chat and text, and that maybe the HMDs are not really comfortable. For those of you who, I still wear my Vive and my Quest 2, and I can't do it for more than an hour or two, before I feel uncomfortable. So that's not really a way to do it. But High Fidelity had things that no other virtual world had, and that was the big issue. And this is where, when people talk about NFTs and Bitcoin and, and cryptocurrency and all that stuff, if you can't get more than 10 people into your world to look at the things you're selling, what's the point of having a business? High Fidelity was able to have almost an infinite number of people, almost like Snow Crash or Ready Player One. So, that technology lives on. Mal mentioned Berkadia. I'm active in that. That is an open source world. I'm also.
We had Dale.
Yeah, we had
on
Dale here. Yeah, I was here for Dale's talk yesterday. So that's an open world. And I'm starting to lose my train of thought, so I'll shut up. But the thing is, I'm a hobbyist. I'm not here to make money. And I'm fine. You want to do NFTs, you want to do all this stuff. That's really okay with me. I really love Vercadia. I also spent some time in Sansar, which was supposed to be Second Life 2, and is on life support right now. For those of you who don't know, yeah.
I join you almost it's Tuesday evening, isn't it? We normally meet up in Sansar
Mm-hmm.
for the open mic. But yeah, a lot of discussions are, is it still going to be here next week? But,
in case you don't know, that all of the devs and the staff from Sansar are on furlough. So the thing's just running on its own, and there's no staff there. But I've spoken quite enough. I'll turn it back to you, Mal.
Sure. Right, I'm losing my train too, and that's not on. I'm the host. Right. Now, Dusan also mentioned in the back chat first, earlier on about NFTs. Now, I'm not a big fan of NFTs. I call them non-fungible trinkets, as opposed to whatever the T normally stands for. It seems to me, there is a good use for things like blockchain and stuff. I can see for like security of passwords, security of wallets and things like that, that may pan out, although the Ethereums and stuff seem to be largely governed by major banks these days anyway. It's like, the traditionals moved in to the virtual. But all these people bringing up, it seems to me that people can, find an old GIF of something they did years ago and then turn it into an NFT and sell it for a fortune. But half the time, these intangible goods are just that. If somebody comes around to visit me in the real world, which is unlikely with COVID going on, of course, but I can't sort of show them like a painting on the wall or get a book off the shelf and say, this is a prized possession of mine, and God, this cost me 2 million pounds, this did. What do I do with an NFT when I've got it? Apart from go on Twitter and say, hey, I've got an NFT that sells for so much. Is anybody going to buy it? And I think Philip again mentioned that, it's likely that a lot of these things that are selling for a fortune at the moment are just going to be worthless in a few years, because they're not things that in any way are going to retain their value. There's been in the social media recently, there's been reports of I don't know, some guy spent a colossal amount on an NFT of a virtual yacht. And was it you, Dusan, that actually pointed out the same virtual yacht was available in Second Life for pins?
I don't think it was me, but I think we're misrepresenting what NFTs are actually.
Yeah, carry on. Give me a little bit about NFTs, and so from your point of view. Oh, I'm losing you, Dusan. Your voice is breaking up. Is it just me or? Okay, Dusan, your voice is actually breaking up a little bit, so we'll maybe give it a second to see if it's if we can get a stronger connection again. Meanwhile, I'll move to Fran. Have you got any real thoughts on NFTs at all?
Yeah, yeah, can you hear me?
You're fine. Yeah.
Okay. I have mixed thoughts. I think that, there is a lot to say about buying art that's really art that you can own. But if I'm buying something that's just a certificate to prove that I have ownership, I just saw someone paid $650,000 for an NFT yacht. And in response to that, I posted a free download from Sketchfab to the person who posted it. I said, how about this? It's free. And I tend to get snarky about that, but I do own, in full disclosure, I own some Bitcoin, Ethereum, and some Dogecoin. I don't know. I think that there's a lot to be said for getting the banks out of money systems and that kind of stuff. But if I make something in the virtual world, I still have stuff selling in Second Life. I've never charged more than 25 lindens for anything that I make. Because I want it for the newbies.
Sure.
But, I can sell that infinitely. When I'm 100 years old, I can still be selling the same item because I don't have to make it again. So some of that is a little bit unfair. If it's a one of a kind, yay. But I also own first editions of books, and that's not an NFT, that's a real thing. I don't know. I think the verdict is out. It's very hard to mint an NFT. There are some issues around how much energy it uses. All of those things need to be considered. I think it's something in its infancy, and we don't know yet. So my long-winded answer is I don't know.
I think
Let's see if maybe.
Oh,
do we have
wonderful.
my bandwidth back? I've been
Yes,
trying. It's the usual OpenSim toggle all your settings.
Sure. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Welcome back.
Let's have your thoughts. NFTs are sort of misrepresented because they're confused with two things. They're confused primarily with the art, which is where NFTs I think began. And I would propose that some of that as art, like the work that People is doing, truly is worth that value. Whether you agree with the way of transacting, that's fine. We can debate that. But I think the misunderstanding about NFTs, there's two things. One is the rampant speculation. And we saw this in Second Life. We saw it back in the day of telehubs when people were bidding crazy amounts for land. And land is basically servers, and servers are basically an infinite commodity. And so that, I think there's this artificial speculation around scarcity. But the thing I find exciting about NFTs is that they are programmable in the same way that Philip Rosedale invented the prim. If you don't relate to NFTs coming from Second Life or OpenSim, I would propose that you don't understand what NFTs make possible, because what it makes possible is the model of the prim applied on a global scale across the entire internet. When you look at things like Ethereum, Metaplex, and the way that they're extending the utility.
Yeah. Uh-oh, have you gone again?
No, not again.
Oh no.
Come back, Tucson.
Oh, you came back and you were so clear, and now you've faded again. Oh dear, we're going to have to keep jumping back.
But if you get back in. One of the things, though, about this is that what Dusan is saying is a good use case for NFTs. There are people, anytime there's something new that people can exploit, they will. So it's really a caveat emptor. Buyer beware. Be careful with what you're doing, because there are people who will take your money and run.
Yeah.
And it's very much the new thing, isn't it? I heard a reference on one of the posts to snake oil merchants, virtual snake oil merchants.
There are also honest dealers that really are selling, priceless, one of a kind things. And, I think people have to be careful consumers.
Yeah. Am I right in thinking that? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Welcome back, Jason.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I keep cutting it. I'm trying to pair it with my phone too. I'm in Miami Beach, where I'm on unreliable Wi-Fi, unfortunately. I think there's three bigger trends. Maybe just to put this a little broader, I think one of the trends is that the model of the prim, where you are able to assign ownership and a value, whether that value is highly speculative and overpriced, I think over time that will trend back to what Fran was saying. The price will come down. You'll be able to buy NFTs for $1. They're going to figure out the environmental costs. They're going to be able to figure out gas fees. That's one trend. Oh, and I've been logged out of Sim.
We can hear
Sorry,
you.
guys.
We can hear you anyway. We'll just imagine you're there.
Carry on.
And I'll log myself back in. So one of them is, you know, the concept of the pram being applied at internet scale, I just think is so exciting. I'm not excited about the speculation, and I totally agree with buyer beware for sure. The second big trend, I think, and Fran also alluded to this, was that headsets are very uncomfortable. But that's going to change, I think, within the next 5 years. I think that you'll have a relatively comfortable headset that you can wear for, you know, more than an hour, and that will start to blur into augmented reality, mixed reality, or see-through reality as well. And then the third big trend that I'm kind of interested in is how AI gets brought into virtual worlds.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, seeing the ability for AI to create objects, create experiences. Think about No Man's Sky, which is an entirely procedurally generated world. And now imagine, you know, Second Life being built at that scale with AI and procedural.
Yeah, I just before we came on air, I saw a BBC program, not Boris. It was called Click, and they had a special on AI, and it really begins to get a bit scary when you realise that people are creating AI weapons, you know, that could be more dangerous than nukes, but no radiation or anything. They just have the intelligence to target individual people or individual races or populations or age groups, you know. And, you know, I don't think it's been done yet, but the fact that it can be, whoa. But getting back to virtual worlds, I mean, I suppose one of the things with the, with the original High Fidelity that Philip did, the 3D world, that did include blockchain style stuff in the backbone of its operation. So, you know, there was obviously something good there, but I think it was more, to me, I always saw it as a bit more along the lines of authentication, you know, and value of goods. And I remember in Second Life, for example, for a while, I think it was Brian Eno was in there for a while doing some sort of thing. And I got a limited edition Brian Eno moving painting on the wall. It just changes all the while. It's still got it in Second Life somewhere, I'm sure. You know, this is supposed to be a real collectible, and I guess it is. But of course, I couldn't take it out of Second Life and bring it to OpenSim, you know, which is where I got all my, you know, big houses full of art and stuff. So, you know, the issue here, let's move to this issue. In fact, the closed shop nature of some of what you might call the metaverse components. You know, Second Life is a walled garden. OpenSim is not, for example. Vicadia is not, but the other high fidelity offshoot called Tivoli sort of is a bit. So, you know, some people want to be fully open, and other people want to have their sort of little niche and, you know, control the borders, I suppose, if you think of it that way. If you're back on, Duzan, you got any thoughts on that? Walled gardens versus the open web or the open verse?
Well, I certainly lean more towards open, but I'm not sure that everything will be fully open. And so I actually think this is a really incredible opportunity for creators. And that can be the creator of a small world, or it could be some of the larger players like Epic, which says that it's quite committed to an open metaverse. And what do I mean by being creative? I mean, one of them is the power of the avatar. And we see this with OpenSim. I mean, OpenSim has prototyped many of the things that people dream about for an open metaverse. We can carry our inventory from section to section, like from owner to owner, within the OpenSim community. I think that our avatars, I have this concept that our avatars should carry around with them sort of permissions, that rather than when we land in a virtual world needing to read this big terms of service and privacy policy, our avatar itself can be carrying around its terms to the world, which the world can either accept or not. So I think we're going to see a mix. I think we're going to see things like sovereign identity emerge. so that I can carry my identity from world to world, but each world may have its own rules about what my avatar looks like. I'd like to be able to carry my wallet. I'd like to be able to bring my currency with me from place to place, but that doesn't mean necessarily that I'm always going to look the same. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to end up with one fully interoperable metaverse. I think we'll end up with a big swath of open interoperable metaverse, and then a bunch of closed off, they'll call themselves metaverses, but in fact, they're just going to be closed off walled gardens.
Well, Charlie Fink refers to them as wolves with small m's and the M, capital, because you can't get away from the word, but, you might as well contextualize it. Yeah, I'm tempted to think that's, if in the sense that the metaverse in its meaning is that, that it be beyond, actually, is the dictionary meaning of the word meta. So metaverse is like the beyond verse as opposed to the meat verse, shall we call it? But I think it's always going to end up having to be small components, and I think like the web over the course of 20 years or more, certain things are consistent everywhere you go, whereas in the early days of HTML you pressed on a link and you didn't know where you're going to end up or what you were going to get, because people are still learning how to present themselves using HTML, and whether it be VRML worlds or just text and graphics. So I think that's kind of the way things will ultimately go. But I don't know how much, Dusan, you know about OpenSim here. I mean, I think you do, because you mentioned, you didn't mention it by name, but you referenced the hypergrid, which of course is the system that Krista Lopes, who's in the audience here, I think, designed. And it allows you to teleport, not to a location on a grid. Well, you can do that too, of course, but to teleport to a completely separate grid, as long as it's running OpenSim code. And the other thing that Fred Buckhausen was talking about too, which I've been using for a long while, that's not online at the moment, is I can have an open installation on an old desktop, and that can be my home. So when I want to go to an event, I can simply hypergrid out from my desktop to the event, and then hypergrid somewhere else, and then hypergrid back. And the beauty of that is that all my avatar likeness, all my clothes, all my assets completely reside on my own computer. They're not going to go anywhere. I can call them up while I'm out on the OpenSim hypergrid to use. But I've always thought that this, as well as OpenSim itself, is an ideal template for a kind of future for metaverse. There's many things we've got that Second Life doesn't have, like NFTs and stuff, but the idea that it can be a base from which you can actually move out. And obviously, if in the future we're going to access things on mobile phones, the fact that my my server is on a desktop machine isn't very helpful. But to get to my desktop machine, I actually log into the hypergrid and I loop back into my own world, if you see what I mean. But all the content and assets are actually on my own machine. Now, I think, Fran, you can probably remind me of this. I think the landing point at the original High Fidelity used a rather similar system. You had your main address was sort of on your own computer, and if you tried to do certain things, it told you weren't connected and couldn't.
Right. You
So
you have a local
okay.
host, which you still have.
Yeah.
In Vercadia.
Absolutely.
So I have a whole build there, and then I rent a server from DigitalOcean, and then I have another world built on there. So it's convenient and it's cheap. Your assets are I store most of my assets up on Amazon S3. But yes, It's the same kind of system, and everybody has their own world. I mean, I love the idea of a connected world. I still go into Second Life, get on my horse and ride around the mainland. And explore.
You too, yeah. I love empty sims and the horses. It's a chill out mechanism more than anything else. Yeah. No, I think we all sort of love this stuff. It's just sort of figuring out where exactly it's going. I mentioned we had the Open Metaverse Initiative on here yesterday. We had Evo on.
Evo.
Yeah, I know, and I know, Suzanne, you've been doing stuff on that front. That tends to be, sort of, I think there's game places because it's got a lot of different strands, different working groups and stuff. It doesn't feel like one big organization trying to do everything and build the future. It really feels like a disparate sort of collective of people who really just want to build something that's open and will work. Now, the only thing I would give personally Zuckerberg credit for is the fact what he's done, although I disagree with this and his interpretation of it, he's brought this to the forefront of people's awareness. Even people who'd never heard of Second Life or virtual worlds before over the last 20 years have suddenly heard about, oh, there's this Facebook thing called Metaverse or something in there. And, he's used his power, as it were, to bring into focus. And I think it's a sort of crucial time in one sense, because if an open source project can create a sort of skeleton of something that could maybe be taken up by a lot of people wanting a presence in the virtual world space, so to speak, then it could temper somebody like Facebook, who I know are saying they want to explore open, systems and stuff, but they mean, open systems, and if it's something independent and it works, they'll buy it. So they'll just suck it up, I'd like to see something on a level playing field with, Facebook or Meta for one, also, what's its name, Epic Games and things like that. Otherwise, we might end up, with not monopoly, but like a conglomerate who are literally running things and battling it out like the way in the general tech world. You've got Apple, you've got Google, you haven't got Facebook. Again, you've got Microsoft and Amazon, of course. But, after the first 6 or 7 names, you run out of names. You realize that everything else is on a level beneath, And I think it's important for the future of Metaverse to actually have at least one sort of structure that is an alternative to that. Do you think, I'll go for both of you here, do you think something like that is attainable? Obviously, it relies on cooperation and stuff like that, but do you think it's attainable? Fran,
yeah, I can speak. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I think what Dusan said before when he was talking about the major points is really relevant here. I think that the eventual evolution of the metaverse is going to be from headsets to spectacles to it being really more AR than VR. People want to get up and move around and be mobile once this freaking pandemic is over. And I think that, he mentioned the dreaded AI, but I think, from AI, the next leap is machine learning, which is we turn everything over to the machines and they're doing, and we just sit here and get fed stuff and buy stuff. But the real, the real end point of that, as far as I can see, there could be an end point after that, is what they call BCI, which is a brain-computer interface. So instead of wearing spectacles or a headset or anything, you just have a node implanted in your brain, and then all of the stuff is there. And, I'm glad that I'm old enough that this horrifying endpoint will be after I'm long gone. But, I mean,
the same thing.
But somebody who is 5 years old now, that's going to be their future, and Dusan mentioned the kids, it's Roblox is, they consider that a metaverse, the kids that are in there. They're building everything. My view of metaverse, just to end with this, is metaverse to me is analogous to universe, and all of the component pieces of it our worlds or, you know, sub-worlds or whatever make up the metaverse. The metaverse is one thing, and you know, and I'm done. Thank you.
I'm
away,
I'm reminded of Will Burns' model where he literally
Yes.
has the metaverse, and then he's got meta galaxies and meta worlds, and at the bottom of the list is metadata. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and well, it's
Susan,
Tony Parisi and the 7 laws of the metaverse. There's one
Yes,
metaverse.
yes.
It's the all-encompassing.
Yeah, that I would certainly agree with that. That's why I'm trying to avoid mentioning it these days, because it's been misinterpreted so much. Do Sam, thoughts on that? Or have we
Yeah,
lost you?
we almost have to get back to a couple definitional pieces here. I'll say that my definition currently is I used to think that the goal of the metaverse was one giant virtual world that you entered, like you entered Second Life, and it had continents, and it had the Team Grid, and it had Zindra and whatever, right? And that was certainly the model of Ready Player One and Snow Crash. I've come to change my opinion and to call the metaverse something that's emergent. And the reason I say emergent is that I believe that technology is trending towards being spatial.
Yeah.
Everything from self-driving cars to the ability to use your phone to scan your shoes, to three-dimensional product sites by brands, to three-dimensional NFTs, whatever. All of these things are spatial. Computers have gained the ability to see the world around them and to present 3D graphics in ways. If you guys saw the Matrix mini game that Epic launched to show off the Unreal 5 engine.
Oh, it looks good.
This is hyper realistic. You look like you're in a city. It has 35,000 citizens walking around that you can interact with. It has thousands of cars, and it looks hyper realistic. So computers have gained this ability to be spatial and to represent reality in increasingly realistic ways. That means that spatial content is emerging in all kinds of places. The metaverse is what happens when you connect all of those little islands. And I think those connections will happen because of resistance and friction points. I want to bring my avatar from one place to another. That's really hard to do. And so somebody invents a standard, a proper standard, a proper protocol for what avatar transfer means. So I don't think there's nobody out there building a single metaverse. The metaverse will emerge wherever. I like to say, do you want to log into the metaverse? Just stand where you are. The metaverse will come and get you. Yeah, the metaverse will come and get you.
Because they want to sell you stuff.
Yeah, of course. Like you'll be in Instagram. I'll tell you, this is my vision of one way that Facebook, now Meta, conquers the metaverse. You're in Instagram. A shoe ad comes up. You can rotate the shoe around. It's like really cool. And there's a little button that says enter store. I click that button and suddenly I'm in a little three-dimensional store. And I'm in the metaverse and I never even knew that I entered it. And I think that's how that's how we will see this interconnectivity play out.
Well, that is one of my thoughts. I agree on there. It's basically all these intrinsic parts that actually can plug into a spatial computing world. Coming together slowly and organically. We'll find out which work best and which don't. I mean, personally, I can't stand the idea of being in a helmet for more than about 2 minutes, to be honest. And I call them helmets, not headsets, because to me they are. I look forward to glasses and smart glasses and things because I have to wear glasses for reading, so I'm a bit used to that. But like I say, it'd be nice to have an implant where I can just, use my Leap Motion to gesture, and on the web I can just use that for flipping pages, like in a flip book. So the tactile thing is there, but I think I need to be able to go to like a world here like OpenSim and on a flat screen. But then when something interesting requires it, I need to be able to pick up glasses or a headset and toggle it for as long as I need to do a certain thing, and then put it down again and resort back to the flat screen. Those two need to be sort of interchangeable. given that the flat screen will be a 3D spatial environment, you know, it's still a flat screen that you're viewing it through. And the same with I think it was something in fiction I saw the other day, where a smartphone was literally reading infrared, and you know, so you point the character was pointing a camera at, I think it was a virus or something actually, and the camera was able to detect it through different frequencies. So you might go in, as you say, with Instagram or something, you might go in to a site somewhere on a mobile phone and access some object or whatever. You might be able to buy it or be given it, and then the idea is that at a later point you wouldn't need to go on your phone to get that object. You drag it into your world, your spatial world or something. So, you know, yeah, all the little bits coming together. Fran on this one.
Well, I don't, you know, Dusan, every time I hear Dusan, I want to like talk about the stuff he's talking about. I spent a little bit of a while learning Unreal Engine 5 because you know, I know that 4 is what they're using now, but I said, why bother with that? The future is 5. And I don't know if people realize that they have 2 tools within UE5, Nanites and Lumen. Nanites allows you to have literally 1 million polygons without lag. Think about that. Could you build something here with 1 million polygons without lag? No, and they can do that. So the realism is frightening. And then Lumen is live lighting that does not have to be rebaked every time that you use it. But I don't think, you know, I'm with Philip on this one now. I don't think the future of the metaverse is going to be virtual worlds. I don't think it's going to be Snow Crash. I think it's going to take place, as Dusan said, all around us, and we can walk into it and out of it whenever we want. You know, I played around a little bit with Spark, which is the AR for Instagram. And, you know, and it's fun, you know, gee, I made hearts come out of my telephone. You know, so, you know, but here's my final point on this is that those of us here are, you know, let's be honest, we're an older demographic. We have no freaking idea what this is going to be because we're at the end of it, and the kids that are growing up now are going to be the harbingers of this, and it's going to be what they want, not necessarily what you or what Mal or Dusan or I want. Done.
That's right. I just want to say the most. I'm here. I came for Art Basel, which is the big art event in Miami each year, and it has been invaded by crypto people. So there were all kinds of NFT yacht parties and Bored Apes walking around and whatever. So that was whatever. But to me, the most amazing moment was walking past a school where there was a little lineup of kids to get into the school. I would say maybe grade 4. And 3 of them had Roblox backpacks.
Mm-hmm.
That to me said everything. That's the future right there.
Okay, well, it looks like we've got about 6 minutes to go now. So hopefully my friend Leah is in this call somewhere. Are you there, Leah?
Why, yes, I am, but I haven't seen any questions coming in yet. But there's been a lot of wonderful chatter, though.
Yeah, I know that's what I love about these worlds. The fact chat, the chat.
Yeah, so there's no direct questions coming in, just
Not that I've seen.
Reciprocal talk, as it were. Okay, back chat rules, yes, indeed. Okay, well, we'll just continue with the 5 minutes we've got left, I guess. There's got to be 1,000 things we haven't even started covering yet.
Well, I didn't talk about Horizon Worlds. Is anybody interested in hearing? Because I've been in, you know, the closed beta for that.
Oh, no.
And now it's open. Yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah. Give us a little bit, not 2 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Well, my first comment, there are some positive things about it, but I'll give you the negative stuff because I'm sure you want that. I want legs. I want legs.
Oh yeah, the legs.
Yeah, all I am is an upper torso. I asked the devs about that because they do have, meetings where you can ask questions. And they said that it really has to do with the complexity of movement, and what they call the IK, inverse kinematics, if you know about that. Horizon Worlds is very primitive. Those of you who remember the early days of Second Life will say, yay, prims, because that's really how you build things there. One of the cool things, though, is when you build, you can make your avatar gigantic and look down on the scene that you're building. So it's almost like you're making a dollhouse and you can move things around. Yeah, it's really kind of cool. And you can do that collaboratively. So those are two good, those are two really good points. The scripting also, I am someone who, I can do a little LSL, but as Marcus and other people in the audience, they'll probably know I can't code, and I can code in Horizon Worlds. It's visual scripting and you just move things around from a menu and you can make things happen, which I've never been able to do. That's a joy for me. But it's a closed, as Dusan said, it's a walled garden. For all of Mark Zuckerberg's talk about wanting to build an open metaverse, this is closed. And, and I think it's probably only a matter of time before the ads start popping up in people's faces.
Yeah, but you won't be able to move for black hard ads. Well, that was Second Life in the early days too, I think, wasn't it?
Ad farms.
I appreciate what you said about the in OpenSim here and in Second Life for that matter. I always build and stuff like that insofar as I'm able in camera. So I sort of take my camera up into the sky and pretend to be God and then terraform everything and then come down to Earth and investigate what I've terraformed and think, oh, I made a cave there by accident, So that viewpoint you're talking about actually is always, I found, rather kind of nifty. While we've got 2 minutes probably now.
Now we have a question if you want.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes.
The question that came in was from James at Loud, and it was for Dusan. It said, would he make his point about non-fungible tokens and prims?
Yeah, I think so. There's so many misconceptions about NFTs. One of them is that it is just a contract that points to a separate digital asset. So that's where you hear about art being sold for crazy sums. But NFTs are actually programmable digital content with many of the same features of the prim. Rosedale's prim allowed you to identify who is the creator and who is the current owner. It allowed you to attach licensing in the form of copy mod transfer. It allowed you to have a value so that you could sell that prim. And they were composable. One prim could be combined with another.
Yep.
And that's actually what the affordance of NFTs allows, but on a much broader scale, because it's not just it's not just a box, it's all digital content. And so I think we're at the very, very early days of composable, high utility NFTs.
And of course,
I think over the next 12 months, we're going to see some really amazing innovations based on NFTs.
Okay, and of course, it's not limited to any one world, so it's all part of the metaverse. Okay, we are actually out of time, so I won't hand to you again. I'd just like to point out, I'm going to get each of you to give your Twitter handle before we sign off. Maybe just put it in world chat, but there's a lot of conversation going on at the moment, as we said, in things like Clubhouse, a bit of Twitter Spaces, meetings in Sansar, meetings in Altspace VR. We didn't even mention that one, the Microsoft product.
So pretty good.
Yeah. So,
ugly avatars, good programming.
Yeah, and as Eva mentioned, we have the OMI channels on Discord and things. So I would urge you, to engage in the conversation. Basically, that's it. So thank you, Doug. Or Dusan, I mean.
Amazing to be here. Sorry for my connectivity issues. It reminds me of the old lag days. I was having lag.
Yes, we remember those, don't we? And thanks, Dr. Fran, as well.
Thank you for asking me, and thank you all in the audience. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, and I was about to say thank you, audience, as well, and maybe we'll be seeing you soon somewhere in the greater M-verse. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 1:30 p.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Hybrid Tech and Cross-Dimensional Thinking. Our speaker is James Neville, aka Sidearm Madonna. James is the owner and practitioner in applied online collaboration. His specialties include systems analysis, social media, team operation, and music composition. His research focus is the nature of virtual environments in human expression. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you, Galen. For those that are wondering where I am sitting on top of my first slide. Before we get started, I've been asked to share with you that I stream a music composition channel 4 days a week on Twitch, and that I recently presented to the European Law Student Association on privacy in the metaverse. I will also remind you in OpenSim that you can use Alt-click to zoom in on the slides. And for those on YouTube, greetings. I am watching you, so say hi, sight, there if you're on YouTube. Please follow my avatar as she moves from slide to slide. First slide. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens across the physical and digital worlds, thank you for your time and attention to this presentation on hybrid tech and cross-dimensional thinking, sponsored by the Open Simulator Community Conference. My online name is Sidearm, and my offline name is James. This presentation will give examples of hybrid tech and cross-dimensional thinking using physical and digital examples from the OSCC conference, medicine, e-learning, music, and training. During this presentation, I ask that every time you think of your own examples of hybrid tech and cross-dimensional thinking, you please jot them down for later sharing or even type yoink in chat. Thank you. Definitions. Hybrid tech means combining multiple tools, thank you, Beth, to blend their strengths and balance their weaknesses relative to the needs at hand. The effective use of hybrid tech requires cross-dimensional thinking. Cross-dimensional thinking means shifting perspective again and again to try multiple tool blends to find those that best meet your use case. The guiding principle is that relevance trumps coolness. If it works out, keep it. If it doesn't, make a note and move on. There are 4 key questions. 1, what is the need being met? 2, what technologies are being blended? 3, how does cross-dimensional thinking come into play? 4, is it working? If you have a smartphone handy right now, I invite you to scan the QR code on my first slide for a link to the slides on this page, including my references. 1, what is the need being met? Having references for later use. 2, what technologies are being blended? QR code, smartphone cam, Google Docs. 3, how does cross-dimensional thinking come into play? In a Verbella conference last year, the speaker asked us to scan the code on their screen to download their app for a live demo. I tried it and I was amazed. It worked. I looked for a QR code generator to make one for my own website. 4. Is it working? If using a QR code to point people to your URL material is relevant to you, please type yoink in chat. That includes you folks on YouTube. I'm watching there too. Hello back, Michael. Please look at the diagram on my slide just below the QR code. This is another example of hybrid tech and cross-dimensional thinking. The image on the background is a 3D symbolic, thank you, Beth, symbolic model called sieves and sliders. Thank you, Frank. On the right, the beads slide on rods like an abacus, adjusting the sluice bars on the left so that some kind of an optimal blend can come through. The image in the foreground is a 2D business process model. Tools, needs, and perspectives flow into a blender box in the middle, coming out at the right with, again, some kind of optimal blend. 1. What is the need being met? Trying to express a new concept visually to gain perspective. 2. What technologies are being blended? Symbolic modeling, Second Life, process modeling, Google Docs. 3. How does cross-dimensional thinking come into play? Thinking in 3D as well as 2D, in media as well as print. 4. Is it working? I made that symbolic model a year ago. This week was the first time it reminded me of an abacus. It's still giving me new perspectives. Moving on to the next slide, please. What's your IPD? Interpupillary distance measures the distance between your eyes and is important for eyeglasses and even VR headsets. You can measure your IPD using a mirror and a ruler, or you can use a phone app, or you can ask your eye doctor. Which way should you go? It depends on your use case. For new eyeglasses, go with the doctor. For a VR headset, go for the mirror for now. Next slide. Yoink. Thank you, Kayaker. Good idea. Look, Kayaker, alt-click me and you'll follow the slide. Thank you. I should write that down. Headsets in medicine. Here's a case where a surgeon has 2 technology options. The first is physical. The top left picture in this slide shows a pair of eyeglasses with glued-on microscopes. This loop is used for delicate skin, intestinal, and cardiovascular surgery. Surgeons have these loops custom made for their personal IPD and for different zoom lengths. The picture just below shows a surgeon wearing a VR headset loop with automatic internal IPD setting and variable zoom cued by detecting the surgeon's eyes and eye commands. The headset's internal lenses and motors are shown in the pictures on the right. 1. What is the need being met? Hands-free zooming in and out while performing surgery. 2. What are the technologies being blended? Eye tracking, custom programming. 3. How does cross-dimensional thinking come into play? This work was done as a collaborative case study between Vario, who builds the headsets, and Virginia Tech, who provided the surgeons and programmers. Moving on to our next slide. What's your TLDR? The internet acronym for too long, didn't read is TLDR, and its earliest recorded use is the Urban Dictionary in 2003. The picture on the slide shows you or me when our focused attention span has been exceeded while working online. Estimates vary, but we can usually handle 10 to 20 minutes at a time. Yet even the most focused of us must break and refocus. What is the need being met? Getting and keeping your audience's attention. What technologies are being blended? Several options are listed here, such as move or get a snack. Our subject has chosen power nap. 3. How does cross-dimensional thinking come into play? What if the material presented were to include built-in refocusing breaks? Moving on to our next slide. Biosensors in e-learning. Biosensors transform biological changes into electrical signals. The top picture in this slide shows a user who has been voluntarily wired while watching and reading material online. What is the need being met? Optimal communication of material by flat screen. What are the technologies being blended? EEG, ECG, GSR, eye tracking, and facial coding. How does cross-dimensional thinking come into play? Live biological measures of cognitive, emotional, and physical engagement can be used to detect the presence or lack of sustained, focused attention. 4. Is it working? The bottom image summarizes Zoom presentation and ebook guidelines, including annotation, animation, and image choices to refocus and re-engage attention for general and expert audiences. Moving on to our next slide. What's your MA? Music is a pleasing succession or combination of sounds, and music awareness is our sensitivity to rhythm and melody. Music awareness shows when you hum a song or clap to a beat. Do you have a favorite song that you hum to? Do you have a favorite beat that you tap on your desk or stamp your feet to? 3D in music. Many people think of composing as having only to do with music. Composing can mean any activity, putting things together in an arrangement pleasing to our senses in the physical world. This includes sounds, images, ideas, tastes, fragrances, and vibrations. Thank you, Frank. In the online digital world, we are locked into ears and eyes for now. I stream a music composing channel. How I work in the metaverse has come to influence how I compose in music. And how I compose in music has come to influence how I work in the metaverse. 3D in music is near and dear to my ears and eyes. Going to stand up now and do a floor demo. Walking over here to the first set of colored objects. Keyboard and drum kit. This is a color-coded keyboard. When I click the shapes, they make the 12-tone scale. Thank you, and so does the front row audience. Please continue. I enjoy it. Now, you can't hear it on the media stream, so front row, let me sing it for them for a minute. Da, 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 da. All right. The front row is having a blast here, guys. You should be here, YouTube, but don't worry, I sang it for you. Okay, and this is a color-coded drum kit. When I click these shapes, they make 6 percussion sounds: the kick, the snare, the tom, a hi-hat, the cymbal, and the cowbell. You can't hear it on the media stream, so oomph, oomph, oomph. Snap, snap, snap. Boom, boom, boom. Crash, crash. Ting, ting. Boom, boom. Well, you guys don't hear it. Good. You had to have your sounds on. Somebody's playing it because I'm hearing it, but that's okay. Okay, we're going back to the top of the slide, guys. You should see the big grin on my face right now. What is the need being met? Visualizing custom intervals for composing. What are the technologies being blended? Music notation software, wave files, scripting language, and trims. How does cross-dimensional thinking come into play? Standard black and white keyboards are optimized for a 7-note C major scale, the 7 white keys. This does not work well for scales such as a 7-note minor or a 5-note major. Nor does it tell you which are the root mode or other note functions from applied music theory. Thank you, Beth. But I had these all worked out on color diagrams on paper. I tried putting sticky tabs on my real-world piano, but they were awkward to use, and I still hit notes that were not supposed to be in the scale. I thought of making 3D piano kits where I could color code the notes by function and hide the ones not used. I didn't need to play the notes fast, I just needed to explore noodling among the custom intervals to find pleasing combinations. 4. Is it working? I have now composed using 8 different custom scales, and feedback is positive. I've used these kits for audience demonstrations in Kitely and Second Life. Many people tell me I'm not musical. When I suggest clicking certain color combinations to see what they like, they get it. If you're interested to try these kits for yourself, pick up a copy at Expo 3 Booth 21. What is the need being met? Communicating the joy of expressing beyond words in sound and image. What is the cross-dimensional thinking involved? Turning music theory color diagrams on paper into 3D paper kits. Final slide.
Okay, well, Nee, you have about 15 seconds to wrap up here.
Why, thank you. Let me just skip ahead to my conclusion. My conclusion is, today we defined hybrid tech as combining multiple tools to meet your needs, and cross-dimensional thinking as shifting perspectives when choosing what tools to blend, and we posed 4 test questions. Applying these concepts is ongoing, requires learning, unlearning, and relearning. We sometimes do that, and we sometimes resist with all our might, but we're driven by our interest to meet the needs that matter to us most. I appreciate your time and attention today. If you're interested in further moving theory into practice, come to my workshop Friday, 2 p.m., Composing for the New Era, an operational definition of the metaverse. Thank you.
Thank you, James, aka Sidearm. for a very informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 2 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled The Metaverse is Coming and OpenSim Can Show the Way. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2 o'clock p.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, The Metaverse is Coming and OpenSim Can Show the Way. Our speaker is Maria Korolov. Maria is a published author and covers artificial intelligence for CIO Magazine and cybersecurity for CSO Online. She has also been the editor of Hypergrid Business since 2009. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin this session.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. I love being here, back on the stage again. If you notice this time, I came more prepared. My jacket now matches my slides. I am like all about the metaverse and the future today. I have been covering this space, like you said, since 2009, and I love the idea of being in the metaverse. If I had a choice between staying in the matrix and not, I mean, I would totally make a different decision than they did in the movie. I think they were totally wrong. So when I first came in, this was in 2009, I was at a conference that IBM was having in Second Life, and it felt like I was at a real conference. That feeling of presence, that feeling of immersion, you all know it because you're here. For me, that was the big eye-opening moment of I'm in a different place. I'm in a different place, and this place is real, and this place is valuable, and this is going to be something amazing. And what I thought at the time was that was going to happen immediately. And I thought that the metaverse was going to revolutionize how we shared experiences, the same way that the internet revolutionized how we share information. And I still think that is true, but the path to the metaverse has been a little rocky and a little different from what I expected. So if you guys want to talk to me about this or write about it for Hypergrid Business, my email is right up there. I welcome your opinions, your essays, your contributions, announcements of what you are doing. So let's move on to what the metaverse is, in case you are watching this on YouTube or in replay because you Googled, what is the metaverse? Let me find out. Let's go take you through it. The word meta means above, beyond, or about the thing itself. It's something that's above our current universe, beyond our current universe, or it's about our existing metaverse, such as, for example, metadata is data about data. So the metaverse can be interpreted in multiple ways. In the first kind of basic level definition is it's a layer of information that overlays our physical world, like Google Maps or Pokemon Go, or even cave wall paintings. This is something, a level of information, of data, of meaning that we place on top of the world. So in that sense, we have been building this metaverse since we invented language. And that is the most generic sense of the word metaverse, rarely used. Another common sense of the word metaverse is shared virtual environments. Things like desktop-based environments like Second Life or Minecraft, where, like the one we're here in now, where we're interacting with people via avatars in an immersive platform using our existing computers, existing phones, using screens. And we've had this for more than a decade. And this is a huge universe. Minecraft, World of Warcraft, all these shared worlds, Roblox. They're gigantic, super popular with children, and a giant billion-dollar industry. And something that's being invested in, continues to be invested in. So we may be seeing usage kind of leveling off in Second Life. In OpenSim, we've hit record high numbers this year, but we still seem to be, not really taken off the way I was hoping to. But it is a giant universe of content. And for many people, this is the metaverse. For me as well, when I think of the metaverse, I do think that the OpenSim metaverse is one kind of metaverse. And finally, we have the metaverse in the sense of the Matrix, shared virtual reality environments. So this is where you would wear a headset or have a brain implant, and you actually feel that you are literally inside another world where you can look around and it feels like you're someplace else. You've gone inside a computer. You are a virtual being. And this is awesome and very cool and very compelling. And we're just starting to see this happen. So I picked up an Oculus Quest 2 headset a couple of weeks ago, and I've tried dozens of headsets, all the high-end ones, the HoloLens and Oculus and HTC Vive and everything that's been hitting the market for the past few years. And this is definitely the most usable headset out there today. So if you guys are in the market for a virtual reality headset, I strongly recommend the Oculus Quest 2 that just came out. It's about $200 to $300 depending on where and how you buy it. And it's an all-in-one headset. So you don't have to plug it into the computer. It's wireless. You can move around in it. It's got hand trackers, so you move your hands and your hands move in world, which is very kind of immersive and very compelling. But we're still not like fully there. It's still a little heavy and awkward to use. You can get hot in there. People can get motion sickness because the motion in world doesn't match your physical location. You can bump into things and knock over your computer and step on your cat. So there's downsides to it. AR environments are an intermediary step where you can see the world around you, but it's overlaid with virtual objects. So for example, you might have a virtual cat sitting on your desk. It looks like a hologram, like the Star Wars holograms. And I think that augmented reality is probably going to be a big mass market introduction for the metaverse for a lot of people, especially for virtual meetings and business events. Games like Pokemon Go have already shown that augmented reality can be very compelling. It kind of puts a magical layer over your existing world, and it's very, very cool. Yes, there is a pass-through camera in the Oculus Quest 2. Somebody just mentioned that in the comments, but it's black and white and very grainy. And so, for example, if you're having a business meeting in World, you can't use the pass-through camera to send somebody an email or look something up on your calendar or take notes, on your keyboard. The quality isn't quite that good. Okay, so moving on, we've had the idea of this entering the metaverse principle back now for 40 years almost? Wow. Oh my God, that's a long time. So in the movie Tron, a guy got pulled into his computer. In 1992 is when the term the metaverse was coined in the novel Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson. I highly recommend his books. And This is the beginning of the kind of cyberpunk era of science fiction, where there's often a dystopian virtual world in which we're all inside computers, or a lot of the action happens inside computers. And obviously we had The Matrix in 1999. You've all seen it. The new Matrix movie is coming out soon. I already said that, if Earth is kind of like in a really bad shape and the aliens are providing you food and drink and keeping you in this, wonderful virtual world, I would just ask to get building control over it so that, you can create stuff in that world. Why not? Why have the aliens create everything for you when you can create stuff yourself? I mean, that's the main thing that the Matrix was missing, is like individual creativity and world creation, world building. So if we had that whole setup would have been great. And I would like to see if they do that in the next movie, but I kind of don't expect much. Ready Player One basically took the movie Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory and put it into a virtual world, where the Oasis is basically like a 3D version of Second Life, and the guy who runs the Oasis decides to leave it in his will to whoever solves a puzzle, basically an in-world puzzle, which is an awful way to do corporate succession planning. Just as Willy Wonka's method of finding a successor was just like ridiculous. And in this movie, as in many kind of things that are set in the virtual world, things that happen in the virtual world affect the real world. Like you have to solve something in world in order to affect something that's actually happening in your life. And I do think that's like a valid approach, but not necessarily the way they did it in Ready Player One. And also the idea of a single monolithic world controlled by one corporate company. Oh, that can't possibly happen. So, and then comes this year. So this year, if you guys have not seen Zuckerberg's presentation about Meta and you want to watch a horror movie, you go to YouTube and you watch that now. It is the creepiest thing I have seen online, and I've seen a lot of creepy stuff online. So the idea here is that Metaverse is going all in on Facebook is now going to be called Meta, and the Facebook itself is still going to be around, but part of the Meta brand. The Meta is going to be like the umbrella. They're putting $10 billion into Metaverse development, and they're pushing for their version of the Metaverse to be for socializing, for gaming. They plan to have some, mind reading capabilities, and they want to use it for business. And Zuckerberg addressed the issue that maybe companies don't want all their users to have to use their Facebook accounts to do work. Maybe this is an issue. So he suggested that the answer to this is to create work profiles for Facebook users, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And yes, you do need a Facebook account to use the Oculus Quest headset. It is a ridiculous thing because of the privacy concerns are immense. You can't trust Facebook for anything more than kind of like a secondary marketing effort that you do. A company doesn't, unless you're the smallest possible company, you're not going to rely on Facebook to do your marketing. You might have a page on Facebook, but you're going to have a website, a mailing list, a whole bunch of other infrastructure. Nobody's going to want to have their metaverse presence be in Facebook. Maybe they might have an event in there for the public or something like that, but the privacy concerns are just enormous. In a virtual world, when you're wearing a headset, the company that's running the virtual world literally can see where you're looking. They can see who you're talking to. I mean, literally every single gesture that you make, every eye blink, every facial expression that you have is being recorded and analyzed and aggregated, and that's just ridiculous. We cannot have that. Please. Okay, a bunch of other news happened. I'm gonna go through it a little bit more. So a huge flood of investment into everything related to the metaverse. NVIDIA's Omniverse has a lot of corporate supporters, probably because of the whole Facebook privacy issue. They've got more than 500 firms signed up to this, which is kind of cool. It's still corporate control, but more decentralized, more distributed. The market size is projected for the metaverse to start exploding next year. A lot of investment in metaverse related activities this year. It crossed 10 billion, more than double, nearly double what was raised last year. And there's lots of reasons why we're getting ready to prime time. We've got faster processing, cloud, AI, we've got the bandwidth coming down the line, especially with 5G. We've got lots of virtual payment systems, and the headsets are slowly getting to the point that it's getting there. Yes, Unity is making big investments in the metaverse. A lot of companies are. This is like a huge thing. Headset sales are up. I'm like being urged to like hurry up on this. Yes, I love Unity. They do run a lot of the virtual world games and environments right now, and it's Science Space runs on Unity, one of the platforms created by OpenSim founder, OpenSim early core developer Adam Frisbee. Meanwhile, another big trend that's happening is the future work is virtual. 70% of companies are planning to adopt a hybrid work model permanently. 97% of people want some form of remote work. 58% of people would quit their jobs if they couldn't work remotely. But there's an 18% drop in team morale and cohesion while working from home. And this is something that a metaverse could address because of that feeling of presence and immersion. And I strongly suggest that these companies look at how open the metaverse. This fully decentralized. Nobody owns the hypergrid. It's kind of like the World Wide Web with lots of different servers, lots of different viewers. Even have a multi-grid currency like Globits, kind of like PayPal for and other payment platforms for the regular internet. Multi-grid payments in OpenSim. Globit owns the Globit platform, but anybody else can set up a similar kind of payment platform. And I kind of wish they would. Globit had some problems this year. We have a free open source virtual world server clone that anyone can adapt. The Dream Grid and check out where avatars can travel from grid to grid. We can send messages and from grid to grid, send announcements. Fully super. We need that. We don't have these things right now anywhere. Everything we have now is it's the privacy issues are horrendous. And please, guys, invent a VR version of them. I beg you, please, all of you guys out there in the audience here, go do that. I am, and if I can help, just let me know. All right, there's my email address, and here's the link to the slides if you want to look at the pretty pictures again later. All right, and they're kicking me to get off the stage. But do you guys want me to take questions? Is there time?
I don't think so. Nope, we are at time, but that was fascinating. I do wish you had more time to talk about it all. Thank you, Maria, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 2:30 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled ChairNet Creative HQ, Integration of NFTs, AI Art, and POS Blockchain in 3D Immersive Virtual Worlds. Whew. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, ChairNet Creative HQ, Integration of NFTs, AI Art, and POS Blockchain in 3D Immersive Virtual Worlds. Our speaker is Sally S. Cherry, aka Sally Cherry. Sally is an STI laboratory consultant and instructor who is also a tech geek. As a 3D immersive virtual worlds evangelist and virtual content creator, she is passionate about building 3D immersive virtual worlds, sharing special interest content, conducting clinical laboratory training, and fostering collaborative networks. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hello, everyone. I am excited to be here, and I'm excited to share with you ShareNet Creative HQ, integration of NFTs, AI art, and POS blockchain in the 3D immersive virtual worlds. And I am going to try to be chatting with you in the nearby chat as I talk. I am sharing with you my, our mission here. Basically, I've been in here for some time, and my overall mission has basically stayed the same. I strive to provide capacity building, public awareness, and content through the integration of digital media, which includes social media, websites, photographs, videos, and etc. And 3D immersive virtual worlds, as well as to foster collaborative networking, as was noted in my bio. My overall goal is to promote, educate, and network with real life and 3D emerging world communities in order to enhance access and deliver content, resources, and services through the integration of 3D virtual worlds and social media. Now, I would like to go over the purpose of the ShareNet Creative Headquarters. It has a distinct purpose here. I even redesigned one world just to bring this world forward. The overall purpose is to share my efforts as the creator to integrate real-life activities related to NFTs and AI art within 3D immersive virtual worlds and virtual world projects and activities. Number two, to increase general knowledge related to the creation and use of non-fungible tokens, which is NFTs, artificial intelligence, AI art, and proof of stake blockchains. And to showcase various collections of original art and artificial intelligence art, as well as the artists and the creators. But one thing close to my heart is I use the NFTs. I'm using this particular world to help for raising awareness about very special interests, such as endangered species. And the number one endangered species I've been focused on is the monarch butterfly. Also community building, laboratory science, public health, and real life landmarks. I'm doing a little juggling. Let me give you some of my history. I'd like to give you, go back. I'd like to give you some of my history of why I'm even here. Since 2008, I've been focused on visualizing my vision. My vision is real to virtual, virtual to real. For medical laboratory science, for public health, art appreciation, and other real life topics of interest. Over the past 31 years of clinical laboratory training, I've always looked for tools to assist in the task of enhancing the understanding of a particular process and elevating its use through engagement, educating, which is basic for me, is just basic information sharing, and evaluating the results. Yes, laboratories are always testing the process. So anything we do, we're going to be evaluating the results. The primary tool has been integration, as I define it. I define it as bringing together content, processes, and innovative ideas to accomplish the task at hand. It was a real life process that brought me into the 3D immersive virtual world community. The search for tools of integration started while awkwardly using a telewriter. Now, some of you probably never heard about it, but I was using a telewriter in the early morning hours to conduct a medical laboratory session with several medical personnel in Egypt several years ago. They were in Egypt, I was in the United States. We were conducting this training course using a telewriter, which was quite interesting. But this particular task led me to seek out some other tools that could be used for distance learning or to share information. So why I am still here? Well, I first ventured into 3D virtual world Second Life in 2006. My experience was short-lived due to being intimidated by the technology, as well as landing in the middle of a space that shocked my little avatar's eyes as well as mine. I left the virtual world community only to return after a more positive experience in the now closed 2D virtual world Meta Place in 2008. Some of you may have heard of Meta Place, some may not. That's basically where I got my footing in Meta Place and got my community, found my peeps in Meta Place. The community engagement and being more educated about virtual worlds and evaluating the success of several building projects while I was in Metaverse motivated me to try Second Life again. Then I discovered the OpenSimulator community, and the rest is history. I definitely have found my tribe in this particular arena. So as I was saying, going along, I'm here, I share that to help you understand my passion for connecting, communicating, and collaborating within the 3D virtual world. My greatest passion is researching, curating, and sharing special interest information. Hence, the special interest worlds, including my most recent Kitely hosted world, ShareNet Creative HQ. It was established to serve as a vehicle or tool for the integration of my experience in the growing user community of non-fungible tokens, better known as NFTs, and artificial intelligent art, AI art. And our proof of stake blockchains into my 3D virtual world communities. It is hoped that ShareNet collect a creative HQ visitors, including real life and virtual-based artists, will use the 3D virtual world to view the featured digital media collections while building a community for information sharing, informal discussions, skill building, and collaborations. So some may say, what are NFTs? And that question comes up quite often. Well, NFT is short for non-fungible token, which is a unique, non-interchangeable unit of data, which may be music, anything with value, and is stored on a blockchain, which technically is a digital ledger, which is also stored, and a cyber currency is stored on blockchains, but there's two different entities here. NFTs has unique identification codes and data, metadata that distinguish them from each other. It links ownership to unique digital and physical items. cannot be traded or exchanged at always equal value. Contrary to as versus fungible tokens, which most of us are quite familiar with, is our physical money, US dollars, and whatever currency you're using in real life, as well as cyber currencies such as Tezos or Bitcoin. Now, fungible tokens can be traded and exchanged one for another at always equal value. Now, the non-fungible tokens, the NFTs, they cannot be always traded at equal value. So some people ask, well, what can be a NFT? To be perfectly honest, as things have been moving along, just about everything and anything can be an NFT. Any type of real or intangible items, such as artwork, photographs, video clips, drawings, doodles, music, gift cards. A lot of your companies are getting involved now, providing gift cards for their customers, trading cards, concert tickets, sports highlights. I think a lot of you may be familiar with the NBA's. It's gotten involved with the sport of sharing sports highlights, digital collectibles, even digital jewelry. Just about anything you can think of can be minted as an NFT, and we'll go along with that. While one's digital media may be artwork, drawings, and music, it reflects the creativity and the storytelling of the creator with or without the assistance of artificial intelligence and algorithms. So that's one of the things, no matter what you're putting out there, some say, well, I don't have anything to share. Well, you would never know this. If it has some value, it can be created into NFT. The majority of the digital media on display in ShareNet Creative HQ has been minted as NFTs, which help to direct the traffic to that particular digital media. The focus should always be on the digital media, though, the artwork, the music. That's where the focus should be, and its creators, because the digital media comes first. The use of NFTs and blockchains help to amplify the digital media project, also and to acknowledge the respective creators and artists, aka the established owner of that creation, as well as generate compensation for the creator and artist. So NFTs can benefit artists, but it also can benefit other individuals. Some may say, well, who can create NFTs? Entrepreneurs, artists, musicians, entertainers, companies, and all the way down the line. You have a desire, have an idea, you can create an NFT. If you can put anything you can create, you convert it over into an NFT. While many individuals may focus on creating NFTs and metaverse spaces for various reasons, most recently, it seemed like the desire for financial windfalls was driving the train. I have embraced 3D virtual worlds, NFTs, AI art, and proof of stake blockchains as basic tools to keep my vision moving forward. The vision of real to virtual, virtual to real. At this place in time, the integration of these particular tools has embodied my vision. Some of you may ask, well, why use NFTs? Well, one of the things I like about NFTs, I can, as I said before, can use them to amplify your digital project. For this particular project I'm doing, I have here, I am using it for a Save Monarch Butterflies campaign, helping to make people aware of the potential of the monarch, the status of the monarch butterflies. NFTs is a natural tool for that. And in the picture, you can see the images that are showing, they were created by artificial intelligence. So I'm using the artificial intelligence art here, and I made it into an NFT. And by putting it onto the blockchain, I have greater exposure. More individuals can hear the message that I want to put out there about Save the Monarch Butterflies. This one I'm sharing information about bringing awareness to African wildlife that are also endangered. Information sharing. When you put out your NFT, create your NFT, you can put a description in, so you can put information that you want to share about the particular cause that that your images may be reflecting. And note the images can be original images and they can be artificial intelligent images. Now I'm gonna just kind of quickly go through the process here, just give you a better understanding for those who are still asking, what are NFTs? What do I have to do? I was quite intimidated or felt a little questionable about how do I do this process. Because I first started, I reached out to some colleagues of mine who was quite involved with that. And they walked me through the process. Then they encouraged me to do my research. And that's why I encourage anyone who's interested in using MFTs, artificial intelligence, or using blockchains, may it be whatever, do your homework, research to get more information to understand what fits your purpose, what fits your mission. So basically what we have here is, and those, I'm gonna have to, just some general steps, and I may have left out a couple here, but I just want to give you some idea of the various steps in creating an NFT. You're going to decide on a blockchain to use for your NFT. You're going to have to, and that comes with, that's where you're going to learn in your research which one fits your purpose. You're going to decide on what digital media you want to create. You're going to create your media. You purchase cryptocurrency that is accepted by the chosen blockchain. You choose a marketplace to sell your NFT. You set up a blockchain compatible wallet. You upload your wallet to the NFT marketplace. So the marketplace is not where, whatever marketplace you use and platform you're using to upload your NFT, that's not where your NFT stops. It goes to the blockchain. So you're going to then, once you upload your digital medium, which may be music, maybe art, you're going to add the requested information, which would include your name, your title, the description, a price, the number of issues that you want to sell. Most individuals sell one of one. Some may put a certain number out there. And you can also set the percentage for your royalties. And I'm going to plug that in for you. So I mentioned a few minutes ago, I mentioned artificial intelligence. This is artificial intelligence art, just basically. Some may ask, what is artificial intelligence art? It's defined as any artwork created with the assistance of artificial intelligence. Created independently by artificial intelligence systems or created through a collaboration with a human and an AI system, wherein the AI system is a simulation of human intelligence processes by machines, especially computer systems. So if you see here, all these images that's shown here, I use text content. I gave a sentence, and what I wanted certain things to do, I gave a sentence with certain words, certain topics, and I put it into a AI app. And there's certain different ones you can use. There are different ones out there, and it gave me the images that I I was looking for. I didn't know what I was gonna get, but it was close to what I wanted to use, especially for the awareness for the African wildlife. The images came out perfectly to reflect that concept of supporting the wildlife. Now, just going to the blockchain. When I mentioned blockchain is just a digital ledger that keeps record of ownership and transactions. You have the option to use a proof of stake, which I mentioned earlier, or a proof of work. Now, presently, I've elected to use a proof of stake blockchain. The most not popular, but most frequent used blockchains is the proof of work. as I've learned about I'm still learning about the pros and cons of the blockchains. But like I said, I have elected to use the proof of stake because number one, it's less expensive for transactions and it's more energy efficient. And many of the individuals in my target audience may not be able to afford the gas fees of a proof of work. I'm looking to work with nonprofits and individuals who are basically self-startups. And this is why I decided to go with the proof of stake blockchain. Now, one of the things when I diverged at the top, it said, and when you came in, you saw it says traditional and non-traditional galleries, and that's what ShareNet Creative Headquarters reflects. We have every area of the region has a gallery. Some are traditional galleries inside of a building. Some are non-traditional galleries outside of the building. So what I've listed here is some of those particular spaces, parcels that we have created within this world. And what you see highlight here, we have in the Welcome Center. This is another AI collection. This is one I created myself around the U.S. The United States around I created around 4th of July, but it gave me some awesome pictures. I got quite a few pictures that look like the Statue of Liberty. In the center is the gallery, and this this is our traditional gallery. And this is I have not necessarily a collaboration, but a colleague created a NFT for me using original art. His original art. He didn't use artificial intelligence. He used his original art. Art in the Park is our main space that we use, the outside space we use to display the artwork. And this is another way I visualize using 3D virtual worlds to amplify your message, to use the spaces, and not just leave it here. I also capture pictures, share them on my social media platforms so people can see what is going on in 3D virtual world. It's a lot of interest now, especially now, but I like to let them know, hey, we've been doing things going on strong in the 3D virtual worlds for some time. It goes back to my whole vision, real to virtual, virtual to real. Real life inspires virtual-based projects and activities. Virtual-based life amplifies real-life projects and activities. So using the tool of integration, I constantly integrating my real life into my virtual life to get my message out, to educate, to train, to share information. So as it was stated earlier, yes, I am, as a 3D immersive virtual world evangelist, I am passionate about building 3D virtual worlds, passionate about sharing relevant information. Thus the reason I use my real name within the OpenSimulator community. And another reason I do laboratory training in here. But one of the reasons I use my real name because the real life and the online communities have been integrated with my 3D virtual world. In real life, in some online communities, I am known as the Chief Silo Buster for Cherry Consulting Network. And we have the domain chiefsilobuster.com. This coach reflects our concept of communicating, creating, and collaboration. Virtual Network Weaver is another name I go by because it reflects the mission. Both of these names reflects the mission that has been integrated into my virtual world projects. So I invite you to visit my booth. I have a speaker's booth here. I invite you to visit my speaker's booth on Zone 3, booth number 17. It will be up for a while. And I invite you to visit my laboratory booth, which I have on display a 3D model of the SARS-CoV-2 SARS-CoV-2 virus. I'm a laboratorian, got to study the virus that is the causative agent for the COVID-19. So I'm making some adjustments. We had to add some more things to it. Just got some new information to add to it this week. So that will be there for the coming year. And I invite you to visit both booths as well as the other booths within the this space. If there's any questions, that's the team at SharedNet Creative HQ team. I am the voice. They're my hands and my feet. Feel free to come and visit. And you can learn more about our work if you go to my Linktree's Real to Virtual to Real. And we'll connect you in. Any questions?
Okay, we have time maybe for one question. Someone asked if your dad was a railroad man.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think that was just the question. Your dad was a railroad man.
If you know that my father was a railroad man, have them to contact me, please.
Okay. Contact Sally if you have that question.
Yes,
okay,
you know that, contact me.
Okay, and I think we're going to wrap it up with that.
I have
presentation.
Can I just interject for 1 second? Sally, if you have resources on like where folks can make the kind of AI art related stuff, I think that would be useful to share and chat too, so.
Great, no problem. I came across some links and I will share them in there. And what I will put at my booth a takeaway, so they come by the booth, they can also get it there. I don't have it with me here today, but I'll put that at the booth so they can come back and we can even talk about it later. I'll come visit the space.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll leave back to you, Galen.
Okay, that's quite all right. All right, thank you. Thank you, Sally, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. Following this session, we have a break, and the next session begins at 3:30 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled AI Augmented 3D Visualization in the Metaverse via Scientific Virtual Observatories. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 3:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation AI Augmented 3D Visualization in the Metaverse via Scientific Virtual Observatories. Our speakers are Dr. Andrew Stricker, aka Spinoza Cunell, and Dr. Cynthia Cologne, aka Lear Lobo. Andrew is an Education Innovation Analyst with Air University's LeMay Center for Doctrine Development and Education. He conducts research in the future, the cognitive sciences, and artificial intelligence for professional military education, and the collaborative design of assistive immersive 3D virtual and augmented reality simulations for complex problem solving among teams. Cynthia is a professor at Parker University in Dallas, Texas, and a VR researcher who taught 55 university classes in virtual worlds. Her team won the $25,000 grand prize for the Mars Expedition Strategy Challenge, and she received the Thinkero Award for Virtual World Education. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hey, thank you, Galen. And Andy and I are excited to be here. He's going to be doing a lot of the talking, and I'm going to be driving the speakeasy and chiming in with ideas. And I just want to thank everyone for joining us today. Andy, over to you.
Thank you, Lear. It's a pleasure to be able to chat about the work we've been doing with artificial intelligence and machine learning with our prototyping of learning simulations. And today, what we thought we might do is talk a little bit about how we've have linked up some of the tool sets that we use from AWS AI, different capabilities with our simulations and the interactive parts that we use those simulations with the people that mostly are students and they try out you know and give us a lot of opportunities to see how the data is useful in giving feedback to them as they go through the simulations. This slide that you see here sort of highlights a really popular thing that we've noticed across various universities and research centers, and they're called virtual observatories. And these are basically hubs that support various forms of science, whether it's in astronomy or biomedical informatics. There's different applications of these in physics with the federal laboratories. And we just feel like that with the metaverse, there's a tremendous opportunity to employ these kinds of visualization technologies in pursuit of science and also, of course, with education. So one of the things that is been proven to be very extremely helpful is when you can actually model complex relationships and show the relationships of the variables to help explain phenomenon. And Nancy Nasserian, who's now at Harvard, did a lot of the pioneering work in model-based reasoning that we've benefited from over the years. These are, if you look at the bottom of the slide, there's two different examples that are popularly known. One is a recent endeavor that was published, matter of fact, on the 8th of December this year, about the 3D visualization that they did with kind of an observatory collection of a supernova, data from a supernova. And what they learned from these visualizations is a new understanding of phenomenon, because you see things differently as you're able to see the dimensionality. And the one on the right side was NASA JPL's effort working with MIT to create a data visualization of the universe. Very ambitious. And these models, by the way, require supercomputers to formulate the structures and benefit from it. Now, what we do, for example, on the JPL model, we bring simple versions of the models into our simulation, and one in particular is with our Mars expedition. And basically, the whole expedition is a set of clues that you have to decipher to interpret what in the world you're looking at. And we've had a lot of fun with this with our participants that have gone through the simulation. Lear, do you have anything you'd like to share with that?
Absolutely. Well, I had a little more wordiness because I know it's hard to read our slides, right? So I gathered the slide content for you, and then I wanted to explain that we simplify the model in world, and then we also think about its complexity, and we gather all kinds of data that we're then going to go through a process that we're going to illustrate in this talk.
Okay, and if you go to the next slide, what we've done is we've put together in our hub various tools, and the tools support the 3D simulations and visualization. So I'll work my way from the top row across down to the bottom from left to right, but composite-wise, the hub that supports our AI resources and tools are accessible through the web. And we have these tools where you can go and explore in the new planetarium that we have shown here at this conference in honor of Dr. Barbara Truman. And I'd just like to share that Dr. Barbara Truman, with our group from Virtual Harmony, was very involved in helping us with development of these resources and tools, along with Lear and the others from Virtual Harmony. And from the hub, you can access a bibliography. Now, this bibliography that we use, we've been tracking research and publications in artificial intelligence for quite some time. And when we see something that's related to the work that we do, we create a synopsis of that work, and we cross-index across several categories, subcategories, where you can do fairly involved searches. And we include information about the nature of the research and so forth. And we have several people from across higher education, industry, and the government. And one of the things I do want to highlight is a disclaimer. We have people from the military that have come in and used our resources, but the government does not officially endorse the resources, but we do have our students in the past who even currently access some of these tool sets. So if you go to the next part of this AI resources, you'll see a picture of our simulations. And so what we've done, we started out with the Mars expedition simulation with AI tools, and then we went to our Grand Prix environment, and we were tracking data with the virtual Grand Prix races, and then it was about a couple months later we found out that the actual pre-circuit is using AI. So that was kind of a fun thing to find out that the application of AI and machine learning techniques is being used by the Grand Prix circuit. We also do assessments. So our AI tools give us assistance with feedback to people after they go through a simulation. We collect enormous amounts of data, and then we feed it to the AI engines, and they give us estimates of where we can expect their progress and development to take place. So we've got these developmental models that we've been constructing, and we're very interested in this from a professional development level. So a lot of the assessments we make, we try to help people understand across critical thinking skills and problem-solving abilities what it might look like across a lifespan of development. So this is very important in the field right now with professional developments, to help people understand the nature of what it looks like to evolve in your cognitive and complex reasoning skills, including moral ethical reasoning. So we do assess those levels as well. And then at the bottom row, you'll see we've got a blog. And so we generate a blog each week. We've been doing this now for, I guess, Lear, for about almost, well, we're going in our second year in January. So we've got quite a collection of weekly blog topics. And we generated a document that has several chapters and an index of each of the blogs as they relate to a framework. So we help people who are brand new to artificial intelligence and machine learning understand. We've got several topics that basically describe, what is artificial intelligence compared to machine learning. And we relate that to the areas of research in cognitive sciences and several other disciplines that are employing the use of AI and ML. And
yeah,
so,
Andy, on that thought there, I'll chime in. My students love the bibliography site and the research sites because we use them in my business intelligence class, in my decision support systems, and then also in I teach advanced topics in databases where we think about NoSQL databases and how all of these different technologies integrate. So thank you for that.
Oh, absolutely. And as you've seen and I've seen with people that have been using our resources, they're from all over at various levels, from masters to doctoral and postdoctoral efforts, and they give us wonderful feedback, and we've truly benefited from it. And then the next one over at the bottom row is our seminars. So we do have small modular seminars that we've put together over the past couple years, and they talk about some of the applications of these areas that are interesting for people in certain domains. And this brings it more to the forefront because a lot of people, when they're first becoming aware of artificial intelligence, machine learning, they're thinking about, okay, well, what can this do for me in my particular domain? So, we bring a lot of examples up in medical practice and industry and also including the military. Then the learning neural net is something that we've been working with now for quite some time, but we run a very small neural net on our servers, but we also tap into the Amazon tool set. And if we didn't have that, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of the more advanced work. And I'm going to jump into probably more detail than you care to hear about in a minute or two, but we'll just walk you through what we do with some of the neural net processing. And then finally, on the other block there, we have the atmospherics. And this is where we translate the nature of what's being done in AI and ML for senior executives. And so the atmospheric site tracks emerging breakthroughs and capabilities as it's being as we become aware of them. And it's got automatic trackers that basically call from published resources that get put on for sharing. So, okay, Sam, you can go to the next one.
I have one thing to add here, Andy. We have 6 minutes left and 17 slides, so I just wanted to give you a heads up.
I couldn't ask for a perfect time. We'll move right along. This is our architecture, and I think some of you may have seen this before, but this supports the entire background of virtual harmony and the various parts of the hub, as we call it. And over on the right-hand side is the flow that is used when we do some of the larger machine learning work with SageMaker. So SageMaker is a really nice set of capabilities that's offered by Amazon. And I have to tell you, it is very, very intensive. And so we turn it on when we need to use it. Next slide, please, Sen. So here's what it looks like when we turn it on. We set up what we are going to train our models on with the console that is offered, and from there we can track all the different components as we set the machine learning flow in place. And usually the machine learning flow, like when we've done some of our simulations in the past, we'll run it for about a week. And but you know, some of you that do this work, you know that's these are very large virtual machines, very high computational. So it's about all we can do to keep it running for a week. Next slide, please.
There you go.
Okay, good. So this is what it looks like when we first set up our Jupyter notebook and we load example data in. And basically what we're doing here with the example data, and this kind of example data can come from the earlier prototypes and data we've collected. And then we basically want to train and validate and test the model. And basically what you're doing with this capability is you're generating enough confidence in what is associated and related to help explain certain parts of your framework that you're wanting the AI ML to give you assistance with in predicting where people are going to fall. Like if you're using it for a learning environment, learning simulation, you would use this to help you give feedback to students based on the predicted levels of understanding or levels of performance. So next slide, please. And so here, the next part of this flow is we're getting ready now with this code to move the data into cloud storage, and these types of data sets can be when you first start out fairly reasonable, but they become very massive. And so, like if we're working, as you can imagine, with government data sets, they're humongous. And so cloud storage is really essential in order to be able to do this. Next one, please, Sin. So when you get your data loaded into the cloud, then you basically cycle through the model and using the data to train it, and basically it's going through calculated weights associated with what parts of the variables contribute to a good reasonable prediction, and they give you basically confidence factors associated with the model and how useful it's expected to be in helping you to actually give you the predictions that you're looking for. Next one, please, Sin. So here, after you run the data through the training and validation process, you get basically a report generated, and it gives you several metrics associated with the model. And at the very top, you'll see the overall accuracy expected with the model. Now, here in the one I'm showing you, there is a 0.86 rating, so that's really good. So that's what you want to see. Next, please, Sin. And you also can go ahead and plot out the kinds of expected predictive strengths associated with the model in terms of looking at what you would expect if it was actually employed. And this gives you, again, a greater confidence. Or most often, what you're going to see here, and when you first do this, is several areas that can't really be explained by the machine learning process, and you have to go back and clean the data and tweak it and work it. So I hope I don't want to really lead anyone to think that this is a straightforward process. You have to iterate back and forth in cleaning your data. Next one, please, Sin. And this final output from SageMaker shows you a cutoff and loss functions. And this, now what we do is we take this type of data and we feed that into the algorithmic responses in the 3D learning simulations. And this is the kind of information then that gets translated into helping the algorithms be able to give the feedback. So this screen here that Lear has brought up is an actual, oops, you went back. Can you go forward again?
Sure. We're out of time though, Andy, so but go right ahead.
Okay, I have on my clock saying 9 minutes. So are you saying to stop? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we're supposed. Well, no, we're going to wrap. So I was going to go ahead with the slides, because you have some cool ways of looking at the results right here that show the inputs, the processing, and the outputs. Did you want to finish with that slide?
Well, I'm not sure if we're out of time, we should just quit then. If that's what you're saying, if we're out of time.
No,
so.
Well, I wanted to wrap on this really cool content you have back here because this really illustrates the power of what you're trying to convey. I just love these slides. And yeah, we were supposed to stop at 10 minutes till. I'm sorry, Andy.
No problem.
When we get together, we have such a great time. We did a talk once that was a 5-minute Ignite where we had 15 seconds per slide. That was a wild time. Anyway, so any final thoughts, Andy, on this process? Where are we going with this in the future?
Well, you know, my train of thought is lost, but
I'm so sorry.
Probably the best thing for people to do if they're interested in the work is to maybe reach out to us and we can spend some time going into some of the benefits, you know, that you know what it represents for mixing, you know, metaverse 3D environments with the tool sets of AI and machine learning, particularly if you're educators and you want to actually give, you know, really considerable precision in the feedback as people are using 3D simulations and 3D models. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Hey, Andy, we had some wonderful comments. I just wanted to close on this. Kayaker and the others, I don't know if you've seen the text chat, but they are stomping and said, show the slides. We love your slides. Wonderful session. So I want to thank you for all your support. You know, you probably missed it in the beginning, but I explained to them that you do everything. You are a multi-talented, multifaceted person who's an expert at 3D mesh, as well as programming, cognitive sciences, innovation analyst, and a dozen other skills. He textures, he scripts, he does it all, folks. So I am blessed to have such a wonderful teammate. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, everyone.
Well, I'm very grateful to be part of this conference. Thank you.
I'm sorry that we have to end it, you guys. This was fascinating. Thank you, Andrew and Cynthia, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 4:00 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled Rasmala Composer, a proven rapid content creation application for OpenSimulator. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
Ramesh Sharma Ramalal. Ramesh currently leads Deep Semaphore LLC, an e-learning and simulations solution company. For the past few years, he has had the pleasure of working with a team of advanced virtual world designers to develop the Resmala Composer for OpenSimulator. Please check out our website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Hello, everyone. You will see, click to play media on your on the display, and if you can try to do that so that you see the video that we have prepared for you, and let us know if you can see the video play. So how is the video situation doing for people? Hello. I hope everyone well. I am Ram, lead designer for the Resmala development team. Today, I am going to talk about our new offering, the Composer app. We know that creation is the number one challenge for users who may be discouraged by the amount of time and effort to create. What they need. This app addresses precisely this problem. And by content, we not only mean text and image displays, but also 3D objects, rooms, things, cities, and even player characters that interface with state-of-the-art AI conversation systems. I feel it is important for the record to describe the foundation of our approach. Let me take a few seconds the elephant in the room. Why are virtual worlds so cool again? This might be puzzling to some of us. There are many reasons why this might have happened. Of course, there was the pandemic, which might have been a catalyst. But I believe there might be more to it. Because we started understanding how social media companies monetize our attention and data. So we now see companies that to pivot in order to stay relevant. Or to justify their valuation. We also saw an eruption of technologies. Crypto technologies. And add to that our awareness that to a large extent we now realize it is indeed the attention that fuels the internet. So it comes to no surprise that the capital allocators are salivating at the prospect of the enormous attention control exercise. Because after all, the one who controls attention can also control behavior. So these days, we keep talking about the metaverse and the omniverse. And most of these efforts, if we dig deep enough, will uncover a race to create a universal platform. But as many have pointed out, it is unlikely a single company regardless of the amount of resources can come up with questions and address them most efficiently or effectively. Most fundamental questions regarding virtual worlds still remain open. For example, we still haven't resolved
We're sorry to interrupt you guys, and please be sure and come back to the video if you didn't finish it.
Sorry? You want me to stop the video?
Yes, please.
Okay. So,
and are there any other questions as we wrap up? What an amazing thing to watch. We want to make sure we get all of it later. Thank you. One more question? I know you guys are seeing things in chat, and
I think I probably missed the mark here on my talk. Yeah, it's probably not enough time. It's okay.
well, that's okay. They can come back to the rest of it, and it was so interesting. Thank you so much.
All right, it happens all the time.
There is a question, where can we see live demos of the Composer in World? Would you like to address that right now?
Oh, yeah. Next week, anyone who wants to see live demos, just send me an IM. I'm going to put my email address up, and I'm going to have a one-to-one session with them. So.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ramesh and John. This was a very informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 4:30 in this keynote region and is entitled Justice, Literacy, Critiques, and Cultural Landscape. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4:30 to 5 o'clock session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Justice, Literacy, Critiques, and Cultural Landscape. Our speaker is Dr. Marianne de Eduardo. Marianne is an author and editor and adjunct professor in science, writing, and global literature. Her recent book, Hermeneutics, Metacognition, and Writing in 2021, is about the importance of the critique in science writing. She is a published author of more than 50 books and articles. Please check out the website found at conferenceopensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC21. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Open Simulator Conference staff. Everyone's been so pleasant, friendly to help me set up. This particular performance today is based in participating in teaching, writing, editing, presenting, and performing case study researches since 2003. I shall begin the explanation and argumentation of this talk by giving background on my own peace studies and cultural studies, as well as my interest in cultural poetics, and approaching literature through the investigation of cultural landscapes. In the first piece of literature that I'm going to read on this first slide of Poetics of Social Justice, we reflect on Ernie Klein's work in Ready Player One. Architectural structures materialize post-humanity in Ready Player One. In this novel, architecture is a sign of a dystopian functionality, but Klein's vision may be extrapolated from other science fiction authors, one of them being Margaret Atwood. So in the very early stages of this talk, in the introduction, we're going to look at this semiotic praxis. It means that Ready Player One is a sign, and Klein's use of social dysfunctionality reflecting our current socioeconomic virtual dependency is a sign that creates mythic connectivity. This is the dystopia. In Ready Player One, Klein creates imagined space. And a biomimetic look at the book shows loss of the natural world in the genre, as well as an extrapolation of a darker version of our future. He projects an imagined future based on pop culture of the past, and he alludes to what we're talking about, a literary space that is so fantastic. On the next slide, we are going to begin study of the poetics of social justice, and we're going to define this poetic space through the work of Rita Dove. Social justice is a thematic presence that we all share when we're able to see that the universe is on the side of justice, a Kingian principle. Social justice as being oneself in the world, free from injury and hatred, blessed with hope and joy, is an ultimate journey in the research and writing. Social movements initiated by literature include the Beat Generation, the powerful poetics of Flannery O'Connor, the poet Frank Bedart, who uses narrative strategies. His works of poetry embody the flow of human emotions. The pathos appeals to emotions and feelings and persuades an audience. Bedart's dramatic monologues are an intrapersonal lens into the inner pain innate in the human emotional experience. Frank Bedart was born in Bakersfield, California on May 27, 1939. His recent works include Half-Light, Collected Poems, 1965 to 2016, published in 2017. This book won the National Book Award and the Pulitzer. He's a messenger of hope for us. His writing is prophetic, motivational, and steadily charges forward with exceptional theoretical foundations. One can see that the poet Frank Bedart uses mythological theory. He mindfully embraces situations of courage and despair in his conversational poetry. As part of the LGBTQIA community, Bedart inspires equality. Therefore, through a student-directed pedagogical model with writers like Zora Neale Hurston, Ann Patry, Ralph Ellison, as well as Martin Luther King, and the composer Terence Blanchard, my writing classes fuse into a learning community. I've been doing case studies, for example, on Flannery O'Connor. Case study 2 is on work that defines social movements. Case study 3 is on a trip to Florence, where I wrote about the work of Thomas Merton. Case study 4 was a journey to Birmingham, Alabama, and writing about civil rights. Case study 5 was social justice engaging peace through the work of Rita Dove, and this is what we are going to see in the next slide. So Rita Dove creates poetry of social change. She bridges the common with the uncommon, the dead with the living, and the past with the present. She teaches us to live with ourselves and to be the social change we seek and share truths. She uses poetry of human dignity related to identity. The poet also creates poetic language of truth and beauty. Based on truth, the poet invites us to enter mythic imaginative space. The poetics verify the melodious nature of the poetics of social justice and integrate community and ancestral conversations. Presence of history, autobiography, and myth reveal the poetics of respect for life. My creative approach to teaching blends cultural poetics with a concentration on social justice as a paradigm. The philosophical theory of signs and functions called semiotics gives meaning to a literary work, and particularly to its apparent and deepest significance, which would presumably be missed by most readers without help from a critic, which explains the work in a totality. As we see on the next slide, we are going to define the poetics of social justice. And in defining this, we define it through, of course, our own personal definitions, the meaning of what we do to survive and flourish. We're going to have a workshop, a writing workshop, toward the end of this talk. And what I'd like you to begin to think about is, what would you do if you were given the task of defining social justice in your own life and in your livelihood? What kinds of experiences have you had? And then how can you share that with others? How can you craft your own vision? Through short stories? Would you do it through a blog? These are the kinds of experiments that I'm doing. And I noticed that by reading the poetry of Dove, I have begun a life based on understanding home. Dove was born in the same era as myself. So the Poetics of Social Justice of Rita Dove was a presentation for the Northeast Modern Language Association. And my claim in discussing this and studying her poetry is that the importance of reading, writing, and analysis of the poetry of Dove is a doorway to producing and practicing social justice in your own community, not only in your own home, but on your own neighborhood and in your own communities. I perform case study research on a single subject, and then I put this all in information in a YouTube channel. So you could always go to, in fact, this presentation is in my YouTube channel, recorded there for you. This PowerPoint, the slides. Now in the case study, I would read a poem like The Yellow House in the Corner, then reflect. What is a reflection? A reflection is how it makes us feel. Does it make us feel equal to others? And so the case study began on March 8th, 2020, and it's really ending now. This one-year case study on a single self uses a journal to record reflections, and the purpose of this is a qualitative study. So I anticipate healing and growth. This is my 8th case study during a period of high researches. Pairing music and linguistic intelligences in 2003 was another case study. Individually, when we do a case study on a single subject, it is very important to task ourselves with writing religiously almost every day. So your creative approach in the case study then becomes something like this. It's original frameworks about perhaps, like I mentioned, blogging. As a blogger since 2000, I've kept a series of writings about my love of nature, for instance, and Dove writes a lot about home. So if you wanted to write about home, you would be understanding her and how precious home is, how precious the feelings of home are. My home really is the natural world. I also paint the natural world. So if you go to marianwriting.blogspot.com, you will find helpful articles on writing about your activities. This is called life story writing. Now we're starting the workshop part. I'm already indicating to you that writing is a lifestyle. I take a journal everywhere. Our home offers the first type of a nature walk, which I was doing actually all day to prepare for this talk. And the talk was evolving as I was sitting under trees or walking around my garden. Writing about even short travels like walks around the garden ignite a special feeling for me. So this is where I get the writing life from. And all my life, my favorite way to enjoy has been the outdoors. I visit the beach and I create travel journals. So this is part of why we're talking about the art of writing and how important this research is. The critique is a piece of writing that we use for science writing. I teach in the Graduate School of Computer Science and Engineering at Lehigh University. Lehigh offers us great research, not only outcomes, but a great research camaraderie. And the modern and social imaginary that we also are using in this talk today is something I'm doing for another university, University of Maryland Global Campus. The social imaginary was coined by Canadian hermeneutic philosopher Charles Taylor. Taylor analyzes the way that Western societies have both imagined and attempted to realize themselves according to popular conceptions of their moral purpose and moral order. In this book, Hermeneutics, Metacognition, and Writing, I use the hermeneutic philosophy to explain literature. Hermeneutics is a system of understanding a text. Hermeneutics tells us that a critique is the way we can write about how texts affect us. And when we do that, our writing is original because we're writing about our own reaction. We're using the knowledge of the writer to understand cultural milieu. It is through a conceptualization of certain things that we become our own selves. Going back to Plato's Socratic method, as I brought life into the critiques in my teaching of science writing at Lehigh, there's a possibility of understanding and revealing our intuitive knowledge. I teach my students to write every day, reading critically, English as a minor or major, or English as a path, writing a thesis, writing notes, writing blogs. In 2017, I published an article called Implementing Learning Strategies Based on Metacognition, and I was proud to speak at an OpenSimulator conference in 2014 on this topic. I present learning strategies about thinking. So in the symposium in 2019 about critiques, I lectured on identifying a mythology to put that thinking down in an arc, in an order, in a beginning, middle, end. Further study in the area of critiques uses different online platforms such as Diigo pages, D-I-I-G-O, which I'm on, a YouTube channel. You can also go into Google Scholar to study research techniques like hermeneutics, but the critique is imperative. So we're seeing in the next slide how metaphors and social commentary are very important for us to make in our writing. Critiques engage readers in analyzing key articles by scholars in the field Use blogs, websites, books, pamphlets, newsletters, or journals, or material demonstrating techniques of close reading. Writers possess qualities of memory, which we know that Dove is teaching us. Play podcasts of sample student essays to show other students how to recall events. Hermeneutics includes a significant transformation. Writers plan, evaluate, monitor, embed, inform, and train. Pre-writing in an informal journal is helpful, but why do writers write? Social justice, thematic tools, paradigms are in the construction of novels of, for example, Charles Dickens. Literature is inspirational. Charles Dickens teaches peace through his literature. He is an agent of change as well as Dove. As we move on, we're thinking about aging, about metaphors, about critical hermeneutics, about a way to understand a text and to make that text our own. Continue to understand that works can represent the life of the writer, and they can represent your life too. That's why I really consider writing a healing therapy. My intention is to provide readers with tools to research with the use of social justice as a reason to write and a methodology of applying the social justice paradigm for writing. Conclusively, I am seeking to develop empathy. Next, we're going to think about what we're going to envision in researchers changing spaces. And this is what we see in many, many writers. In the literary works of Margaret Atwood, Willa Cather, Toni Morrison, Nella Larson, Zora Neale Hurston, and Stephanie Powell Watts, we see that there are themes of immigration and trauma that have lasting effects on humans. So through meta-ethics, I seek to resolve questions of human morality, spatializing the landscape that we create, whether it is in human rights or it is with civic values, is very important to me. And I've been presenting lectures and conferences on human rights and civic values. I present research focused on the landscape of a literary work. Where does it happen? How did it happen? And why does it happen? Reflection on the study of literature and space is centered on a remembrance of marvelous days of writing. We're going to wrap up soon, and we do want to have some time for questions. Remembering the poet and the imaginary imagery of the poet, we commit ourselves to practicing projects that are going to define peace within us. A peaceful space within us is one of the final images that I'd like to give you. And remember that Dove teaches us to live with ourselves, teaches us about human dignity, discusses social functionality of literature as well as the theoretical processes of the literary scholar to write for cultural change. And her deep love resides in her language and poetics. Next, we're asking you to be a writer. We want to share during the pandemic to inspire. The pandemic changes us, and we are initiating hopes for survival, offering us a way and metaphors and healing through writing, not only our own writing, but reading the works of others. So there we go. That's it. If we have a minute for questions.
We do. And actually, Marianne, you shared a URL earlier, and we missed, it was quick, of course, and we weren't able to write it all down. Can you share that in chat, the URL?
Sure.
Thank you.
I will.
And are there other questions? Boy, this is a great topic. Who is the current soaker, Michael? Mm-hmm. I think we have time for one more question. Okay, I can share that. Anyone else have a question? Here is the URL. Oh, thanks, friends. So, Marianne, do you think the choice of space that inspires a write says something about their writing personality?
Oh, I definitely think so, because we can only write if we're comfortable where we are. Like Toni Morrison always said, you know, she had to write alone, and she always started on paper. And I've made a tradition of doing that. I write my books in notebooks, in the least expensive little tiny, those little old notebooks like we used to write when we were little. That's where I start with. I'm comfortable. I have to be in a space of comfort, I think, and I think that's where the healing starts for me. On the back of this book that we see in the link that I provided in Spatializing Social Justice, the editors commented that you should listen to your own voice, and that you explore the healing process through words when you're either reading or writing.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Marianne. What a wonderful, informative, and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 5 p.m. in this keynote region. That doesn't sound right. Yes, it does. Okay. And is entitled Path of Least Resistance, the Challenge Facing Virtual Environments. We also want to encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the hypergrid resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5 o'clock to 5:30 p.m. session of the 2021 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Path of Least Resistance, the challenge facing virtual environments. Our speaker is Kevin Feenan. Kevin is the founder and president of Nomaz Corporation, an IT management consulting company, and Rockcliffe University Consortium, a professional trade association supporting collaboration and providing managed solutions for educators and institutions using virtual environments. Kevin's 35-year career has included authoring and research in the fields of information management, business processes, education technology, and game-based learning methods. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, for details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC21. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thanks, Lear. Hello, and thank you for having me here today. If you don't mind, I will take questions at the end of the presentation rather than throughout the middle. We've all experienced the joys and challenges of working within Second Life and OpenSimulator since 2003. However, over the past 10 years, the competitive advantage of environments like Second Life and OpenSimulator have not kept pace with technological innovation in general. If we look back at the original positioning of Second Life when it first came out, the platform had distinct advantages over any other technology that existed at the time. The key distinction, however, was that Second Life lowered the barriers to entry for social engagement within a virtual setting that combined several unique and distinct technologies that previously were complex to develop, complex to integrate, difficult to learn, and difficult to share. Second Life, and by extension OpenSimulator, have provided some of the best elements of the World Wide Web, virtualization, and game design, connected through a blending of both synchronous and asynchronous communications. It was, at the time, the path of least resistance that allowed people to develop content on their own terms in a way that was quick, simple, easy to understand, and easy to consume. What's happened since then has been a confluence of various agendas, trying to figure out how to monetize the platform in order to enable continuing research and development and its growth in usability. In essence, Second Life was and continues to be a technology in search of a problem to solve, and not the other way around. If we look at what's happened since 2003, you'll notice that in the roughly 20 short years since Second Life's first introduction, the world around us has changed drastically. Key technologies that have changed everyday life include the following that I feel are important to name specifically because this will highlight the exact nature of the challenge we are currently faced with today. So going back to when Second Life was first introduced in 2003, we saw the introduction of the Android operating system. In 2004, Facebook came on the scene. In 2005, we were all introduced to YouTube. In 2006, cloud architectures, including Amazon Web Services. In 2007, the iPhone was first introduced. In 2018, we had Airbnb, you had the initial start of Uber, and other crowdsourced services started to take hold. In 2009, we had cryptocurrencies, blockchain, Bitcoin all started to make their way onto the scene. In 2010, Apple continued its innovation with iPads. And then in 2011, Google responded with their Chromebooks. In 2012, home hobbyists started to first develop automated architecture and robotics based on the Raspberry Pi, allowing people to innovate in their basements at substantially reduced costs. In 2013, we had PlayStation and Xbox. They're changing the way in which we consumed entertainment. In 2014, Tesla started to introduce their first self-driving cars, which has subsequently paved the way for a host of other innovation leveraging robotics and artificial intelligence. 2015, Amazon introduced their Echo device as a home personal virtual assistant. 2016, we had Oculus Rift. In 2017, adaptive security became all the rage. It became a critical factor in protecting people's personal and private information. 2018, artificial intelligence started to make its way out of the back corners of hardcore R&D firms and into the mainstream. 2019 saw the first 5G networks, enabling faster mobile communication with greater speed and bandwidth. Last year, we saw the first practical application of quantum computing going beyond a simple theoretical capacity to process highly complex mathematical-based applications in a fraction of the time of using conventional means. For each of these technologies that survived to become household names, even if you don't think you're using these technologies directly, there have been thousands of competitors trying to occupy the same space in order to capture these technological markets. What the survivors all have in common are they tapped into two key aspects of developing a path of least resistance. The first being prioritizing people over technology. The second being the democratization of technology. While not all of the winners in these economic battles have done either well, elements of both are necessary in order for people to follow the path of least resistance, in overcoming their personal dilemmas in adopting the technology. In the meantime, where have we gone with Second Life in terms of innovation and experimentation? Well, outside of 3 core failed experiments, those being Second Life in a web browser, Sansar, and the integration of Second Life with 3D VR headsets, there have only really been 5 key advancements, one of which has been so late to the game as to be symbolic of how Second Life as a technology is trailing rather than leading the field. In 2007, Second Life introduced the integration of Vivox for voice. In 2008, this community launched the first OpenSimulator region and the introduction of the hypergrid. In 2011, Mesh was introduced into the environment. In 2014, we got pathfinding was introduced to allow greater control over non-avatar characters within the environment. And then just in the last 18 months has been Second Life's move, finally catching up with OpenSimulator in that respect, to using the cloud using Amazon Web Services. While there have been other major enhancements to the back end of the platform in order to improve stability, almost all other improvements in the platform have been related to transactional improvements rather than transformative and innovative engagement on behalf of its clients. We've seen at this conference there are a lot of things and greater opportunities in OpenSimulator that are in the pipeline. However, planning is not the same as doing. Second Life, the Second Life that we see today, is competitive only in that no other company had, and I refer to this in the past tense, had been able to compete head-to-head with Linden Labs' lead in developing these types of integrated services in a way that could be cost-justified and lead to eventual profitability. While this may have worked to the lab's advantage between 2010 and 2020, today the playing field is much different. Google, Microsoft, and Facebook are all spending between 16 and 25% of their overall revenue streams in research and development, with a very strong focus on products related to augmented and virtual reality. To put this in context, combined, the largest players are investing upwards of $150 billion per year in research and development, compared to an approximate 15 million per year that is available to Linden Labs based solely on cash flow through annual revenue streams. Recently, Philip Rosedale was interviewed on the implications of Facebook's rebranding as Meta. He was quoted as saying, "There still arises this weighty question of what it is that's going to cause normal people a lot of time to be willing to go into these online spaces." I feel in this case that this is the second time we've missed the mark in terms of what's actually going on. In the first place, companies like Google and Facebook make the majority of their money passively. By this, what I mean is that they don't require users to be active on their systems all the time in order to generate revenue. It is the simple act of engagement, no matter how small, and the ability to monetize those small interactions that has allowed them to grow to the sizes they are today. We give of our privacy as a currency to support the environments we choose to believe are free when in fact they're not. The second point is that Philip's comments presupposes that the technology as a means of social engagement is the primary driver for these types of platforms, as compared to providing opportunities to resolve the problems that drive people to explore solutions that help them remove barriers and free up their personal time and money to do other things. Innovation and experimentation on this scale, however, is expensive. Facebook is investing in Spark AR for creating content. Google is investing in its own Google AR system. Microsoft is heavily invested into its HoloLenses. With the context of our experience between Second Life and OpenSimulator, there is a core failing in the way each of these companies are approaching their immersive experience solutions. It is also one of the things that Second Life got right way back in 2003 when it first launched, and that is the ability to allow the average person to create complex experiences simply. Our competitive advantage is people and problem solving. Theirs is a desire to monetize interactions with data that allow people to solve problems. At some point, we need to meet in the middle. Technology trends over the next 10 years that are going to be key to solving modern problems include expanding on existing innovations such as integrated technology architecture, natural language processing, low-code platforms, artificial intelligence and machine learning, and data information exchange. All of this with a core focus on experiences that will enable augmented reality to become ubiquitous in how we engage in everyday life, such that the technology becomes seamless in the background rather than forward and in your face. Second Life and OpenSimulator are at a bit of a crossroads in that. If they try to compete head-to-head with the big three, they are just simply going to get outspent. However, there is an opportunity to enable these types of platforms to do what they do best. That is to bring complex technology down to the point where it's understandable, to allow people to prototype solutions, exchange ideas, to promote opportunities for experimentation across the full spectrum of innovation that's occurred over the past 20 years, and also to stay ahead of new innovations as they come into the market. There are two core questions that need to be asked here. What are the key barriers to entry that are preventing people resolving key or complex problems they are experiencing today? And how can we support people in innovating their own solutions to creating that path of least resistance? The current tools we have available within both Second Life and OpenSimulator represent a walled garden cut off from the problems of today. It is exasperated by a lack of integration with external data and applications. It is constrained by an outdated requirement to limit future expansion, and are disconnected from revenue models to support ongoing research and development that are common today, but were truly unthinkable in 2003. The first step needs to be to remove the training wheels and to bring the architecture in line with modern methods of application development, allowing the integration of third-party data and extensions to the platform. There is a window of opportunity to, at the very least, maintain competitive parity with upcoming platforms that are prepared to intrude on this space and all that we hold so dear. In July of this year, Rockcliffe conducted a Second Life usability survey, wherein educators provided some details of some of the problems and challenges that they are working on trying to overcome. Subsequently, we've been working with Linden Lab to understand the modern need for people conducting education within these environments. While some of the immediate needs are fairly simple feature requests, others are more opportunist, requiring the lab to let go of some long-cherished boundaries on what the platform is and where the platform could potentially take us. Some examples include the following. It's been a long limitation of the platform to focus solely on individuals and ignore the needs of organizations and organizational structures, allowing institutions and corporations to effectively manage their intellectual property. 2, the ability to allow integration of third-party applications as extensions to the viewer. While competitively strategic in the early days of Second Life, this is now a limiting factor in the platform's usability in an age of interconnected data. This prevents more cutting-edge applications and experiences from being developed within the platform. 3, the requirement to constrain the development of bots and other non-playing characters based on the limitation of the Linden scripting language. 4, the requirement to constrain back-end programming to only allow the Linden scripting language. This eliminates opportunities for developing application programming interfaces between the platform and other cloud services using C, Python, Java, PHP, pick your language, right? We can't do it, right? 5, the requirement to ensure that all external communications run through a proxy service in order to anonymize and redirect identifying information, which is a concept which is now both outdated and self-limiting. And 6, the ability to allow mesh editing directly in the viewer, despite mesh being available in this platform for over 10 years. These are just some examples of potential innovative opportunities that have been allowed to go to waste while the rest of the digital landscape around us continues to evolve. And all of this before we start to think beyond the sim. So for example, enabling methods to allow real-world environments to be scanned and imported, allowing greater opportunities to address real-world problems and complex problems. In very real terms, in order to remain competitive, these platforms really need to be thinking in terms of delivering new features and functionalities once a quarter, not once a decade. Time is running short, and while the enemy is not at the gates, they are certainly visible on the horizon. Linden Lab has asked us as a community to challenge them to think outside the box on how the platform could be made better. Both Rockcliffe and VWEC are stepping up to that challenge and being forthright with the lab, not just in terms of feature requests that will improve our day-to-day experience, but also how to create additional opportunity that may be outside of people's experience with these platforms to date. Most people at this conference here know me. You know I'm dedicated to this community, and I've been a very strong supporter of education in virtual worlds. Rockcliffe has been engaging with Linden Labs over the past several months to put forward several new features and opportunities based on the survey that was conducted in July and August. Currently, we are confirming meeting schedules and getting agreement on the discussion platform to manage product development ideas. We're hoping that by giving everybody an opportunity to engage in these discussions, that we'll be able to continue to build our own path of least resistance to solve new problems in new ways. We'll be sending out additional information both through the VWEC and the upcoming VWBPE conference as to how we as a community can expand on new ideas for product development with Linden Lab. It's an initial step, and one in which I hope will position these types of environments to remain competitive in the face of stiff competition that's making its way into the mainstream over the next 3 to 5 years. Thank you very much, and I appreciate being here, and hopefully we have time for a couple of quick questions.
Thank you, Kevin, for that wonderful presentation. Are there any questions from our audience? Looking at the chat here, a few people were whispering to me, but they weren't they were comments about what is the maturity of quantum computing today? Do we already have supremacy, or is that the promise?
Depends on who you talk to. At 57 qubits, which I think is the last number I saw, they're claiming that represents quantum supremacy.
See, one of the challenges, my cybersecurity students are always worried about that, because they're saying once that reaches a certain level, we won't have encryption worth anything because we'll be able to solve it far too quickly. So, yeah. Of course, that means a lot more work on our part, right?
Mm-hmm. It does.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Kevin, please.
I was about to say, may you live in interesting times. I mean, this is just starting, right?
Oh.
The interesting thing about innovation, just as a side note, the interesting thing about innovation, we've had all this technological innovation that's been going on for the past 20, 40 years, right? We're now getting to notwithstanding some of these other neat things that are coming along like quantum computing, we're now getting to the point where business and process innovation is going to start taking over in terms of being the key way in which we need to look at problems. Because technology is simply a tool, right? We're now at the point where we sort of have the tools, right? They're being improved as we go along, but we have the tools. Now we need to figure out how to use them appropriately. And that, I think, is where the real innovation is going to be coming in over the next 10 to 20 years, not necessarily how the technology is going to evolve.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you for the wonderful presentation. And let's see.
Can I just jump in for a second?
Absolutely.
I think there's some folks in the audience too, like who are asking that kind of question, like in some parts of this conversation, very relevant directly to OpenSimulator, because of course it's had to be part of this whole technology path too, as technology has evolved around it. But I think there's some of this when you're talking about things like kind of like, some of it is this kind of call to Linden Lab, but I mean, I guess any of like what part of it also kind of revolves back to the OpenSimulator for folks who are also focused on that platform.
It does. There's collaboration, as far as I'm aware, there's collaboration going on back and forth. So where goes the lab goes OpenSimulator type of thing, right? At the same time,
at least for the viewer, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, OpenSimulator represents a lot of really unique opportunity to do things that the lab may never consider. So we could move the lab in a particular direction, potentially. At the same time, some of these ideas the lab might not pick them up, but OpenSimulator might look at them and say, oh my God, why didn't we think about this, and just start including them. We need to open up the conversation to get there. We need to understand what the business problems, the educational problems that we're trying to solve are, and then try to figure out how we want to innovate around that so that we're not trying to club it over the head saying, well, we've got this tool, let's apply it here. It needs to be more, I have a problem and which tools are available. And Second Life and OpenSimulator just simply might be one of those or none of those at all, depending on what the problem is.
Well, thank you, Kevin, for a great presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which begins at 5:30 p.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Designing Educational Virtual Simulations. Also, we want to encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and the crowdfunder booths located throughout all of our OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to you, Kevin, our speaker, and to the audience.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5:30 to 6 o'clock session of the 2021 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Designing Educational Virtual Simulations. Our speakers are Dr. Rachel Umorin and Matt Cook. Rachel is an associate professor in the Department of Pediatrics at the University of Washington, where she is the director of neonatal education and simulation-based training and neonatal telemedicine lead. She is also an adjunct professor in the University of Washington's Department of Global Health. Matt is a design engineer for the University of Washington and a Unity virtual reality developer. Matt's experience includes designing and developing VR for education and research applications. Please check the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, for details of the session, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC21. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here once again. I think this has been the best conference yet, and I've been attending this conference since 2013. So today we're pleased to be here to discuss designing educational virtual simulations for learners of diverse professions and cultures. And I've been working, like many of us, in the metaverse for about 10 years now. And my focus has really been on the use of virtual simulations for training health professional learners. So it's truly exciting to be here. I've learned so much from the wonderful presentations so far, and I really welcome any questions or comments from the audience, particularly educators who've been working in this space. So we've used Second Life and OpenSim as well as Unity platforms, and we continue to explore how to most effectively teach and evaluate learners in both high and low resource settings using virtual simulations. And our work is really platform agnostic at this point. We're just looking for the best fit for our learners. So I'd like to just give a quick shout out to Stephen. I saw him in the audience earlier from the Vibe group, because they really got us started with that transition from Second Life to OpenSim and beyond. So much appreciated. So these experiences have really led me to reflect on the importance of design principles and concepts, which we'll be sharing with you. And several years ago, I started thinking about how learners in different platforms and with different professions responded to the virtual simulations that we were putting them through. Some of these thoughts were really brought on by a study that we undertook with learners in 3 different professional programs. They were in nursing, occupational therapy, and the physician assistant programs in Indiana University. We had a total of 319 learners who participated in a study on the impact of teamwork training. And we used the same virtual simulation for all the groups. At that point in time, we were working with a collaborative. Some of the members you probably already know, and actually one of whom this talk is in memoriam of, Barbara Truman. And so we looked at the change in their teamwork attitudes. And while for the most part, it was interesting to see that there were significant changes in all teamwork domains, and there were small changes. But when we looked at the groups by profession, we found that the baseline and the post-training attitudes really differed significantly by their profession. So this gave us some pause, and it certainly seemed like it was not a one-size-fit-all, for sure. But we started to think about it. So the baseline attitudes could potentially be explained by the fact that, the nurses and the occupational therapists may have been socialized towards more supportive behavior and work in teams, whereas the physician assistant students maybe tended to work more on their own or with a particular physician. But it didn't fully explain the differences in outcomes for learners with the same baseline. So on this next slide, you'll see that there were learners that started out pretty much in the same spot, but then had a more dramatic increase in their performance, having encountered the same simulation. So professional identity has been really conceptualized as the knowledge of challenges and opportunities that are typical within a profession, as well as the individual choices that a person might make in their decision making and their behavior. And when we think about the scenario-based interprofessional simulations, what they do is they provide learners with an effective method to really explore the roles and the responsibilities of their profession as well as others. However, we need to be careful about thinking about how we conceptualize these training scenarios. And this comes in with the design process. So the scenarios have that potential to create, but they also have the potential to reinforce certain professional identity and stereotypes and influence professional collaboration, either in a productive or in a restrictive way. But it's not just about professional identity. In virtual simulations on public and global health that we created here in OpenSimulator, we've explored the impact of environment in health, and social and environmental factors we know also play a role in the design of simulations for use by learners in settings, particularly those with limited resources. So as we know, the learning outcome depends greatly on the design of the experience. And Matt and I are working together on a new project funded by the National Institutes of Health to develop mobile virtual simulations that will train healthcare workers on how to provide essential newborn care in low resource settings. So while we were just getting started on that work, we thought we'd share some of our early lessons learned. And we'll be brief, as I know we're the only thing standing between you and the after party. But I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Matt.
Hi. So I'm going to talk to you very briefly about some of the high-level considerations to be thinking about when designing educational virtual simulations. So next slide, please. Thank you. So the first thing you need to do is bring your team together. And it's important that you have a wide variety of skill sets on this team. So one of the most important is, of course, your technical team. So that would include your programmers, your world builders, your artists, all the people that need to actually build the thing. But those builders don't necessarily kind of know what to do. There needs to be some direction involved, and for that you need to have those managerial people involved too. So people like the designers, producers, whatever synonym you have for that general role, that knows how to bring it all together and knows how to develop and design and make something good. But even if you have all those, the technical or the managerial, the designing people, they don't necessarily know what to make. So for whatever educational application you're trying to build, you need to know your material backwards and forwards. Otherwise, you'll never be able to design anything. And that's where you need your subject matter experts. You need to be working closely with them throughout the entirety of your design process. Or if you don't have access to that, it takes research. It's a long, drawn-out process to know your material well enough to properly design and teach for it. So next slide. So once you have your team together, as soon as you possibly can, you need to define your goals and objectives for the project. Now, I want to draw a distinction between the goals of the application versus the learning objectives to be completed within the application. So, like Rachel said, we are creating a virtual learning tool to teach essential newborn care in low resource settings. So the goals of the project would be, in that case, could include making the material more accessible to a wider variety of people, or making the material immersive to improve the quality of the learning. But the learning objectives, among other things, could include how to resuscitate a baby, or how to recognize the different danger signs. And when it comes to the learning objectives, it's also important that you be as specific as you possibly can. So saying the learners need to learn how to resuscitate a baby, well, that's one thing, that's good. What's better is if you can say, okay, the learning objective is for the learner to know to hold cup the baby's head in this very specific way and keep a tight seal with your fingers all over the baby's face to make sure air doesn't leak. So that level of specificity, that's how you properly know what it is you need to be developing. Because if you don't have those objectives defined, your game is, I promise you from experience doing this poorly, your application is going to be a mess if you can't define these. So next slide. Know your audience. I have been involved in projects where people just want to write it off as, yeah, the experience, the simulation is for anyone. We'll just teach anyone who's interested in learning, and that's our audience. No, your audience is not anyone. You have to worry about age groups and how you are going to talk to them. You need to know what it is they know, what knowledge they're lacking, what their base knowledge is, where to build from, any physical characteristics, are they hard of movement, hard of hearing, anything like that. Just the more you can know and define your learners, the easier it'll be to make your design decisions. Next slide. Now, obviously you're going to need to be able to teach your material, but it's also important to think about how you're going to assess the material, because it's important to include that assessment portion to make sure that you're actually teaching the material properly and make sure that your learners have effectively learned it. So it's what that assessment will look like will vary from by your application. But it's important to take steps throughout your experience to kind of allow the user to evaluate how they're doing. Next slide. Allowing the user to evaluate how they're doing dives into the feedback. It's important that you provide feedback throughout the experience, so that the user knows that they're on the right track or not, and can evaluate how much they're actually understanding, making sure they're understanding properly versus how they think they're doing. So this can be rather tricky to accomplish. There's a great deal of research to be done here, but it's important to be doing. Anyway, next slide. So when you're designing a virtual simulation, you have a number of different medium options. This could be mobile-based, computer-based. Even within a computer, you could have a standalone application. It could be in a medium such as OpenSim, or each of these different mediums has their pros and their cons. So it's really important that you understand the limitations and possibilities for your medium, and make sure they align properly with your learning objectives and the goals of your project. With these mediums, they have a tendency to look like video games, both in terms of their appearance, but also their functionality. The mechanics tend to be aligned. Now, this can be tricky particularly for video game novices, because not only are they having to learn the material, but they don't have the same level of experience with the medium. So they're having to learn that at the same time. So I come from a game background. I've developed video games. I grew up playing video games. I know that how all this works. So when I'm designing, every single time I design something new, I'm surprised by what people get confused by. I always try my best to make decisions that will be obvious and intuitive to novices, but in some ways or another, I always tend to be wrong about one thing or another. So it just goes to show you have to be really mindful and careful about how you design your experiences. And then to include these novices, and then the gamers, they're going, I assure you, they're going to look at your experience and they're going to want to think of it like a video game. And if, depending on what you're trying to do, maybe you're trying to gamify your learning, maybe you want to, but many times it's not a video game, and so they're going to kind of tear it apart, complaining. But yeah, just keep that in mind. Next slide. So ultimately, what you need is a design product. So that could look like that could be a flow chart, it could be a storyboard, or any number of things. But really, what's important is to be able to describe and visualize exactly what your game is going to look like and how it's going to work, or not game, your application is going, in as extreme a detail as you possibly can. If you can't do that, then you've still got decisions to make and you don't have a complete design. Oh, next slide. Yeah. Questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions from our audience? I haven't seen any come in, but there's been some wonderful conversation about your thoughts, and Rachel's been answering or exchanging information. If there are no questions, Rachel, did you have any final thoughts before we wrap?
Well, thank you all for being here and for listening. I just included on my last slide just the acknowledgement of the impact that our dear friend Barbara Truman had on my thinking around this area and transdisciplinarity, and how learners can be designed for, as well as how we can work together in groups to design for learners of different professions.
That's a wonderful sentiment.
And that this is our last presentation, to just give another call out to the wonderful work in her memory.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Matt, for such a great presentation. As a reminder to our audience, we want you to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. Following this session at 6:05 p.m., we will celebrate another successful conference at the Dream Pop Rave at Pirates Atoll on the DigiWorld's grid and dance to the music of DJ Stranik. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 21 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and our crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to you, the audience.
And before folks, whoops. Okay, I think you guys can hear me and we're all too. And before you all run away, I mean, as a conference, we want to thank you all for attending. There still is more to happen outside of this weekend. There are things that are in the schedule if you go to conference.opensimulator.org, where there's some workshops that'll be happening next week. There's a couple more that actually will be put on there as well. So that'll give you a chance if there's some topics to kind of dive a bit deeper into and actually be able to really talk and learn more closely with the presenters. Yes. Marcus, who's kind of the brains behind some of the live streaming here, he can teach you that, among other people teaching you things. So, and also there are other community events that are happening even tonight, and then also throughout the course of the week, leading up to the rest of the end of the year. And if you would like us to put an event sort of as people are still looking at the conference site, and we'll be sort of sharing and kind of continue to come to the conference site, and we'll be also kind of updating folks on the workshops and other things and directing people there. We are still having the ability that you can fill out our community social event sign up form, and we will post that also on the schedule. And even if you have an idea for an immersive workshop that you'd still like to hold, we might be able to schedule you in in the next weekish or so, and then beyond that, of course, we are going to, and Franz, you might as well, if you haven't already, we're going to open up actually. So what we do after this is it gives us an opportunity to also kind of do our group photo. If we were all in an in-person event, we would do this. So if our organizers and the volunteers and the presenters, whoever is still in the audience that actually like helped make this happen in that way, it would be great to have you up to the stage. If you can come to the stage, and maybe if somebody can say that in the staff, or and that includes presenters. So Franz, actually, if you hear me, maybe put soon a grid-wide notice. And while that is happening, while hopefully folks are coming to the stage, Lear did bring up Barbara Truman, and had I not had avatar technical difficulties at the opening, I would have mentioned this too. Barbara Truman was a part of the organizers of Open Simulator Community Conference and was very dedicated to it. And you've heard many people talk about her and refer to her work. And she, beyond her work, she was very pivotal, of course, in Moses and the work that she has done with others like Lear and Andy and also Rachel mentioned, and many others that she's collaborated with. And so it was a huge loss for all of us. And but she believed in these spaces, and I think we all kind of honored her by continuing to kind of research and work and do projects and sort of that. So so that's that. And the planetarium region that Andy brought in from their grid, that was really kind of working with Barbara and kind of and partly also a tribute to her, will kind of remain in the grid, so that you can visit afterwards. The planetarium region that will continue to stay here. And so I encourage you all after today to keep coming back, go into the planetarium and sort of get a feel for that work and explore the expos. They will be up until we start kind of planning again next year. And the many of us that are like the other, of the many broader Open Simulator user base who kind of make up those expos and the folks sort of showing off their work. The Surreal Art Museum will also be up, and you can always continue to visit that as well. those who didn't get a chance to visit Meta, the kind of like sort of mini exhibition that was that is on the grid, they will be doing an opening more formally on the craft grid on the 15th. That is on the calendar, the conference calendar. So we'll be following up with kind of information, hopefully links to people's presentations, and keep kind of connecting to the calendar and also the videos, of course. You know, everything was streamed, and we will be putting up, cutting that up and putting archive videos up on our YouTube channel. So you could certainly find all that information at the conference.opensimulator.org site. And you can always reach out to me and the others here that have helped put this on by emailing the OSCC organizers at avicon.org. And however, you know, we can help in any of the work that you're doing, just reach out to us, reach out to me. We're always more than happy. So I don't know. So we all thank you. And hopefully somebody's taking photos. Krista, I see you're in the audience. If you want to come up and grab a chair, you can. Of course, you spoke. And anybody else who presented, Pet Love, kind of come up here. I see you. I see you, Pet Love. I'm going to just now talk to call out avatars in the audience. And Kevin, if you hear me, if you hear my voice, Kevin, come to the stage. And who else is still here in the audience? And then this way we get a good photo. And then others will have to let me know once they have taken a photo. And Larry, you're welcome to continue talking to, or anybody else who's still on this call. And then the other thing, once, Mal's stuck in a chair. Somebody bring Mal up here. If he can hear us, he might be away. It's late there. And so, yes, thank you. Thank you to all the presenters, even including like Michael Christopher, who presented without power in the midst of the wreckage of a tornado that just sort of destroyed many things around him. But luckily his house was okay. But it's a lot of challenges behind the scenes. And we thank you all for kind of, you know, doing the most you can with this. So, yeah. So somebody should have to prompt me in chat if you've taken a photo. The other thing, otherwise I'm going to keep babbling. And
so funny. Did you just see Mal Franz just brought Mal with the chair.
Oh, that is great.
Yes.
Fantastic. Wait, that's the wonderful thing about sitting on an object. We will bring you to us. And then the other thing that we can do too, after we take this photo, are you going to drop the walls, drop the security? Oh yeah, Pet Love, come on up. We also invite you guys up too. So once
the walls and the security is all gone.
Yeah, so all of you in the audience, you want to come over and take a photo with us too as well? Come on up. We can take a group photo. Moto, I love that avatar. Bring your cat up here. I don't know. Anybody else who's in the audience or Eclectic? I know you're around somewhere. Stephen, Zootfly, get yourself up here. Anybody else who wants to come up? So, we love doing this for you guys. Of course, it's a lot of work, but we, you know, I think what we continue to push forward here and the platform and the work that we do is important. So, Dale's I think away, but yep, come on up, Stephen. And Starfarer, you're also welcome. Who else is sort of sitting in here? Come on up. Stranger, if you're back there, I see you back there with your Kitely Grid avatar. Come on up. Tessa, Serene. We miss you in Nonprofit Commons, Serene. Come up. And anybody else. So, yep, Shireen, you can certainly, or Shuriken, you can come up too as well. I think for those who are new or are new to OpenSimulator, I think there's a power to it. In the first couple of years that we did it, we had separate tracks, which was great. We had a lot of content, a lot more content, a lot of balls to juggle in regards to what was happening when. But including this in one track, I think helps
other, like, helps everybody see what all the broader users and developers are doing, and it gets us kind of pollinating together. So I'm glad that you guys got that out of it. You can't get up there? Stranger can't make his way up there. I don't know why. Oh, there he is. Here he comes. I don't know who else is up here, but Moto, Ravel, Gimme Cerise, Carol Ferre. I feel like I'm like, I don't know. Crow Kitty, we loved your comments. Come on up. Rocket Raccoon. I see Tessa, Cue Ball. I don't know. I feel like one of those children's like TV hosts. And Steven, if you're in the audience, please come to the thing.
There's an open seat, Joyce, if you want to sit.
Oh, that's it. Yes. Okay. There we go.
Got a gap.
Yeah. So we're more than happy, and we're so glad to have you. And thank you. And put your events in the calendar. We'll still promote those till the end of the year. Avacon itself is having our holiday party. It's on there too. That will be in like a week and a half. We'll nap and then do some workshops and then have a holiday party. And then yeah. I don't know if Lear, you have any things. Lear is my fearless co-organizer of all the like content wrangler in that regard. So the program, you can owe a lot to Lear, putting the schedule all together and making sure that all the speakers are happy.
Thank you to everyone. It was a great conference. That's about all I want to say, and it's almost time to party. To relax, celebrate, and have a great time. We have workshops coming up next week, so this week. So come back for the workshops, and there will be Joyce, aren't some of them in Zoom? So they'll be interactive.
Yeah. So that way it would allow a bit, because some of them, especially when you're looking at things like Open Broadcaster, or we're going to do kind of a animation and rigging one as well next week, where you're kind of going between various platforms, and the screen share kind of makes sense. But it does give you a chance too to also be able to share your screen if you were trying to follow along and had questions, or just ask questions. So they're a little bit different. In the fact that, we'll use Zoom as the kind of central thing. And if you think there's something you want to do, I know we're organizing one with Ferd. So Ferd will walk people through Dream Grid. That isn't up on the schedule yet, but he's going to do that. And if anybody else wants to, I think just, reach out. So yes, thank you. Thank you. All the moderators, all the greeters, all the tireless hours that the Franz has kind of been in multiple avatars in all spaces all at once. And then, of course, the stream team and Marcus and James and Beth and Pet Love. So I think that I should say before I'm off a voice, to get to the Stranic social event, that grid has a kind of permission sort of authorization because of the whole GDPR, right? I think that's because of GDPR. Stranic was here before, so I'm kind of now talking for it. So sometimes it can be a little tough to get from point A to point B. But and I think we had a sign at one point, Franz. I don't know what happened to it. That would help. But somebody's probably got one in their inventory somewhere. But there's instructions on, and we'll try to find the sign that we used to have for it. But there's instructions on the calendar, and I will try to find those right now to paste them in. But we'll be here to and along the journey. And I would say it really wasn't used, but if you get lost along the way, there is a conference group IM. You could probably do that too. Somebody should open that, and then that way we can kind of chat in case somebody gets lost. So I don't know.
I'm so glad that you noticed that they're no longer on, their former sim.
Stranic
wasn't he on Franco Grid before or something, or a different grid?
So
yeah.
We'll have to. Oh, there we go. Thank you for who pasted that, Beth. Of course, Beth, you are the mistress of calendars. We should have.
All right. Yeah, it's not painful for the DigiWorlds thing, but it can take an attempt or two once you get authorized to get in. You just copy your UUID, I think, into the little box.
Yeah, and if
Contact
you need your
yourself.
UUID, you can find that by looking at your profile.
Yeah, it's at the top of it.
Yep. So, and we'll message that, or we'll be in message if the group attendee chat holds. And anybody who's in hypergrid, you can again just use the information that was shared. So I don't know. Somebody should lead
I think Mal woke up and ran off from his chair.
Probably horrified. Where did I go? Where did I come from? Yeah. So thank you all. And somebody should probably head there to maybe send some teleports or send some landmarks.
Oops, now I have a chair in my photo. There we go.
And Moto, I want your cat avatar. Where can I
know,
find
that's
a
great,
cat?
yeah.
My chat noir wants a chat noir or noir chat.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep. So have a good rest of your day or night or morning or whatever it is. And we'll kill the voice here, and we'll be in text chat. So until as people decide they want to. And if you are logging off again, thank you. Thank you very much for being part of all this. And
We'll see you
hugs,
at the party.
Krista. Hugs, Krista. No grid, no conference. So thank you, and there's UC Irvine for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Take care, all. The Skype is down. I mean, off. We're offline.